Socceroos captain and arguably the most stylish man in Oz sport, Jackson Irvine, has a stress fracture in his foot. He will miss the remainder of the season in Germany. More importantly, from an Aussie point of view, he won't be in the mix for crucial upcoming games against Japan and Saudi Arabia. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to Channel 7 for the extra audio used in this episode. This has been ABC Sport Daily, and for more, you can find us on the ABC Listen app.
Foreign Correspondent returns to Tuesday nights in 2025. Exploring the unknown, discover the extraordinary, your window to the world. Foreign Correspondent returns. New time Tuesdays 8 p.m. on ABC TV and ABC iView.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. Don't get better than this. On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
One of the great rivalries in the game back in the 90s and the early 2000s, North Melbourne and one of their fellow inner north neighbours in Essendon. Of course, they both won 2 premierships each during that great era and somehow didn't meet in a grand final after the Bombers were beaten twice by a point in preliminary finals. The Marshmallow game, the 69-point comeback, all of it in the history books, and tonight we write another chapter in Essendon and North Melbourne. Hello and welcome to ABC Sports coverage. It is Thursday night footy right here on ABC Sport. Under the roof at Docklands, there is no late change. The subs are in. Jai Menzie for the Bombers and Bailey Scott for the Roos. For whole gangs here, my name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clinch here to call the footy with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. It's probably not the prime time Thursday night we thought we might have had at the start of the season, but here we are for North Melbourne and Essendon, and a chance for one of these sides to really start the weekend on a real high. And it's the second longest winning streak in the AFL at the moment. The fact that the Bombers have had the number over North Melbourne, having won their last 11. We get to see a debutant tonight in Finbar Maley, so looking forward to seeing him make his debut in the rookie draft in 2023. Also the 200th game for Caleb Daniel, and also Jordan Ridley plays his 100th. So there's plenty of talking points. Can't wait.
Teams are out for the rest of the weekend. We'll get to some of that. Steve McBurney's about to join us, the umpires boss. We'll go inside the North Melbourne camp. Kane versus the Kangas. We'll discuss all of it as we work our way a little closer to the bounce. Cameron Ling's here on a Thursday night, the Geelong legend. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, team. Good evening to everyone out there. I'm just looking forward to how North Melbourne responds. Better performance last week. Bit going on, obviously, with what you just alluded to then. How do they respond? And can Essendon just take care of business? Be professional, be ruthless, win the game they should win.
Richmond champion, former GWS footballer Brett Delidio, our number one pick. Hello, Lids.
Corby, gents, great to be here again. And, I'm a bit the same as you, Clinchy. It's not probably a blockbuster, but I'm looking just for some little green shoots out there to see whether we can start to ride the coattails of this projected good North Melbourne side, all their great picks, but can they actually show us something? And yeah, I'm not sure what I made of Kane's comments of a young Harry Shees. Well, I share the street with Harry, so I see him quite a bit. So,
okay.
I haven't spoken to him about this, just FYI, but I don't like picking on young blokes.
Oh, nice little forward promote. Stay tuned.
Oh, hold on, Lids.
There's a tease, as we say in the broadcast game. Todd Viney's going to join us shortly, the footy boss at North Melbourne. But off the top, 400 gamer, a man who umpired in 4 grand finals. He is now the new head of officiating at the AFL. I keep saying new. You've been in the job a little bit now, Steve McBurney. You've had a chance to have your feet under the desk. How's it all going?
1 year and 3 days. Great to be here.
The new title's gone. Yeah, officially
right.
Just the head of officiating at the AFL. No more new. How's the first year been?
First year's been great. I've now experienced it all. Final series, pre-season, gather round, Anzac Day. So I feel like I'm finally starting to get back up to speed after 10 years out of the game.
It's dominated conversation again this week, the umpiring and officiating in the game. Is it just on the annual bingo card that it's about this time we get 8 weeks in, we're looking for storylines and we're focused on what's happening on the umpiring, or is it a little bit more serious?
So great question, Corbin, and I reflect back to my first week in the job last year. We were 7 rounds in, and what was the one issue dominating headlines? It was umpiring and score review. The footy world were losing their heads over how many score reviews we were doing. To the same time this year, we've had half as many. It's no longer an issue. It's been resolved. This goes in cycles. We know that. But we're only 7 rounds into the season. If we're playing a game of golf, we're 18 holes into a 72-holes tournament. We just need to stick to what we tell the umpires, the controllables. And Lingy, you'd know that Football clubs do it, the umpires have to do it too. Block out the outside noise and really focus on our task at hand, and that's putting the best umpiring performance out there for every game.
So you guys don't make the rules. Clearly you enforce what the Commission has as a set of laws in the game.
Yes.
Very simply, for your umpires and your task as the head of officiating, is the game too difficult to umpire?
So the best thing for us this year, and Laura Kane made a real point of saying it at the pre-season launch, no rule changes, no substantive rule changes, a couple of minor ones. That's been really refreshing for the umpires because it means we've focused all our pre-season coaching on what we did well last year and the areas we need to improve and to bring that into the start of this season.
Should it be stripped back further though? Like, are there parts of the game that we could make simpler than what they are?
So there's always the chance to make things simpler, and a good example is if you went from insufficient intent to last disposal out of bounds, that's black and white. You take the judgment out of it. But the question is not what's easier for the umpires, what's best for the game. And that's always the lens we need to apply on any rule changes.
Is it the same thing, though? Can that be the same thing?
Sometimes it aligns. And a great example is one of the best rules brought in, we used to have to report a player for time wasting. Now, if a player's had too long, we just call play on. Really simple rule change made in the early 80s, but had a profound effect on the game in quickening up the game and making it a better spectacle, but also making it much easier for the umpire.
I understand, Steve, that this isn't a rule change, but it does feel like the last couple of weeks there has been a stricter interpretation, and I sense it's led to a little bit of frustration with the fans. Has it been an AFL directive to tighten up the 15-metre kick and the amount of play-ons that are being called now?
So we discussed it at the start of the year, and the clear direction and what was shared with the clubs is the laws of the game say 15 metres. So you need to kick at 15 metres for the umpire to pay a mark. And we probably saw some slippage last year where we were paying marks for shorter kicks more often than not. And the laws are the laws. We need to apply and interpret and do that diligently. And we just say to the umpires, whether it's in defence, in the midfield or in attack, judge 15 metres. If you believe it's gone 15 metres, pay the mark. And we've been consistent to all the clubs, 15 metres is 15 metres.
To back up Corbyn's point about how difficult the game is to umpire, if you have a focus on that particular rule, say, and at 15 metres, you judge it, you interpret what you see. Some of the others can slip. And we've seen some of the protected space stuff, some of the stand rule, manning the mark stuff, just slip away a little bit. So therefore, if we've got particular focuses, is it too hard for the umpires to then have a focus on the other ones and they end up getting a bit grey and then fan frustration blows up again?
So what we're really careful to do is not over-focus on one area. And this week in coaching, we didn't deal with 15-metre kicks at all. And we have spoken about 15-metre kicks twice this year in coaching. And both times we've said, just reminding you 15 metres is 15 metres. And that's all we need to say. We don't think we're erring too far on one side or the other, but there's 240 short kicks a game. So that's a decision that needs to be made every time there's a short kick. Has it gone 15 or not? But it's a great point, Lingy, because there is a lot to think about and there's always more layers coming in. For the first time this year, we're dealing with head injury alerts and the umpire's role in doing that. So we do need to be careful not in overloading them on responsibilities and areas to watch. And if I go to the stand rule, which is the subject of the memo this week, we think the umpires applied the stand very diligently, and we don't think that's the issue. And if the player either must stand or immediately retreat outside 5. What's difficult for the umpire is he focuses first on the player on the mark and either pins him or lets him go. He's got to keep the player with the ball under observation at all times, because as soon as he deviates off his line, all bets are off, it's play on. Around that, there's this protected area, and so he has to be concentrating on 5 different things at once, and it's the protected area that we've seen a little bit of creep, and we need to ensure that players aren't coming into the protected area to block off the inside kick and that they remain outside 10 metres on the side.
So this is another rule that we've introduced to solve another area of the game that was a concern. And then we're basically saying, hey, the umpires can sort it out. We'll get the umpires to do it.
Yes.
Look, when does it get to a point where we think, you know what, for the best thing for the game and getting more umpires involved. We need to strip this right back. Are we asking them to do way too many things out there?
So, Corbin, the stand rule and ruck noms are two good examples that it puts an extra onus on the umpire. But what are we seeing in the game as a result of those two rules? And the same with 666. 666 is not a huge burden for us, but it's an annoyance. We have to adjudicate it every time and get the players in position. But what are we seeing? We're seeing higher scoring, more offensive footy. We're seeing the game at a really exciting stage last year, and our metrics are up on ball movement this year. Metrics are up on close games, and metrics are up on lead changes. And so it's all adding to a better spectacle. We accept our responsibility in it, but absolutely hear you. The one question I think we always should ask with any rule change is it easier for the umpire, and what's the unintended consequences?
Umpires boss Steve McBurney's with us on ABC Sport. Steve, obviously the introduction of 4 umpires, has it made it easier or harder from a consistency side of things? We've had Ray Chamberlain as a part of our team. He's spoken about the introduction of younger umpires getting involved in your job and being involved. If you compare it back to when you started, has consistency become one of the hardest parts of doing your job?
So the same question was asked. I came in the second year of the 3 umpire system. We'd gone from 2 to 3, and that was the question. Would it test the depth of the umpiring? And you're going from 2 people needing to align their decision-making to 3. But with 4 umpires, it's not a question of getting 4 umpires in alignment. It's a question of getting 42 umpires in alignment, because that's our senior panel now. We added 8 in the first year and 3 more since then, the cover retirements. So we've had 11 umpires come into the system who had 0 games at the start of 2023. We've been able to get them up to approximately about 40 games each in the last 2 years, and we're seeing gradual improvement, and we're really happy with the progress of those younger umpires. We know your first 50 games is usually the worst 50, and that's the case for most players, except for someone like Lingy, who's a standout, or Josh Shakos.
Definitely not.
Or Brett Delidio.
Brett, I think I gave you 3 votes in about your 3rd game.
There you go. And probably right too, I reckon.
So we think they're ahead of schedule. We're really pleased with the improvement. Where we're being tested is we've lost Ray Chamberlain to you guys as a caller, and we've lost Chris Donlan. And Matt Stevick's been out for the last 3 weeks with injury. That takes 1,200 games experience out.
So we talk about, teams being in the premiership window, for example. If we're talking about the umpires right now and you were to look at it like you were a footy team, are you guys in rebuild mode or development mode?
So I think when you think about umpiring, it's a much longer lifespan, because they can come in as young as 23, Brett Roseberry, Nathan Williamson, and umpire till they're 50, Simon Meredith. First time we've had a 50-year-old umpiring. Simon turned 50 earlier this season, and he did the grand final last year, and he's still one of our best performers. So it's a much longer lifespan, but it's really the bottom of the list that we have to put the additional coaching into. But what we miss when someone like Matt Stevick's out is his leadership on the field. We know any game where he's umpiring, the whole group is better as a result. But we've had our middle group really step up, show that leadership potential, and be able to deliver the result for us more often than not.
We haven't even got to holding the ball, talking with you. Is it anywhere near you where you would like it to be, the decisions around holding the ball?
So, great question about holding the ball, because we made that rule change halfway through last year, and we changed reasonable time. And as a result of that, holding the ball numbers went up by 2 per match. And they've stayed at around about that level. We're now paying about, on average, 10 free kicks a match for holding the ball. We are very happy with where the umpires sit on holding the ball, but one thing we did at the end of last year is we wanted to put out an education module on holding the ball. Go to the AFL website, Laws of the Game. You can see our education video on holding the ball. We think that's been really important to share with clubs and media, and that's the standard we're umpiring to on holding the ball. We made that commitment at round 1. At round 7, we haven't deviated from it, and we're going to make mistakes, Lingy. We put our hands up and admit that, and we tend to make 1 per game on holding the ball, but that means we're getting about 9 out of 10 right. And so we're happy with where it is at the moment, but we're always open to improvement, and we've got to address our errors.
You hear, Judah, the fact it is Community Umpiring Week. What's that all about before you get out of here?
So we've added 6 umpires to our panel tonight. They'll walk out with the umpires. Junior umpires, they'll do the warm-up with the umpires. We're up to 21,000 umpires nationally. We're 38% up over the last 3 years, and an incredible 73% up for female umpires. All of our umpires have been out and about this week, from Warrnambool to Geelong to Mildura to Swan Hill, preaching the message, training our younger umpires and getting involved in Community Umpiring Week, and really appreciate you giving me the chance to speak about it.
No, thank you for coming in. Welcome anytime, Stephen McBurney. Appreciate you dropping by. Community Umpiring Week on this weekend, so look out for your umpires at your local games. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and good luck to the men in green.
No worries. Thank you.
Steve McBurney, 400-game umpire with us here on ABC Sport. Thursday night footy, the Roos and the Bombers coming up next. Kane versus the Kangas. Brett Delittio's take on that around the corner.
Why scroll when you can listen on the ABC Listen app? Listen to shows like ABC News Daily,
ABC Sport Daily,
and Conversations. Get on the ABC Listen app today and every day.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for four.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a match-up this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the boundary.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
He curled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal. An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward pocket. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. It'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
Take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal.
The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
See, cause it don't get better than this.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level. Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
From sharing 4 premierships in an 8-year stretch during that magical era back in the 80s, from the Marshmallow game to the 69-point comeback, and now an 11-game winning sequence for the Bombers against their inner north rival in North Melbourne. Let's see what we get tonight as the next chapter is written in this rivalry between the Bombers and the Roos. It is the starting off point for round 8 of the premiership season. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Under the roof at Docklands, there is no late change. Jai Menzie is the sub for the Bombers, and Bailey Scott is the sub for North Melbourne. There is a debutant tonight. Finn Maley makes his debut. So he comes from a basketball family, son of American Paul Maley, who was a former champion in the NBL, going back to the days with the North Melbourne Giants in the 94 season, and now his son Finn Maley represents North Melbourne in a different code tonight here at Docklands. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Yes, we look forward to tonight as to which side can take a step forward. I mean, for the Kangas, if they could get a win without Paul Curtis, who's been one of their shining lights this season. I know Chad Wynyard's been in seat 1A of his fan club. Without George Wardlaw tonight, what a response it would be for the Kangaroos. And yet this is a game the Bombers at 3-3 just must win. I think everyone expects they'll be better in the second half of the season. Brad Scott has sort of walked back from the rebuilding line which was used around the Bombers, and you look at the teams on paper and this is a game the Bombers just have to win. So all of that adds for, well, it's not probably primetime Thursday night. It's intriguing nevertheless.
I should have brought some marshmallows along.
You should have.
Could have been able to sort of live a little bit of nostalgia. When I was
throwing them at the back row.
When I was growing up as a little Bombers fan, this was the game on the calendar, and really it's bizarre that they never played a grand final against one another. And for all the kids out there, when you catch people's eye, Cameron Ling, and they've got that faraway look in their eye talking about the good old times, just listen to them about this, the great era that did exist once upon a time between the Bombers and the Roos.
How good those two teams were, absolutely. That game, that huge comeback game. The only thing with those marshmallows, they would not last long enough in this box to be thrown around. I would nail half a bag of marshmallows.
Well, you'd have all mine too, so you'd have a whole bag.
Oh, you don't like them?
No, I'm not a big fan.
Oh, okay. No, I would have eaten all of those ones. Some of those games of some of the great names of the 90s going head-to-head, sensational footy. It does seem a long time ago, Corbin.
It certainly does. Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio, your experts tonight on ABC Sport. You're a fire-pit man too. You could have put the marshmallows.
No, the girls love them. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not fire-pit anymore. I've upgraded. I've gone to a full fireplace and chimney. Yeah. Yeah. It was the only thing I got out of the whole backyard. My wife did everything else, and I said, no, I've stood firm on that, and I said, I need this.
I like it. This was
my happy place.
Absolutely.
I'm not a country boy who likes to get out in the bush, and I can't, so I've got a chimney.
Essendon last week led Collingwood, the table-topping team, in the third quarter, and then conceded 10 of the next 13 goals to ultimately drop that game. They're 3-3, and North Melbourne tonight, they're 1-6. They're back in a primetime slot. It's something they haven't played Thursday night footy since round 18 of 2020. I'm almost putting a line through that. 2020, we're playing games on Tuesday nights and Monday nights,
exactly.
and that doesn't really count as a Thursday night blockbuster. So if you extend it back even further, it's actually a first time in 9 years they've been in Thursday night footy. That was against Adelaide, round 14 of 2016. So they humiliated themselves when we were here on Good Friday against the Blues. They get a chance to try and make up for it tonight, albeit they'll be without Paul Curtis and without George Wardlaw.
They turned it up that game too. By the halfway through the last, they were just going through the motions of pretending to play. That was a really bad one, and they responded last week. Got to respond again with an opportunity on a big primetime game.
I think they kicked 9 goals from 12 inside 50s or something.
Yeah.
The Blues in the last quarter, it was a shocker.
Was awful.
Let's start by going inside the North Melbourne camp. We'll get into Kane versus the Kangas in just a moment. I dare say it's going to form a fair part of this chat. Ben Cameron is on the boundary for us tonight. He's inside the North Melbourne camp. Ben.
Thanks, Corb. I'm down here with the footy boss at North Melbourne, Todd Viney. Todd, first time in 5 years the team has played on a Thursday night. Must be exciting for a young group.
It is. Obviously, Thursday night games, we don't have many. We had a Friday night game a couple of weeks ago. We didn't perform that well, so we're keen to, put on a really good show against the arch rival of the Kangaroos. We have great history against Essendon, so we hopefully put on a really good performance tonight.
Just a quiet week in your role, I would have thought. What specifically about the Kane Corns comments got the ire of the club during the week?
Well, as I said in the press conference, this has been a sort of an ongoing thing, and for quite a period of time. I've been there for 2.5 years, so there's been numerous things. I don't want to really get into every specific account, but, when he started to personally attack our captain and Harry Sheasel, who's in our leadership group, is only a 20-year-old, and some of the commentary, it's not around critique of game. It was a nasty edge to it. I use the words vindictive and bullying, and I stick by them. I just didn't think it was fair and reasonable. We have great relationships with the media. I think we've got about 10 or 12 interviews today, trying to promote the game, inform our members what's going on. But the line that Kane wanted to take with us as a club over a period of time, and then in particular those two players, my number one job really is to look after the well-being of our players, our staff, and make sure that the messages that are getting out to our members is fair and reasonable, and I just didn't feel that was the case.
We will move on. Last one around it. Did you feel like the way it played out this week relieved the pressure on Harry, or was it just a case of the club needed to take a stand?
No, I think we'd had a conversation with Harry and with Jai and other key leaders within the footy club. As I said, this is not a just this week type of thing. This has been building up for some time, but this was the one where we as senior leaders of the club felt, no, it's not right. We need to hold Kane accountable for his words, for his actions, and so we called it out.
The Paul Curtis tackle, the other big item across your desk this week. Is it realistic that our players, when running someone down, can make a split-second decision to either roll or release an arm, in your view?
Well, I think they're aware of it. We're talking about it all the time, about the responsibility of the tackle. Where we are at odds with the decision was really that we thought Paul tried to do that. Now, in reality, to try and tackle from behind, we thought Paul tried to bring him down on his knees and not have any forward momentum, but when the player's knees hits the ground and then jolts them forward, it's just doesn't matter how strong you are, that momentum just couldn't do it. So we thought he tried to look after young Josh Sim and try and look after him, but it couldn't happen. But, when you listen to the legal back and forward during the tribunal, being a footy layman really, listening to the legal debate about what you're supposed to be able to do and what's fair and reasonable and any prudent player, I mean, it's very, very confusing, and it gets out of footy realm into legal speak.
It certainly does very quickly. We also saw that Luke Parker posted, come along and watch our touch footy game, and Paul Curtis had the logo on his Instagram photo as the Australian Touch Footy League. Was there any communication from the AFL around that, or were they happy enough?
Oh, well, not yet, but no, we certainly made it clear to the players. We sent out a message to all our players that, let's let it, sleeping dogs lie, they were frustrated. Disappointed one of their teammates has been rubbed out, and in our opinion, we thought he did everything possible to make it a legal tackle. But at the end of the day, it was a free kick against. So no, we need to move on and start concentrating on the game tonight. Understand the frustrations, but no, we asked them to take it all down.
I think like most footy fans, would have been happy to hear Alistair Clarkson say during the week that he's going to go along to the centenary celebrations at Hawthorn on Sunday. You had a lot of success there with him. You're his, outside of maybe his wife, his closest confidant. Did you guys kick it around, him going back, and how do you feel about him returning?
No, I'm rapt. I'm rapt that he's going back. He's a significant contributor to the history of that 100 years. 4 premierships is an outstanding piece of history. He's made some great friends and connections with a lot of people over that time. So I'm rapt that he's going back to celebrate not only his time, but in his words, some of the influences it had on his career, and Alan Jeans and John Kennedy Senior. So to try and get back and be part of the club's history, I think it's really important for him, and I'm glad he's gone.
I've interviewed you a lot. I've interviewed Jack a lot. As friendly as you are, I always feel like a Viney might run through me at any stage. Appreciate your time. Best of luck.
No, good on you, Ben. Thanks for your time.
Todd Viney, the footy boss at North Melbourne, downstairs with our own Ben Cameron. Gee, there's a bit to pick apart in all of that. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change ahead of the Bombers and the Roos. Corbin Middlemouse alongside Matt Clench, Brett Deledio, Cameron Ling in the box. The comments from Kane Corns during the week, for people that miss them and perhaps aren't sitting there watching every single footy show that rolls on, here's a little of what Kane had to say during the week, directed at a couple of North Melbourne players.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit concerned. I've spoken about this probably for the last month with Harry Sheasel. So let's look at some of the numbers in terms of his ball-winning ability. So he's 4th in the comp for disposals, yet he's 17th for score involvements. Sheezy ball is what I'm calling it. Forget stat padding. He is getting the sheezies. He is getting far too many sheezies. He's not on Arden Street. He's on Sheezy Street, Hutchie. This is what he's doing. That is a sheezy. That is what I'm calling a stat padding sheezy straight up into the air. So 30 touches, 1 score involvement. Josh Simpkin, like the way that he carried on the weekend for a player that's won 16 games in 6 years. Now, I'm led to believe he was extremely vocal and mouthing off the likes you just wouldn't see from a very, very poor football team. He was on the lip all day. Now, this is, once again, a captain who can't even play in his own midfield, and I'd be just shutting my mouth and trying to turn this footy club around before I start mouthing off and throwing my weight around.
So that's what Kane Corns had to say on 7 during the week. Brett Delidio, you heard what North Melbourne had to say about it.
Yes.
What do you think?
Look, I think as we get older as players, we think that we're like wine. We think we get better and better, and we forget how hard it was and what we did in the game at times, you know. And I think Kane might have fallen into this trap as to no one's perfect, and he was very happy to fire shots across Harry Sheezel's bow. But this kid in his first 50 games is averaging nearly 30 touches, Lingy.
I would dream of averaging 30 touches a game in my first 50 games.
Yeah.
And a lot of them do have an impact and are damaging. Some and not all possessions do end up in a score.
Yep.
He's doing a terrific job. Terrific job.
You guys have both been fine media contributors since you finished playing. So Kane's defence would be, I'm just offering a critique. Is that what you heard?
I heard some, you know, even referencing it as cheesy ball and now cheesy. To me, that's clickbaity type language, just trying to get that, have that little catchphrase that's grabbed onto and everything like that. That's not a constructive critique of how Harry Sheezel's playing. So let's talk it through if you really want to, and you say, okay, how can Harry Sheezel make his next 50 games, his 50 to 100 games, even better? Okay, so instead of getting the ball in this situation, it might have been a run around the back heading towards the boundary, run hard forward on a 45-degree angle and try and link up there and get that one there and add that possession to your game. Can you be kicking it inside 50 with a little bit more depth? Let's add that to your game. Let's remove wasting your petrol and your energy running this type of pattern. To me, that's a constructive critique.
Yep.
Not coming up with a cheesy little catchphrase of cheesy ball. But it gets the clicks. It gets the response. It gets exactly what we're doing right now. Content is creating content that creates more content, that creates more content. It's straight out of the American Sport Media Handbook, and it's exactly what he's after. So I don't have a problem with North Melbourne saying enough's enough. We're going to be strong on this. Just as I think you can have a good discussion around somebody needing to improve in certain areas, but not going down that type of different language. For me, is that... Lids, I'm interested in your take, because I sound like I'm just jumping to the defence of a player. But there's been times where I've been critical of the way players have played, but I think it's tries to be in a fair and balanced way of how they can be better and how they should be impacting.
Well, you can only go off your own experience, can't you, as to what you think is the best way, but you try and describe it to the listener or the viewer in Kane's case as to how we think he could be playing that would make it easier for, if he is watching, if Harry's watching, well, this is what I would do, or this is... I'm not sure Kane played the same way as Harry Sheezel, but it's more constructive in what you're saying. And that's where I haven't got a problem with him in going after the captain of the club, Jai Simpkin, played for a number of years. You go after your senior players and you critique them and whatever else. But because he's such high standards, Harry Sheezel, I've got a real problem with that, because it's like, just because he's up here, this is the Australian way. We cut people down. It's just like, well, why don't we support what he's doing and actually give him some love?
So, I mean, the criticism of Jai Simpkin as a captain of a club, does it come across as almost a little too personalised when he says can't even get a game in the midfield at the moment?
That's personal.
Yeah, that's a personal one. Yeah, no, I don't think that helps. That's not something. That's not a place I would go to. Yeah. But I think have got a different style of approaching how we want to make our critique in the media. But some people have said, "Oh, gee, you're a bit harsh on that guy." But I could then reflect and go, "Yeah, but in that situation, that's call it a 180-game player who I think in that situation needed to handle this, and this better, and not just go, but he can't get a game in his midfield, so shut your mouth."
So I love American sports shows as much as anyone. I consume so much of that kind of stuff, and I know the comparison's always been made between Stephen A and Kane Corns, for example, and Ben Cameron pointed out this to me as well, where you look at Stephen A's role. He very rarely interviews players. He's on a debate show. He sits there. He gives his opinion every single day. But there's a reason for that he doesn't interact with the people that he often talks about, because they're not usually lining up wanting to come on his program. So is it fair enough for North Melbourne to say, you know what, we're not chatting to him? And I know some members of the media have said, hey, that's a petty response to handle it that way. I guess the only question I would ask, and Ben put it to Todd Viney, does it make it any easier for Harry Sheezel tonight? Like, if anything, if North had done nothing, there would have been a whole lot of people that never watched that show on Monday night. They would have just come here tonight, enjoyed Harry's game. But instead, we're talking about it. North are talking about it. Their members are hearing about it. And I guarantee you we're going to watch Harry Sheasel tonight more than just about we have at any of his 50 games so far throughout his career. So I know what North are trying to do, but I just wonder whether they've pulled the right rein here to actually support him in the way that is best for the player.
But I think as a player, you want to feel like you're being supported. And when it gets to that point where what Kane's been doing and how he's targeted Harry in particular is you want someone to stand up for you, because Harry can't come out on his own social media or go out and just be like, you know what, up yours, Kane. I don't want to talk to you, mate, because that looks petty. Whereas if someone else does it on his behalf...
It's a great insight. Because, we don't know on our side of the fence, what you guys feel. So you would feel, if you were Harry Sheasel, I feel really supported.
I feel supported. I feel like they've got my back, and I know my teammates are out there, and they're going to be all about making me the most dangerous, damaging player that I can be.
I'm going back a long time here now, back to my days. I remember when Mark Thompson sat in a press conference and Brad Ottens had made the move from Richmond. He was about,
all of you.
He was about 2 years in,
All
and
of
he
you.
said, I don't know why all of you, and went at him, basically to say, lay off him, get off his back. He's been here what felt like 5 minutes. We are building towards something. Do you know who I reckon felt that support and that love, and my coach has got me back? Brad Ottens. And what does he deliver? He becomes a 3-time premiership ruckman, and he was a big game finals player. Sometimes it's nice as a player. We've all got our doubts and insecurities. Just for somebody else to grit the teeth and go, you know what? Stuff the rest of you. We got our players back, and we're going to do something together. And stand for something.
It's a great insight, and that's why we love having you with us as the former players. I mean, my frame of reference is very much as a media dude, so you look at it as, how do we just get this to go away? And I'm sort of thinking, how could you get the story to move on as quick as possible? Whereas, the point that you offer is a great one, and maybe he'll be buoyed by that. He'll walk a little taller tonight, and maybe we'll see the best of Harry Sheasel as a result. And you would have heard North running out in the background. They've got their 90s throwback jumper there, or the early 2000s, the Bounding Roo jumper on with the white shorts. And here come the Bombers. It is their home game, and newly minted member of the ABC Sport team, Zach Merritt, about to lead the Bombers out as their skipper. He was sitting in your chair, Cameron Ling, last Saturday here on ABC Sport. And now,
I reckon Corbs would prefer if Zach was...
I know. He beat him a banana sideways. Have a look at him. Cheshire cat.
He's out here tonight, the 5-time best and fairest winner, leading the Bombers into action. Just on the other news of the day, so team news firstly, Adam Treloar is in. So
that's great news.
First game
a fellow calf member, sufferer, I'm rapt to see him back.
He'll play against Port Adelaide on Saturday down in the Rat. For Geelong, they've of course got that big-time showdown against Collingwood, which he'll be doing on Saturday night. Clinchy, Tom Stewart won't be there. He's got the knee injury. We heard from Jack Crisp today, part of your stable, Lids, at Max Sports.
What an achievement.
What an achievement.
Wow. 245 consecutive, breaks the record.
So, by the way, I played 246. So it's practically my entire career played consecutively.
Without missing a game.
And I can barely walk these days. Somehow he's done it.
As he was born, I think, a month after Jim Steins finished playing, and now he breaks his record tonight. Sam Steins, his daughter, was at the club earlier today and spoke about it, saying, look, Dad was very competitive, so I'm not sure he'd be happy for you, but he'd certainly take you out to dinner and congratulate you on the milestone. There's no doubt about that. The rest of the teams, Clayton Oliver is an interesting story. He has not flown to Perth for Melbourne's game against West Coast, and I've loved the way the D's have handled this. They came out and basically said, look, he's had a difficult week. He needs to prioritise his well-being and his mental health, and this is exactly the way that it should be handled. He's not in a position to be playing football right now, so he's going to have the week off. And I think that's a very mature approach. This is where we're at with mental health and our better understanding of it. So he's taken leave from his employer to make sure he's able to get on top of that. The other team out west, firstly the West Coast Eagles, Bo Allen is going to play, their top pick in last year's draft. There have been a lot of calls for him to debut, and he will. Luke Jackson's back for the other team, the Fremantle Dockers. They're on Friday night footy in Melbourne against the Saints, who have named Mateus Filippo. And the Lions lose a couple. So Kai Lohman and Logan Morris, two of their young members of their forward line, both missing from the Q Clash on Sunday. So they're the headlines.
That shapes as the best Q Clash probably in memory, I would say.
So they had one in the pre-season where they were keen to get into each other. So imagine what it's like for premiership points.
Yeah. They've never previously met when both teams have been inside the top 10 on the ladder.
Oh, and they're second versus third?
Yep, they're both top 4. It's amazing.
So good.
Playing for the Marcus Ashcroft medal, which of course two of his boys will be featuring in. So it'll be interesting if they end up winning the award.
Embarrassing that would be.
Thanks, Dad.
Thanks, Dad. Cheers, mate. That's like giving your son best and fairest.
Your thoughts on the SMS throughout the night, 0437 774 774. All right, the full preview, just repeating, there's no late change. Bailey Scott's back in for the Roos after playing 57 games consecutively. He was dropped a fortnight ago, missed a couple. He's back now. He'll start as the sub for the Roos tonight, and Jai Menzies is going to be the sub for the Bombers. There is no late change. There's a few little subplots everywhere you look. So Ben Mackay and Todd Goldstein for the second time play against their old team. Caleb Daniel plays his 200th. Jordan Ridley plays his 100th for the Bombers, their former Crichton medalist in 2020. We mentioned Finbar Maley is going to make his debut, the 21-year-old for North Melbourne. And perhaps a little storyline which has gone unnoticed. Xavier Dersma and Zane Dersma for the first time will play against one another. So even though Zane played last year, Xavier missed that game and get the opportunity to two first-round picks to play against one another tonight. Set it up for us, Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio. What are we in for Thursday night footy?
Well, Lids, I'm just watching the warm-ups take place right now. The Essendon midfield are in the centre of the ground doing their centre bounce work. And it's probably where I want to start because I thought coming to tonight's game that Essendon just probably win.
Should win.
Better team, all that sort of stuff. And then you look at that Essendon midfield and you think, oh, they're a little skinny through there. I mean, Zach Merritt's an out-and-out star. Sam Durham
star, I love him.
Was terrific last week against the Pies. He's the one who got them back into the game. But without Caldwell and just missing a couple and Parrish, there is just that little potential for drop-off, and maybe...
Shield not in there this week as well, and Sardis coming back in. Huge raps on that kid. I've watched him from the under-16, under-17 level. I'm just waiting for him to really grab a hold of it and go to that next level and cement himself in this side. I think he's pick 5, I think he was back in a couple of drafts ago. So... Look, for him to get his opportunity back into the side with Dill Shield out, I see Harry Jones warming up on the wing as well. So, I hope it's a big moment for a couple of these young players to really grab it, Lingy. I think that's the thing that I'm looking for. We know how much they're a young side at the other end of the ground, but Essendon...
It's Setterfield's warming up with the midfielders there, so he might play some sort of role. Maybe
imagine
it's the Sheasel.
LDU, Sheasel.
Yeah, but if you're North Melbourne, you have to look at that and go, okay, sometimes we come up against a midfield that is... Lockie Neal and the Ashcrofts and Josh Dunkley and Berry and McCluggage, and you go, oh, that is hard. But tonight, if you are LDU and you are Sheasel and you're Simpkin and these types of players, you've got to be looking at that thinking, hey, we can step up to this. If as a group we can take care of Merritt and we can win our fair share of the ball, we can actually get on top through the middle of the ground.
I totally agree. Yeah, I vividly remember looking across at other midfields when you're warming up because you're trying to sum up who's there. So, I think we match up okay against those guys. And can we take it to them, or you come up against your side and just be like, oh, gee, she's going to be a tough day.
In US sports, they call that the get off the bus team, where you get off the bus and you think, oh, we've got to play those guys today.
Well, that was us getting off the bus to look at those great Brisbane Lions.
guys.
Yeah, that was Voss, Lappin, Ackermanis, Black, all of them. But you wouldn't feel that tonight if you were the Kangaroos.
I don't think they should hold any fears. I think they should walk into this game with a legitimate optimism and a chance to say, well, we can grab a scalp here, like they did when they played Melbourne here a few weeks ago. That's how you've got to be looking at it, and I'm sure that Clarko would have sold it to them in that way. But, saying it and doing it, Lingy, as we know, is two completely different things.
And that's the big challenge. And throw-in, I think, and this is... certainly not a shot at Goldie because he's in the twilight of his career, but they've got an advantage in the ruck as well, North Melbourne. Across the ground, Essendon with their forward line and their ability to kick goals and pile the goals on, it's still very much a work in progress of what the best combination is, what it's going to look like. Peter Wright, I think, has helped.
He could have a day out today, if I'm being honest, Peter Wright, I think. And I think it's a great matchup if we get Charlie Comben on a Nate Caddy type. I think that could be an exciting matchup that we could see for years to come as well. But Peter Wright, to me, I don't think they've got the key stocks down there at North Melbourne to be able to stop him. And it could be a big day, hopefully. I'm reluctant to go with predictions too much, but he looks like he's a chance. He's been in good form. His hands are looking good, kicking well. So
and his work rate seems to be there as well. You mentioned Caddy and throwing Kako as well. They're those very much young players, and you can have ups and downs in the forward line. if they get on the end of a few and they build that excitement for the fans and for their team, then the forward line looks really multi-dimensional and buzzing around. Or, as young players can do, you can disappear out of the game for long periods of time. So that probably refers back to our first point about North Melbourne's midfield is if you get on top in there and you starve those Essendon forwards of opportunities, and then it's those young guys like Caddy and Kako are starting to think, I don't know, am I going to get a kick tonight? And this is hard work. And that confidence drops away. North Melbourne can find a way. There is a path to them tonight.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that you have to be confident coming here as a North supporter. And I think you're hopeful as an Essendon supporter that, that North Melbourne doesn't turn up the plate against Melbourne a couple of weeks ago and they don't get their tails up. So, yeah, it's squarely on that Essendon midfield.
Was last week the best signs for Zach Reid you've seen?
Oh, yeah, I was impressed last week. I thought he took his game to another level in a big game too. That's what impressed me the most. Is like that's a huge crowd that he's played in front of last week, and to consistently perform, mate, and all young blokes, they still make little mistakes and whatever else, but that was a step in the right direction, 100%.
Number 10 pick in the 2020 draft. He's 202 centimetres.
Shocking run of injuries.
Yeah, and the run of injuries is that's been the whole issue. But you see the way he was getting in position, and it reminds me a little bit of Connor O'Sullivan at Geelong in those early years of their career, just ending up in the right spot and look terrific athletes.
He plays his 7th consecutive game tonight, longest stretch of footy he's played in his career.
Yeah, so, compare that to 245 in a row. Jack Chris.
Well, he played 9 in his first 4 years or something, so he's had a horrible run with injury. It's nice to see him out there.
Ben Cameron is with us on the boundary again tonight. Good evening, Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Corbin. Under the roof, beautiful conditions, maybe slightly chilly. It certainly is outside, and the weather might have just turned to the cool side here in Melbourne for the next few months. Lots of dogs in the house tonight. I mean, Western Bulldogs, who are here to support Caleb Daniel for game 200. So I saw Libba, Ed Richards, Riley Garcia, Marcus Bontempelli all walking down the stairs. They went into the rooms and visited Caleb Daniel ahead of this milestone game. The surface is as good as it's been in a long time. They've had the growing lights on it during the week. No late changes for either side. The subs for Essendon, Jai Menzie; for North Melbourne, Bailey Scott. We saw the junior umpires that Steve McBurney spoke about for Community Umpire Week, Corb.
Thanks, Ben. Anyone tipping the upset?
No.
No, we're all on the Bombers. Clinchy?
I'd like to see it, but no, I'm with the Bombers tonight.
Ben's umpires tonight: Justin Power, Brendan Hosking, John Howarth and Andrew Heffernan. So they are the 4 men that are going to be out there in green. And the crowd is building slowly. The Bombers, they played one Thursday night already this year. They got just a tick over 25,000 that night against Port Adelaide. It was a pretty low crowd. There'll be much more than that already in tonight. There's the latest chapter in this rivalry is going to be written. Just repeating, there's no late change. Menzie and Scott, the 2 subs. North Melbourne has better performance against Port Adelaide, but ultimately it ended in defeat again. North trying to snap a 5-game losing skid, while the Bombers also trying to bounce back into the winners list. Despite leading in the third quarter last week, they were overrun and run down by 41 points against the Pies. So here we go, the latest chapter in the battle of the 2 rivals from the inner north. It is Essendon and North Melbourne. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clench.
The 2 sides kicking off round 8 of the AFL. Will the Roos end the Dong Street? As Big Todd Goldstein is alongside Tristan Sherry and Setterfield alongside Davies Uniac. Sherry wins down the opening tap for the Roos, got it to Davies Uniac. Handbuster Sheasel, tackled, got a quick kick away. Ineffective as it's picked off by Zach Merritt. The Bombers captain inside 50. What a start as he laces out a pass and finds Perkins leading out from goal. He marks it right half forward, 45 metres out from goal.
That is superb vision, superb decision making and superb execution.
Yeah.
From the Essendon skipper. Oh, brilliant.
I don't mind this kid inside forward 50. I think he's explosive, his power. If he gets his chance to explode out of the goal square, it can be really damaging for the Dons.
5 goals, 2 for the season for Archie Perkins as he starts his approach out to the right. A hop and a skip for the dream start for the Bombers from 50. Sets flight. It's a good-looking kick and it clears the goal line. Past the fingertips of Sherry and through for the opening goal of the match. The Bombers with the beautiful left boot of Zach Merritt are on the board. They're 1 straight 6 to North Melbourne yet to score inside a minute. Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio.
It's a good point you make, Leeds, about Archie Perkins, because I think he's probably the one who hasn't quite popped as much as Essendon fans thought he would.
Yep.
Really early on in his career, there were little traits there that everyone was very excited about. hasn't quite found his spot, and it tried in the midfield for little bursts and maybe not quite the engine, but as that deeper forward...
He's explosive.
Yeah, it could be the real spot where he gets that confidence again now. Even at this centre bounce, he's going straight back as the deepest forward, out of the goal square. Peter Wright's probably 25 out from goal as that tall down there.
Did you see the vision of him and Brent Stanton from last week?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Someone was trying to suggest that he was flipping the double bird, but I don't know about that. I'm just saying, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
And the Bombers were very careful in the way they answered up, and their coach, Brad Scott, they didn't say he did, but they certainly didn't say he didn't. So it's knocked down towards Setterfield, who's tackled in the middle of the ground. I can't imagine either of you would have been giving your assistant coaches...
Not the bird, but I've certainly had stern words.
Oh, yeah. We can't overanalyse some of the interactions between assistant coaches and players.
Langford at the coalface, handball out wide for the Bombers, picked up though by Powell of the Roos, working his way through the tackle, somehow got boot to ball. Now there to be one on that outer wing, picked up again by Setterfield. He's tackled, spun around, ball comes Essendon's way. Durham got it to Martin, sweeping hand pass out towards the Langford, who seems to be playing further up the ground, but he turns it over. Hurried kick forward, and Davies Uniacke with the intercept mark. Swings it up over halfway to Zane Dersma against his brother tonight. Chips it short, and Larkey hits up and marks right on right half forward against his old mate Ben Mackay.
Well, it looks like Setterfield's trying to get towards Davies Uniacke, or he did around the stoppage, but he got caught up in and around it, didn't he, Lingy? And then Davies Uniacke, great kick to Parker, I think you said it was, Corb. Long shot here for Larkey. He's not usually known for the long ones. He's more in and around the 30 to 40 metres. After having a stinker of a week in front of goals last week, he'll be keen to get this one close.
Had that key miss late in the game against the Power. Nick Larkey from outside 50, and he won't have the trip. All over it, Lids. Hands on it on the line. No mark for the Roos, and it lands out in the lap initially of Roberts, who gives it to Kako. The Bombers away.
Kicks up towards Merritt and Sheasel. They combine, and in the end, it's Zach Merritt who wins the footy. Hand pass inboard, one direction. Charging through Durham, the other. Caleb Daniel. Davies Uniacke had it for half a second, lost it. Gresham, hand pass to Peter Wright. Centering ball. Bombers are on. And Langford takes the mark directly in front. 35 metres out from goal. Slicing and dicing through the North Melbourne defence.
As soon as Davies Uniacke gave that handball, he knew it straight away. Yeah. He just was too loose with a ball that was really a 50-50.
Yeah, too eager to get rid of it, wasn't he?
Yeah, tried to invent a handball, and he knew it straight away, and it was wide open from there. And
just need to stand up in that tackle a bit longer, hold on to it, drive his legs, because they slipped off him. You know, he just felt that pressure. But an early start in the game, I've been there, I understand it.
Two-time winning goal kicker for the Bombers, returned last week from his hamstring injury. Langford comes in for the second of the match, and he sends it straight through the middle. The Bombers are on early, and North Melbourne have that horrible record in 2025, having not led at quarter time so far this season. And the Bombers put two on them in quick succession. 2 straight 12 to North Melbourne, yet to score. 4 minutes gone, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. You're with Brett Delidio and Cameron Ling.
And both goals have come from North players just not quite having that strength through the hips to stand up in a tackle and execute the skill. So it was a Sheasel kick that Merritt quickly turned over and got it to Perkins. And then that handball. And you're right, Lids, it's hard early on in the game because you just want to get a touch of the footy and a little ball away. But you've got to almost have belief in, hey, it's okay that someone's tackling me. I can deal with that tackler, still stand up, see the game, release my handball effectively. That's the level those midfielders have got to get to for North.
Cameron Ling alongside Brett Delidio. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Bombers with the first 2 goals. Back in the middle of the ground. Setterfield throws his body at it. Can't quite trap it. Coming in off the square Pryor, trying to knock it out, but only as far as Davies Uniacke, who's held up in the tackle. Elijah Sardis back in the team today. Looking for someone to run to here at this stoppage. Falls North's way. Powell, hurried kick inside 50. Unkind bounce for Ridley in game 100. The Roos grab it through young Maley on debut, and he's tackled, and the umpire says, I'll have it. It's Finbar Maley, jumper number 39 on debut, the 21-year-old. He was picked 2 in the rookie draft a couple of years back.
Presented his jumper by former West Coast Eagles coach Adam Simpson, Premiership Roo. And the umpire will ball it up once more as Luke Parker trying to go to work. Can't bust his way through in the left forward pocket for the Kangaroos.
Lee Harding used to wear number 39, I reckon, did he?
Yes.
Lee Harding.
Yeah.
That's a good memory from you, Lids, as it's tossed up. Taken by Davies Uniacke. Redmond pinned an arm. Umpire says holding the ball. And a textbook tackle there from Mason Redmond wins the free kick. In fact, it might be Will Setterfield in the end who stuck the tackle in the right back pocket.
No prior opportunity.
No,
he
call.
had to try, and there's one mistake already.
Short to Merritt, away to Nick Martin through the middle of the ground. Kako marks. Hand pass to Hobbs, trying to cut away from Jackson Archer. Centering ball looking for Perkins. He's got it once more. Out to the right, inside 50, and the ease of transition for the Bombers.
Dangerous.
Halfback inside 50 is looming as a threat.
Worrying signs, isn't it? The Bombers, that was an easy kick from Setterfield just to to open up and stay in the corridor. The one wider was on, but then for Kako, like he didn't need to play on when he did. Hobbs potentially could have decided, let's go back over your mark, but the ball stayed in motion, swung around, and that's that ability to stand up in that tackle, Lingy, that you were talking about. And just found Perkins all on his own in the same position as his last shot.
Archie Perkins hit a couple of goals against the West Coast Eagles, so 2 in the opening 6 minutes. He comes in from 45 metres out, and that is a beautiful finish. The Dons are on here under the roof of Docklands. They've kicked the opening 3 goals of the match. It's 19 disposals to 9. It's 79% kicking efficiency to 33. An 18-point lead the way of the Bombers. Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio, Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
I think that's what he was telling Brett Stanton. I've got 2 early ones in me next week.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. There it is.
Yep,
I think they've been sharp, haven't they, the Bombers?
Yep.
Pressure's been good, clean with their skill level. And when they've opened North up, they've had options galore. Even, you said Kako was involved in that,
yes,
the first part of it. He gave it, then went inside 50 again. Perkins turned around and could have almost gone back to Kako. He was that far open. So they're getting them on transition really easily at the moment.
Luke McDonald might want to tighten up just a little bit on Kako.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Archie Perkins, so 2 goals to start his night. He's now kicked 1 in each of his last 4 games. And the Bombers with 3 goals before you can blink to start round 8 of the AFL Premiership season here on ABC Sport. So 3 straight, they're yet to score. And we'll have the ball up again, same spot, middle of the ground. And Sherry wins the hit out. And charging through, there's a free kick, and Setterfield was tackled without it. It's going to go the Bombers' way. It's all a bit straightforward at the moment for Essendon. Handball away towards Redmond. He shanks that kick down towards half forward. Still got to its intended target. It was Jones, and then he was
straight away.
Upon.
Nick Martin was on.
And now Jones is going to have to kick inside a crowded forward 50. They come from all directions. Dersma flies for it. That's Essendon's version. Into the back, though, of the Roos, or out the back to Stevens. He gives it to Archer, and he kicks wide to Larkey. He marks against the boundary line, City side of the ground. Bombers by 18 points, 9 minutes in. These 2 teams both have 16 top 20 picks on their list, so what a high-end talent. And this man was an absolute bargain. Picked 73, Nick Larkey, in his draft year. There's more intervention here. There's a free kick in the marking contest and a hold. Pryor thought it was his. It's going to Ridley. Takes it defensive side of the wing for Essendon.
Works it back to Zach Reed. Centres it inside the defensive 50 and finds Nick Martin. Looks into the middle of the ground. Perkins is on. Just takes it in front of the reaching North Melbourne fingertips and swings onto his right. Kicks out towards Langford. He marks it right half forward. Merritt is running boundary side. He looks up. Kicks into the pocket. Into the direction of Caddy. 1-2. Just couldn't complete the mark. Good work by the smaller Archer getting back in defence and just putting enough body in there to see the ball out of play.
That's something his old man was very good at, is the body spoil. He certainly knew it when you played against his dad, that's for sure.
Jackson Archer, of course, missed the start of the season through suspension with that awkward collision with Cleary. As Jai Simpkin clears for the Kangaroos, kicks up the wing, it's over the head of Larkey. It gets a fist onto it, spoils it away from Ben Mackay. The foot race is on, Larkey needs it to sit. He gathers 50 from home eventually. No, he doesn't. Now he's under pressure. Goldstein and a few others race back. Zerha put his head over the foot. He wanted a high contact and he gets it.
Yeah.
Got down low and in the end that was rewarded. Ben Mackay's arm went over the shoulder in the eyes of the umpire, and Cam Zerha has executed that well.
You don't like that one, Cool?
He knew exactly what he was doing then, Cam Zerha. It was in the act of picking the ball up, but he certainly drove.
Yeah, mate, just because he's 190 doesn't mean you can't get a little high tackle.
Nick Clarkey would be relieved, put it that way. Cam Zerha's kicked a goal in every game. Can he get the Kangas going tonight? Out to the left, 35 metres out from goal. He loves it, and it goes straight through the middle. In celebration before the umpire was given the all clear, and the Kangas are on the board. They're 1 straight 6 to the Bombers, 3 straight 18. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Cameron Lang and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, they got in. They mixed it up a little bit there. They thought, you know what, a bloke who's 6'7", let's let him pick it up off the deck and let it dribble out to the guy who's 6'3". But it was a great spoil from Larky initially. Like the kick wasn't great as a torpy off half back, but Larky just got that fist in, which kept the ball rolling forward in there with their momentum. And once Larky and Zerha got downhill, I know he muffed it a little bit, Larky, but he got it out towards Zerha, and it was a well-drawn free kick call.
Yeah. No, he bought what he sold. It was probably there. I'll give the umpire that. It is what is it? It's umpire appreciation, or
you got to tackle it below the shoulders, mate. That's been a rule forever. They haven't changed that one mid-season.
All of that. Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Ben.
Dersman's on opposite wings at the moment. It would have been nice to see the Dersmans side by side on the wing, but not to be.
First time tonight against one another as Phillips first possession at the restart, gives it to Davies Uniacke, tuckles a kick to half forward. Roberts picks it off, gives it to Durham, who gives it back to Roberts. Hand pass over his shoulder for Essendon to McGrath. There's nothing up ahead. Back pedals with the hand pass away to Ridley. Good kick. Middle of the ground finds Gresham. The Bombers now switch it out towards the wing, dockside, and Redmond takes the mark. Essendon home game, all in black with the red sash. As Redmond sends his kick out wide, Perkins the target, and McDonald spoils over the top. So boundary throw in 55 out from the Bombers' goal. The Dons to the Coventry end or the southern end of Dockland Stadium in this opening term. Dozen minutes old, and a dozen is the spread. Essendon lead it by 2 goals. The Bombers hosting the Roos, who are in their bounding Roo jumper, the throwback jumper to the early noughties with the white shorts.
You're a jumpers guy, but that's a clear winner for me. Corby, you're giving that the 3 votes?
It's a nice strip.
I reckon that's one of their best. Here is Zane Dersmer on cue. Hand pass to Powell. Hand pass was over the head of Sheasel. The Bombers in their forward 50, and eventually it trickles out in front of Caddy and Dawson for a throw-in in the right forward pocket.
It's very sort of Wayne Carey, Winston Abraham type sort of.
Brett Allison in the long sleeves.
Yes.
Allison, yep. Those glory days in the Friday night footy in the early noughties.
He's one of my favourites, obviously with the same shared first name, but I used to love him up in the forward line. Always get to the feet of the duck.
Essendon leading by 12 points. Langford's doing the ruck work against Sherry. It spills down. Still a chance here for Nick Martin, who got a hand pass away and then tried to sock it off the ground. McKercher can't knock it out for the Roos, and Sheasel is over the top locking it up. Just 35 metres out from the Bombers' goal with Isaac Kako the last to rise. Umpire throws it up. There's a lot of players around this. Sherry tries to take it out of the ruck. Hand pass away to Powell. Kicks end over end up towards half-back. The Bombers are well set though. Oh, their prize slipped over. Eventually gets a hand pass out, and Ben Mackay lays the tackle. And the umpire will board up just below our commentary position. Finn O'Sullivan the last to rise. It's Essendon who lead by 12 points, 13 minutes gone. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
The Blues have 11 top 20 picks out there. O'Sullivan one of those. The Bombers have 12, so actually got more top-end talent from the draft out there than what the Roos do, as Zane Dersmer on the end of a sequence of hand pass kicks one out of bounds on the full.
And that's just a young player play because he had the handball to McKercher there that they could have shared it, run it a little bit and got perhaps something going forward. Instead, he just hacked it out of bounds on the full.
Ben Mackay, second game against his old team, takes it by hand for Essendon to Redmond, just dabs it short to Martin. And he's going backwards. And switches on.
No, it's not.
As Mackay marks on the wing and decides against it as the Roos run back to try and cover off that option, so he goes long down the line. Is there a marker there? The leaper in Caddy, ball hits the deck and inadvertently socked out by Kako, but there's a free kick. And it is going to go to Caddy. He had his run blocked in all of that.
Across the shoulder, was it? I'm not sure. Who's he got the match up with there? You see, is it Comben who's going to him?
Yeah, it is. Yep. They're rolling over a little bit, but I think it's Comben trying to get to him.
Caddy 5 in from the boundary line. It'll take his best effort as his kick fades to the left. Still alive on the behind line and ultimately through for the first minor score of the evening. Essendon 3-1, North Melbourne 1 straight, 15 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Caleb Daniel in game 200 brings the Kangaroos back into play. Short to the back pocket, where they can work it out through Luke McDonald, having received it from Hardiman. Kicks up towards the wing. Darling had it spoiled away from him. O'Sullivan can't gather it cleanly for the Roos. Trying to knock it out. Costanti on the very bottom of the pack. Umpire circles and will ball it up. In fact, it was Dawson, the defender, who was up on the wing, and the umpire to throw it right in front of the 2 benches. Essendon leading by 13 points. The tangle between Peter Wright and Tristan Sherry. In the end, Sherry wins down the tap. Powell is ragdogged by Sammy Durham, and the umpire is going to ball it up once more. Gets up and brushes himself back to his feet.
Sherry in the helmet again tonight. Wins the hit out. Phillips getting a First hands on the footy again here. Gets a kick down to half forward. Darling collects. Tackled by Reid. Ball spills out of bounds. And a throw in between wing and half forward for the Roos. So 3-1 to 1 straight. 13-point spread. The Bombers lead it. And kicked 3 goals in the first 8 minutes, and the Roos kicked the last. Just repeating, no late change coming in. John Menzies and Bailey Scott, the 2 subs. And Finbar Maley, who's on debut in the forward 50 for the Roos. As Wright wins the hit out, comes to Phillips again. Gets a hand pass away towards Powell. Hurried kick forward. Not sure that was by design, but it got to Parker. He marks between wing and half forward. Phillips has had 5 early touches back in the team today. As Parker long kick into the forward pocket. There's Maley.
Wow, good job.
A new guy in town with a big mark in the left forward pocket.
That is a terrific run and jump at the ball.
There's disrespect almost, though, from the Essendon defenders, wasn't it? No one really gave him any attention, just gave him a clean jump at it. Well, they won't do that again.
No. Terrific grab.
Basketball background. Basketball family. Maley with the Sharon in hand. The mailman delivers. Finbar Maley hooks it through. And the young man joins an exclusive club. First kick, first goal. It comes 17 minutes into his debut. The Bombers lead trimmed to 7. Finbar Maley, what a story. He's got the big mustacher as well, the 21-year-old. 2 straight to 3-1. North back within 7. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Lids and Lingy.
How many kicks did it take you to get?
Oh, mate, round 4. Yeah, heaps. Yeah. It's probably actually only 4. Kick a game. It took me a long time, Lingy, but I vividly remember my first goal. It wasn't a good mark and finish like that, but...
that's a good one to tell the kids about.
Yeah.
Grandkids about. That's a good grab. The snap as well, and they got around him.
Yeah.
Terrific start.
Fortuitous just a little bit, though, with Tom Powell sitting there at the quarterback and then shanking one to Luke Parker, but... I suppose it doesn't matter how they didn't draw it up that way, but...
Good one to replay, isn't it? Goal from the pocket, contested grab.
Yeah, fantastic.
4th debutant for the Kangaroos in 2025, and he's on the board there. Darling in the ruck up against Goldstein. One down the tap. It got to half forward. Sardaso for the Bombers. Hand pass away to McGrath. Now to Redmond. That familiar combination out of defence. Up towards the wing. Getting rid of his opponent was Hobbs, but Hardiman laid the tackle. Spills out the way of Durham, trying to get away from Sheasel. Hand pass back to Hobbs. Kick smothered by Sheasel. Hand pass back to Pryor under pressure. Gets the hand pass to Jones on the wing. He fires it in the middle of the ground. Miss Redmond. Parker overran the footy though for North. A chance for Redmond to try and clean it up. Hand pass to Sardis, to Pryor. Fires the hand pass back to Hobbs on the wing. It's a little messy. And Zerha's bringing the pressure. Hand pass away to Durham, and he's going to go back to Redmond. Eventually a bit more time. And as you heard there, a beautiful kick in the middle of the ground as he finds Reid for the Bombers.
Reid looks straight down the pipe. Perkins, and he kicked a couple of early ones. The Bombers with the first 3, kicked 2 of them. North fighting their way back. They've kicked the last 2. Kick goes wide to Goldstein. Pops it inside 50, and Nick Martin pops up at centre half forward and catches it straight in front, 45 out.
Archie Perkins is having one of those games.
Yeah,
where the
breakout here.
Follows you.
Yeah.
And
you've got to cash right in, don't you?
Yeah, and your opponent's just giving you that much of a leg rope. You just keep finding the ball. Those are the ones you just know, hey.
I'm not sure he's got an opponent at the moment, to be completely honest.
Good point.
Not sure about booing Toddy Goldstein either. He's given you nearly 300 of good service and then booing him.
I don't think he wanted to leave.
Yeah. 3:15 he finished with.
Yeah.
So 16th game tonight for the Bombers. Second up, here's Nick Martin with a drop punt. That's pretty good. Settles it down for Essendon. Through it goes. And the Bombers restore a 13-point buffer. As we tick into time on opening term, Essendon 4-1-25, North Melbourne 2 straight 12. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio.
Down here in front of us, Lids, it's going back a little bit now. North Melbourne's pressure was fantastic. Yep. Harry Sheasel was one of the ones doing it, buzzing around. Forced a mistake, a couple of mistakes from Essendon, in fact.
And there
was a chance for a turnover. And unfortunately, it was a player you expect more. Luke Parker just overran a ground ball, which could have then been turned into a chance to attack off turnover and score for North Melbourne. Instead, the Bombers get it back and get another set of chances to open the game up. I think it was Redmond who eventually spotted that good kick. And from there, Essendon had it back on their terms. But for a brief moment, North Melbourne had done enough to create the turnover.
They've just got to capitalise, haven't they?
Yeah, that's right.
Brett Delitti on Cameron Ling with you for Thursday night footy. Sherry wins down the tap against Goldstein. Opens up a path for Simpkin. Hand pass to Davies Uniac. Heard a voice in Parker over his shoulder. Gets the hand pass away. Chips over the head of Phillips, but the mark is taken. Directly in front, Castanti hangs onto it. He's 45 metres out from goal.
Well, that was the handball from Luke Davies Uniac over the shoulder, which was... He tried to do the little one earlier that got messed up, but that one, great vision for him. You're under pressure. It's either turn around and hook it over your shoulder or find Luke Parker all on his own. A good set of hands there by Constanti too. There's a bit of pressure behind him.
Join the Kangaroos alongside Luke Parker. Looking for an immediate response here for the Kangaroos. Costanti comes in. Just drags it a little left there at the end. And a minor score. The Bombers by 12 points. 21 minutes gone. Opening term, final term. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Look, a little bit of a strange one down here. There was sort of a teenager down here FaceTiming behind the Essendon bench, and their footy ops manager has gone and spoken to the AFL official. Now, obviously, there's all kinds of integrity issues around that, so I think they're just following up on that.
Okay, there we go. It's a quirky one. You got any more for us on that, Ben?
Well, it's just very bizarre, and I sort of, with some sensitivity, I mean, my immediate reaction is that it's all very, very, very innocent and sort of young people with their modern devices, but given the sensitivities around integrity issues, I think this is being followed up at the moment.
Clubs are also very protective of their IP around the bench and the stats that they're analysing and looking at as the most important ones.
Footy in dispute on the wing. North win it. Constanti. Hand pass away to Davies Uniac. Puts them back deep inside forward 50. Zerhart down there with Ridley. Ball spills out the back. Xavier Dersma there for the Bombers. Kicks out to half-back. Hobbs trying to get there on the bounce. Runs past him and Hardiman runs it out of play. And the boundary throw in 60 out from the Roos goal. I know even on the television broadcast, for example, Lingy, that obviously you work on, there are rules about what even the TV broadcaster can show in the huddles, so you're not allowed to show like the whiteboard face up, so you'll often notice if you're watching at home, you'll see the behind shot of the huddle.
Back of the whiteboard, so absolutely.
Things like that aren't permitted to be shown.
Essendon by 12 points. Hobbs got a hand pass out to Xavier Dersma. It's coming back for high contact. And a free kick going the way of the Bombers at left half back. They lead by 12 points. 4-1-25 to the Kangaroos 2-1-13.
Clarko was the one who used to sneak in the camera into games and was the first to get the behind the goals footage. Well, this is way back 2006, 2007.
Shot it himself?
As a training thing. He was the number one at that, at the Hawks.
Dersma trying to get it up to right half forward where Pryor takes the mark inside 50. Peter Wright sets himself. Can't take the mark. Front and centre. Merrick gets the hand pass to Nick Martin. Hemmed in against the boundary. A centering ball needing a fly. In from the side. Caddy couldn't take the mark. Hardiman got it down. Phillips with the hand pass away. Stevens out of defence for the Roos. Kicks to a vacant half back line. Setterfield coming one direction. Zerha trying to race down. And in the end, it trickles over the boundary line, and for half a moment...
Did Setterfield should have left that and let it just roll out? It would have been paid. Instead he touched it.
Yep. He just got there just before it went over the boundary line, which probably denied his team a free kick.
Yeah. You need to let it go over first before you collect it, thinking you're going to get a kick.
Menzies and Scott, the two subs. No late change coming in from the restart. Davies Uniac tackled by Gresham. Surely we get there, don't we, one day? Like I know Mick always talks about with us on a Friday night, the best place to watch the game from is behind the goals. Like one of the coaches at some point you think will go and sit behind the goals and do something different, and the way that it's always been done in the past. As McGrath for the Bombers on the wing. Handball away to Roberts. He gives it to Xavier Dersman. Kicks inside 50. Or Sherry gets back. Can't quite take the intercept mark, but follows up. Hurried kick down the wing. Roberts throws his body at it. No mark. Good work, Phillips. Got through traffic. Gave it to Davies Uniac. His hand pass. A cold turnover. Roberts to Merritt. Back with the Bombers. Durham. Handball in the middle of the ground. Oh, it was meant for Goldstein. Leaves it for Perkins. That's great service. Lace out to Hobbs, who marks 40 out straight in front. Good kick, Setterfield inside the forward arc.
Yeah, beautiful. They were so close to being out then too, North Melbourne. It was I think it was Merritt who might have blocked the handball. But then it turned into another turnover, that chance. They were away, Lingy. But, yeah, great kick from Setterfield coming back inside the Hobbs.
Benny Hobbs, the 21-year-old, on the drop punt. It's pretty good off the boot. It's another one for the Bombers. Back out by 3 goals. Game high and lead again for Essendon. For the second time, they kicked the first 3 And now they lead at 5-1 to 2-1. 26 gone opening term. Bombers by 18. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It is hard to defend on a quick turnover, but gee, it gets pretty easy at the moment.
Come back into the corridor and score, it seems.
Yeah.
For Essendon at the moment.
And you're right about Zach Merritt just cutting that one off, which was terrific. But from there, it was pretty wide open and pretty easy play from the Bombers. The kick was very good, I must admit. But you almost got to be. You've got to have mechanisms in place that if you can get a turnover, or the opposition, gets a turnover, that you've still got to be able to defend it. McKercher's tackle wasn't great either on Durham, I think it was.
Am I hyping Will Phillips to start? I know he's been a much maligned player. He's been under siege, but 6 early touches. Feels like he's got a lot of first possessions, been there and about, in and about.
The hard thing is North are getting opened up so much, though, that...
I haven't noticed him have a heap of damage on the game just yet, but...
I feel like he's been giving it to guys who are then turning it over, which you kind of think, well, that's not really...
Oh, that's 50. Has to be.
Sherry got a free kick for being held in the ruck battle, having tried to follow up his work, and then the short pass to Sheasley. Caught one late, having claimed the mark.
It's either a 12-metre kick and play on, or it's 50.
Veers around to the right, sends it inside a congested forward 50. It's spoiled away from Zerha. McGrath end over end, kicked up towards Peter Wright. He overran the footy. Comben fights for it, but it's in the end Sardis who gathers. Hand pass to Xavier Dersma. Back to Sardis, slipping over was Andy McGrath. Set Xavier Dersma a bit of a challenge as he's tackled by Sheasel. Hand pass went straight to the boundary line. Umpire says throw it in though. It's at right half forward for the Kangaroos, with Essendon leading by 18 points, 5-1-31 to the Kangaroos 2-1-13.
Phillips 6 touches, 4 clearances, 5 contested. Boundary throwing, high half forward for the Roos. Stay with me as Sherry wins it down. Davies Uniacke, hand pass over his shoulder. Passing through Parker, tackle dispossessed. Gresham strong in the tackle, got it out for the Bombers. McGrath to Merritt, hand pass to Kako up over halfway. It's another open forward 50. Dawson and Caddy down there. Dawson can't spoil. Caddy wins it, kicks the goal. And Essendon pile on the pain in the opening term. It's a 6-goal quarter for the Dons. And young Nate Caddy gets involved. 6-1 to 2-1. A 24-point lead for the Bombers. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I'm all for a forward backing himself in there, Leeds. Great finish by Caddy. But he'd want to have kicked that. He had 2 teammates who would have walked that to the goal line and popped it through.
Yeah.
But when you're a young forward, you've got to make sure you kick one. It was good recovery, actually, when the contest was there. He could have gone Langford or Peter Wright.
Langford to Wright, almost, and walked it in. Yeah, well, I play with a few forwards who are always going to try and kick that, but it might have been different down at the Cats, Lingy.
No, it's all right. If you kick them, it's all good.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you're getting the serve, though, if you don't.
Correct.
Brett Dillity on Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport. The Bombers have only led at quarter time on one occasion so far this year. They're making the most of early runnings here. Sardis stripped in the tackle by Parker. Spills out the way of Powell. Another possession for Corby's man as he kicks up inside 50 in the direction of Finbar Mali. In the end, it spills out the way of Mackay. He was tackled and just dropped it, and eventually the whistle comes.
Was that big Finbar again?
I think it might be.
Yeah, that's it.
Great follow-up.
It was, wasn't it? But what I love is that Tom Powell didn't try to overcorrect or overdo it in the middle of the ground. He just went, you know what? We're struggling for inside 50s. Let's just put them under the pump and get it in there. And they got a contest, and then it was the big fella on debut being able to lay a great tackle, get his second shot on goal.
Well, his first kick in AFL footy was a goal. Finbar Malley looking for his second kick for a second goal. Directly in front, 40 metres out. It's a flat shot on goal, and he misses to the left-hand side. A minor score. So it's a 23-point lead the Bombers' way as we tick towards quarter time, almost half an hour gone.
That wasn't quite as confident.
Nah.
Kick.
He had funny hold. He put his hand right over the top of the ball. I'm talking Mickey Barlow about that one.
Good size. Finbar Maley, big key forward. There's a long exiting kick from Ridley. There's a block.
Too obvious.
Free kick for Wright.
Got to be smarter than that.
Talk us through it, Lingy.
Well, it was Comben plus there was almost another North trying to take him out as well. Cherry had the ball. He didn't have to go overboard with the block.
Peter Wright, 2-on-1, trying to find Jones, and Comben knocks it out of play. Throw in between wing and half forward for the Bombers.
So teams practice that. They practice the long kick, almost sealing off, they call it, sealing off the opposition tall. and making it a really subtle process, looking as though you're in a marking contest with them, while your teammate jumps and takes the mark. You've got to be smarter with not letting the umpire see what's happening.
Repeat boundary throw-ins. If you just joined us, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin, Middlemass, Matt Clench, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio. The Bombers kicked the first 3 goals inside the opening 8 minutes. North the next 2, including a goal for Finbar Maley with his first kick in AFL footy. And the Bombers have kicked the last 3. They lead it by 23 points. Back-to-back boundary throw-ins and now a free kick.
Yeah.
Like infringement.
Can't buy experience.
It's going Goldstein's way.
Oh, Goldie.
Shanks it. Kicks it straight to Parker, and Parker takes that shank at half-back for North Melbourne in game 301.
Goes short to Jai Simpkin, who takes the mark at left half-back. The Bombers 6 goals to 2 so far in the opening quarter. And Simpkin points long down the line as he veers out to the right and kicks it in the direction of Nick Larkey, who sets himself from behind. Reed spoils it down. Davey Gignac in front. Hand pass to Parker, to Powell through the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Caleb Daniel. His torpedo sets a challenge for Stevens. He worked his way from behind. Got past Xavier Dersma. Put the pressure on. McKercher slides in. Breaks the tackle of McGrath. Hand pass back to Stevens to Sheasel. Nice side step around Caddy. Back to Stevens. Top of the 50. Long ball looking for Dersma, and he pushes him underneath. Takes the mark, Zane Dersma.
Gee, that's a good grab. Good. I know he was in the prime position, but that's a big man. He had to move. Todd Goldstein.
Just a little nudge on the hips at the right time to clear the space, and the mark taken by Zane Dersma in the left forward pocket, only 20 metres out from goal.
He's a natural forward, isn't he, Dersma? I think they're playing him on the wing a little bit to try and get him involved in the game, but I think naturally he just kicks goals.
Looking to kick a goal here after the quarter time siren. Zane Dersma starts his approach, left forward pocket, fires it at the right goal post and misses. Wrong side of the post on the right hand side. So the Bombers lead by 22 points at quarter time, their best start to a season in 2025. Just the second time they've led at quarter time after the Demons in gather round. 6-1-37 to the Kangas 2-3-15. The goal kickers for the Bombers, 2 goals for Archie Perkins, who has very much led the way for the Bombers playing out of the goal square. Caddy, Martin, Langford, Hobbs, the goal kickers as well for the Bombers. While for North Melbourne, Finbar Maley on debut, kicked a goal, and Zerha as well, their goal kickers.
Interestingly, this year, the percentage of winning when being in front at quarter time has gone up. So generally it pays to play from in front. So it's up 7% on last year. Across the entire season, you won 67% of games if you led at quarter time. It's now up at 74%.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything in particular you put that down to? Is that an early season thing? Is it,
never really thought about it, Cork, to be honest.
Burning off oppositions. It's an interesting little quirk.
Yeah, 20. I love your stats, mate.
There's always
keep
something.
Bringing them every week. I learn something new.
22 points is the lead for Essendon at quarter time. For much sharper analysis that leads somewhere, we'll be hearing from Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio coming up next. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's all about love right now on ABC iView. The hit series Love Me, Love on the Spectrum, Summer Love, and more great titles.
Seriously? I can't stop smiling.
Find them where it's always free, always heartwarming.
Cheers to us.
ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Hand pass to Sheasel. Tackle, got a quick kick away. Ineffective as it's picked off by Zach Merritt. The Bombers captain inside 50. What a start as he laces out a pass and finds Perkins leading out from goal. He marks it right half forward, 45 metres out from goal. 5 goals, 2 for the season for Archie Perkins as he starts his approach out to the right. A hop and a skip for the dream start for the Bombers from 50, sets flight. It's a good-looking kick and it clears the goal line. 2-time leading goal kicker for the Bombers, returned last week from his hamstring injury. Langford comes in for the second of the match and he sends it straight through the middle. The Bombers are on early.
Parker, long kick into the forward pocket. There's Maley. Wow, good job. A new guy in town with a big mark in the left forward pocket.
That is a terrific run and jump at the ball.
Maley with the Sherrin in hand. The mailman delivers. Benny Hobbs, the 21-year-old, on the drop punt. It's pretty good off the boot. It's another one for the Bombers. Back out by 3 goals. McGrath to Merritt, and pass to Kako up over halfway. It's another open forward 50. Dawson and Caddy down there. Dawson can't spoil. Caddy wins it, kicks the goal. And Essendon pile on the pain in the opening term. It's a 6-goal quarter for the Dons.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds of the opening term, a 6-goal to 2 quarter for the Bombers. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Marcus at Karoy off the SMS. Just on the names, North are better with Finbar, Zerha, Sheasel and Sherry. It's a great list of names we've got to work with from a North Melbourne point of view. Thanks, Marcus. Another Marcus, but different location in South Melbourne. When Essendon first joined the league in 1897, they shared Arden Street with North Melbourne, who promptly kicked them out. That's how far back the rivalry goes. This is before North Melbourne even joined the VFL. They weren't one of the original 8 back then.
But also, wasn't it, Corbs, that Essendon blocked North Melbourne from joining, and that's where a lot of the hatred stems from?
Yeah, they go way back.
Love it.
The supposed sort of white-collar and blue-collar teams and everything else in the rivalry from many in a day. Liam's not a big rap on Harry Jones. Hasn't been a huge rap. He's had a couple of touches in the opening term. Richard from Geelong enjoying the call as someone who really fell in love with the game in the 90s. Gosh, it was great to hear. And Archer makes the spoil. Of course, the second generation shinboner in Jackson Archer. All right, the thoughts of Brett Delidio and Cameron Ling at quarter time with the Dons on top by 22.
You were being very kind when you spoke about that Archer spoil too, saying that his dad enjoyed a body
spoil. No,
he enjoyed a body spoil, an ear massage, a
punch to the back of the head. You take another mark like that on me, young fella, and it'll be worse to come. Oh, okay, Mr. Archer, see you later. I'm out of here.
The start of this game, it felt too easy for Essendon. I expected more from North Melbourne.
Yeah.
We were talking pre-game thinking, can North Melbourne's midfield look at this Essendon midfield and say, hey, let's take them down. We've got a real opportunity here. They're not super deep. But instead, Essendon's midfield and right across the ground, it's felt like they could move the ball almost at will.
Yeah, I agree. And their ability to get back into the corridor, which has opened up the whole 50, has made it really hard. We've made a few comments about how Archie Perkins has had, he's playing down there as a loose in the forward 50, had plenty of opportunities.
That's a pretty good role, isn't it?
Not a bad role, yeah.
4 marks, 2 goals already, Perkins.
As a forward, you can understand sometimes as a mid you can sneak around and you get, but when you're playing in the forward line, you should have a direct match-up down there. Noticed a couple of times too off the back, and I don't want to continue to harp on it all night, but Harry Sheasel he's been looked at and not given the footy a couple of times. He's set up there as the quarterback at the back of the stoppage there. Someone, but they've gone and opted to just kick tumble punts, which have either gone to the opposition or they've gone out of bounds or resulted in a turnover. That's what he's there for. Just because there's been all this hype about the easy ball and whatever else.
Do you think that's played into it?
Oh, well, we wouldn't think so, Corb, but yeah, you can't help but notice that when it's sticking out and you're looking for him to get involved because he's off half back and he's setting up right off the back of stoppage, but he's not being used.
That's right, and they need to get some of that generated because right now they're minus 32 in uncontested possessions in a quarter of footy, which is huge. So yes, you want to win the ball at the coalface and the hard contest and win it, but then you've got to transfer that to the outside and get the ball moving. And if you've won it and you've got a player like Harry Sheasel there, use him.
Yes.
Use his run. Use his great ball use, and let's boost up the uncontested possessions that as a team we can do to get the ball into our forward line and get a few more looks. Because right now Essendon they're winning the ball in close and then transferring it to the outside really effectively.
McGrath 7, Martin 7 on the outside. Roberts 7, only 7 handballs though for Roberts, but Redmond 6. So they're utilising their halfbacks that are getting up to the back of the contest. But yeah, hopefully we can see an adjustment.
As Clinchy noted, just the second time this year the Bombers have led at quarter time. They won that game against the Demons. And they're in front here, a 22-point advantage as we start the second term. Corporate Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling. Your call team Thursday night footy on ABC Sport as the ruck share it at the restart. Powell left it behind. Dropped it cold. He's got Durham for company who locks him up at a ball up.
They're the little ones. Got to be clean there. I know it's easy sitting up here saying that, but it was just a really good centre clearance they could have got.
Cherry, but down to Merritt. Shoots a hand pass forward. Straight to McDonald, though, the ruse to Parker. Handball away to Powell. Kicks across the half-back line, and here's Stevens. Puts it down the wing to Caleb Daniel in game number 200 tonight. First 192, of course, with Western Bulldogs. A premiership in his 34th game. Incredibly, that was the 5th fewest in that team. Goes to show how young that side was. He kicks long down the line, and there's Redmond who takes the intercept mark for the Bombers' defensive side of the wing.
In front of where Ben Cameron's watching on.
Yeah, Cam Zurhaar went down into the rooms during quarter time, had a toe assessed. He's back out on the bench to start this second term.
Thanks, Benny. Zach Reid inside the defensive 50, works at the Langford at centre half back. Kick missed the intended target. Sheasel, tackled by Gresham, forced the turnover. Here's the Bombers as Kako gets involved. Hand pass to Archie Perkins, looks up inside 50. Peter Wright takes the mark against Luke McDonald. Out to the right, he's 50 metres out from home.
Is that an ongoing issue, Lids, for Cam Zurhaar, or just a new one?
Fresh, yeah.
Fresh injury.
Yeah. I would have thought it'd just be in one of the contests, just check it out, make sure it's okay.
The video, of course, handles the affairs of Cameron Zurhaar, so just to fill in the blanks there in the player agent space.
Yes.
5 individual goal kickers for the Bombers in the first quarter. Archie Perkins kicked 2. Peter Wright wasn't one of them. To try and get involved here, out to the right, 55 metres out from goal. It's a long way from the dartboard, and in the end fails to score. Out of bounds on the full. No change to the score. The Bombers by 22 points.
It's one of the ones off the bricks, isn't it? Missed the dartboard completely. Bounces back out yet. As the Roos go running away through Stevens. A long kick down the line. Maylee hands on it. No mark. Roos keep it anyway. As Parker to Darling. Handball meant for Parker again, and it's out of bounds. City wing.
Other stat, of course, we mentioned with the Bombers leading at quarter time. So 8 matches in which the Kangas have failed to lead at quarter time. So they have been a side that started slow.
Of course, just the one win to speak of to start the season for the Roos. That was against the D's way back in round 2 now. And the boundary throwing. Luke Davies-Uniacke wins it, pushes away a would-be defender, but running the wrong way. Turns, kicks inside the middle of the ground. He's McKercher. Marks in front of McGrath. 2 MCs. As McKercher down to half forward, trying to find Zane Dersma. Can't quite take the mark. Langford wins it. The 1-2 with Merritt. Now Langford the long kick out to Goldstein.
Had to wait for it a little while, but was able to take the mark in front of Tristan Sherry and waits for Archie Roberts to float behind. Feeds in a hand pass. Kicks out to Archie Perkins, who has had no opponent for a quarter and a bit. He runs to right half forward, drives the Bombers inside 50 once more. Hops as the target. He got away with a shove. McDonald to play on is the call. He's tackled and locked up just 25 metres out from goal as Harry Sheasel lays the tackle.
Unlucky.
Just saw on the replay.
You've never seen that play, do you?
No.
Saw on the replay, he's mouthing off to the umpire as he's being tackled to ground. Hadn't even been tackled yet.
All the North Melbourne players are aware of it as Wright wins down the tap. Gresham's hand pass to Hobbs. It may all end all right in the end as he flies through. This is touch 12.
Clinchy again for Hobbs.
So he can't get a crack at it here. A mark which was touched off the boot, now a shot on goal which was touched, which we are going to review.
Well, the goal umpire's called a touch, but they've decided they're going to do a review.
A desperate lunge of Harry Sheasel here. Looks to have got a fingertip onto it. Hobbs across the body on his right boot.
Yeah.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball's touched by the right hand of the North Melbourne defender. Decision on the scoreboard.
As you can hear there, backing up the thoughts of our experts in the back row. So a minor score there. The Bombers will lead by 23 points.
So we did all the promo shoots during the week, Ben Hobbs, with George Wardlaw. So they went
the
down
old school jackets.
Which looked great. But then the teams dropped and Wardlaw was out.
Yeah, it's a shame.
5-day break, though, I've been told, and they wanted to look after him.
Jeez, all the promo shoots and everything's invalid to promote the game. And
too long on his feet, maybe.
Yes. Ben Hobbs was out there selling the game, and the Roos didn't have anyone that's going to feature tonight.
That's what we used to claim as a player. Can't spend that long on our feet.
I'm going to have to go. Either get a chair or I'm going to have to go.
How does that go down with the media manager when you've done press during the week and then you're not playing in the match later that week? Thanks very much
media
for that.
manager doesn't care as long as they get someone to actually do it. Yeah, most players pull out and say, no, I'm not doing that. Can you imagine trying to get Dustin to do that stuff?
Nice of Lids pretending he wasn't a fan of the photo shoot as well, as the ball goes out of bounds on the wing.
I was first in line.
Sherry wins it down to Sheasel. Advantage applied for the infringement at the boundary throw-in. Sheasel kicks down to half forward, whacked away by the Bombers. Gresham knocks it away straight to Darling, who's then tackled by Gresham. Great follow-up. Bombers win it back. Martin to Durham. Handball back to Martin through the middle of the ground.
Nick Martin looks up and Peter Wright's on a long lead. He's got a couple of metres on Comben. Getting that was Dawson, who made sort of trying to help, but in the end gave away the free kick with front-on contact to Peter Wright, who got canned into from 2 different directions and gave him a bit of word too as well.
Yeah, I don't mind that either. It's like that was ridiculous almost, wasn't it? I mean, I get that you're trying to support your teammate, but Geez, I love the work of Sammy Durham just there. He could have easily just blazed that down the line, but composure, and then they had the runners coming back through the middle of the corridor. They've owned the corridor so far tonight, Lingy.
Dawson, just his second game of the season, so trying to get back and help, but Peter Wright with a second shot on goal for the quarter from 45 metres out. He misses this time to the left-hand side, having failed to carry the distance with the previous. The Bombers leading by 24 points. We've played 6 minutes in the second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I'm sure I'll get a text later say, geez, you give a bloke a rap, and look what he's gone and done. First couple of shots.
Daniel spears a kick out to Davies Uniacke, marks at half-back for the Roos, swings it wide to Dawson. It's Callum Dawson. They've also got a Will Dawson on their list. There's a 24-point lead for the Bombers, 6.5 travelled. Second term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Long contest, kick down the line, spills out the back to Larkey. Hand pass inside to Simpkin. The skipper's on the run from 52 metres out, unguarded, goal line, and he's got it there. And there's something out of nothing for the Roos, a goal from the kick out. And all of a sudden, the Bombers lead cut to 3 goals. So 6-3 to 3-3. 7 minutes into the second term. It's also the quarter's first goal. And it comes off the boot of the skipper, Jai Simpkin. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It was an important contest by Nick Larkey. So because the kick was long down the line, he was almost taken high. Oh, maybe a little lucky that it did end up.
Oh, back into his lap.
Yeah, back into his hands. But he gave off the handball. Nice finish by Simpkin. Important one for the Kangaroos. They've just got to get something rolling on the outside. It's like efficiency with their ball movement.
Yeah.
The least common score source, isn't it?
Yeah, at least. It's so hard to do.
Yeah.
That's where a team's at their strongest. But I was watching the defensive work on Archie Perkins and seeing how much of a leg rope he got. I thought he was in the Southern 80. He had that much of a spear rope.
Doesn't he?
God.
It was the Kangaroos' first inside 50 of the quarter. The Bombers had the previous 3 that had 2 shots on goal. And how often do we see that down the other end for a goal? Essendon lead by 18 points. Back in the middle. Goldstein wins down the tap against Sherry against his former side. Trying to go to work. Sada sliding in. Sherry over the top of him. And the umpire will ball it up.
Robin Greensborough is clinching off the SMS. First quarter leads in 2025, leading to more wins than last year. Sorry, I barracked for Carlton. And believe I have evidence to the contrary. Well, I think they're the only ones sort of pushing against it the other way.
Sherry gets a free kick, kicks inside 50, looking for Larkey. Spoiled away from him by Mackay. Sada's front and centre. Hand pass to Merritt. Links up across half back with Pryor. Kicks out to the wing. Goldstein juggles the mark. Might have got it with his wrist in the end as he juggled it to complete the mark. Hand pass to Archie Perkins. Inboard to Nick Martin. Almost run down. He's gone. Hardiman gets him.
But there's no prior opportunity. All you have to do is try and...
Yeah.
Maybe he had a handball prior opportunity there. I won't count that one as our second mistake of the game. Yep, that's fine.
Riley Hardiman, one of their lefties, goes long down the wing. Carries the head of Zurhar, intended target. Ridley goes back, collects. Got a handball out to the ruckman. Goldstein did well to somehow get it back to Ridley. Still at half-back, the Bombers. Ridley kicks down the wing, numbers with North, getting across Parker. In the end, spoils his teammate Comben. Comben high fend off. He got an elbow up and it just clipped Caddy, rattled him. The umpire said, yep, you can't do that. High fend off, free kick for the Bombers. Caddy, dangerous, trying to switch play across the ground. Redmond cleans it up with a great mark. Contested grab in amongst 4. Kicks out wide, finds Langford hitting up on the flank, and he marks right on 50.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Brad's got to be overly pleased with the Nate Caddy kick because it took a contested mark.
Langford tries to spear it into the pocket, goes too wide and puts it out on the full.
Young kids, though, I see that all the time watching the 16s and 18s. They have no care, reckless going inside the corridor. They're just, there's an opportunity, let's go.
Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. As Comben has it in the back pocket. And work it back to the last line of defence, and millimetres out from the goal line. Dawson takes the mark.
How would Terry Wallace have handled that back in the day?
Oh, cheapest. Yeah. Feedback straight away.
I'll spew up. Kicks up towards half-back. Unable to take the mark was Pryor. It spills out the way of the Kangas. Sherry's hand pass to Simpkin. Got it away to McDonald. McKercher then one way, then the other, and half-back. Hand pass to Sherry. Hand pass too slick for McKercher. Merritt's after him. Trying to lay the tackle. Then wins the footy. Hand pass couldn't be taken by Harry Jones. Hobbs has spun a full 360 by Parker, who then appeals for the free kick. And Luke Parker will get the free kick for holding the ball in front of the 2 benches. Quickly plays on. Hand pass to Sheasel. Kicks up towards O'Sullivan. He has it at right half forward for the Kangaroos. Ignores the Darling lead. Larkey heads back towards the goal square. Sends it in that direction. He works his way to the front. Spoiling it down Reed. And Archie Roberts still kick it out on the full. About 3 rows back into the crowd. He was stuck in the back forward pocket and in the end came off the fat part of the footy.
That's why you give Harry Shees on the footy, though, because he creates.
Yeah.
Give him the ball. Got it to Finn O'Sullivan. Just need to be a bit quicker, Finn O'Sullivan. I reckon he had a 1v1, quicker into the pocket. Go.
There's Finn O'Sullivan. Pick 2 behind Sammy Lawler. He's got the number to match on his back as well as O'Sullivan kicks it to full forward. Gee, big leap over the top comes Xavier Dersma. Zerha lurking out the back, knocks it away to his teammate Zane Dersma, who hooks it goalward but misses. Out to the right. And unlucky not to concede a score there. The Bombers are a greater score. In the end, it's just a behind. Essendon by 17. A dozen minutes gone, second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
As the Bombers quickly bring it back into play at half-back, Caddy Rise couldn't take the mark. Gets a hand pass away to Phillips, and now Harry Jones is going to chip it back to Ridley. He marks it right half-back. Essendon 6-3-39 to the Kangaroos 3-4-22. Kangaroos are the only goal so far this second quarter. As the mark is taken by Zach Reid, looking for options and decides to continue back around the outer side of Dockland. Straight back to where it came as Caddy takes the mark at right half-back, working up the ground. Looks up and really has Kako and Langford down the line, so he'll be forced to kick it as high and long as he can towards Carl Langford. Sets himself against a couple. McDonald across from the side. Spoils it down towards the boundary line. Sheasel leads the foot race, but it will trickle over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Mentioned Archie Roberts before. We didn't mention last week. I saw it raised on some other media during the week about the fact that he played against Scott Pendlebury last week, who was his assistant coach at school footy last year at Haileybury, and then they were out on the G together on Anzac Day, obviously playing for different teams, which would be a bit weird. I'm sure you've got a high-profile assistant coach, and then all of a sudden he's your opponent in front of 100,000 people the following year, which is a great story. The first-year Bomber and second-year Bomber and Archie Roberts and Scott Pendlebury a couple of years on. Roos win it from the boundary throwing. Long kick down towards half forward. Darling's involved in the pack. Moves some bodies out of the way. Zerha grabs the footy. Kicks inside the forward 50. Larkey and Mackay. Mackay spoils, but into the path of Constanti. Kicks along the ground in the defensive goal square. The Bombers win it. Martin away to Jones. He's kicked to a one-on-one at half-back. Setterfield goes up. Darling does well. Knocks it out of play.
Push.
Free kick. The front on contact, so it's going against Darling, and Setterfield will get it. Half-back for Essendon. Bombers by 17 points, 14 gone second term.
Channeling a bit of Glenn Archer there. Jack Darling thought if I'm going to get there, I'm going to make sure he earns it. As Will Setterfield from the back pocket kicks up towards Caddy. It completes the mark. A good set of hands in front of Charlie Comben. His hand pass left Xavier Dersma with a bit of work to be done. Hand pass to Redmond and back to Caddy. Has to just bang it as far as he can. A spiralling ball looking for Langford. He's outnumbered once more. Dawson makes the spoil. Down towards Davies Junior. Hand pass to Hardiman. Tackled by Gresham and brought down. And the umpire will ball it up on the outer wing. Essendon leading by 17 points. Just the one goal so far in this second term, the way of the Kangas through 14 minutes on ABC Sport.
Made it a 6-2 opening quarter. First 3 in the term and last 3 in the term to the Bombers as Hobbs picks it up here and Sheasel tackles him to ground. Corbin middle mass, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio. Thursday night footy, ABC Sport. Sherry got it around his bootlaces. Hand pass to Davies Uniacke. He's tackled.
Luke McDonald set as the spare here for North Melbourne with a quick kick. Nick Martin's just going to try and round him up, make even numbers.
North win it from the stoppage. Davies Uniacke to Hardiman. Hand pass away to O'Sullivan. Gives it to Archer, almost tackled by Redmond. He was clipped high in the tackle. It's coming back to Archer. He's a little slow to get up. Holding his left hamstring.
Yeah.
Gee, I hope he's okay. I don't know whether that's is that a cork?
A hammy or a corky because he landed on top of him.
He's certainly looking a little proppy as he gets up holding the back of his left hamstring.
Yeah, I think that's a hammy because if it's a corky, you take the kick.
Well, that's no good at all.
Yeah.
And Jackson Archer has had that suspension that Quincy mentioned earlier in the season.
His leg got caught in the ground and then all the weight going back through it.
Well, this is only his third game for the year, a 3-match suspension for his collision with Luke Cleary, the Bulldogs, that left him concussed, and now he's back, and unfortunately it looks like he's done his hammy here.
Just overextended it, didn't it, because that leg got caught.
15 minutes into the second term. Bombers by 17. Archer coming Ben's way. We'll get an update in a moment from downstairs as Stevens now has the footy. He's got the yellow Sharon outer edge of the centre square. Kicks north inside 50. They all fly for it. Spills down towards Larkey, who wasn't one of the jumpers. He's caught, and that's holding the ball as he tried to run away. And the Bombers will get the free here. And Setterfield with a big-time tackle. Ben Cameron.
I don't know if it was the anguish or the disappointment or the pain, but that was a really upset Jackson Archer who just walked past me.
Bailey Scott the sub for the Kangaroos as Pryor finds a way out of a bind at half-back, kicks up towards Langford, was able to lose Dawson in the marking contest and burn away, although he may have run into a dead end in the end. He's gone. Dawson got him, so he did get the last word as he wins a free kick for holding the ball on the wing. The Bombers leading by 17 points.
He's so slow to move the ball.
He eventually gives the hand pass away to Caleb Daniel in game 200. A high ball up towards Nick Larkey. Didn't fly in the end. Reed spoils it down. Got it away to Redmond. Hand pass away to Ridley. Switches inside the defensive 50. Nick Martin takes the mark. Hand pass away to Hobbs. He can take a bounce. At left half back. Looks up the wing. Kicks towards Perkins in a 2-on-1. In the end, it wasn't really dealt with, and Perkins gathers from the fist of Hardiman, and not far from where Ben Cameron's watching on.
Yeah, Bailey Scott's readying himself to come on. They're about to instantly pull the trigger on the sub because they know Jackson Archer is out of this game with a seeming high hamstring injury, and by the looks of things, a fairly serious one.
Thanks, Ben. Boundary throw in. Wright lost his footing. Darling grabbed it. His kick was smothered. Essendon went it back on the wing. Merritt to Roberts. Back to the skipper. Merritt kicks out to half forward. Too much on it, trying to find Perkins, and the intercept mark. And half back goes the Roos way. It'll be Riley Hardiman who comes up with it, the lefty. One of 4 left footers out there for North. There's also 4 for the Bombers tonight. Those of you keeping up with the Southpaws as Daniel goes short to Stevens. 17 minutes into this second term, 17-point lead for the Dons, just 1 goal in the quarter. Short kick to McDonald, gives it back to Stevens. The former Swan along the half-back line. The Bombers well set up, so just a handball away to the bootlaces of Power to Comben, back to Power. Caddy doing well to put the pressure on, outnumbered. Comben has to kick down the line, and Sheasel marks it inside the boundary line just.
Those 3 handballs in a row that went to the feet of their teammate. It's no wonder they can't get any flow in their game.
Oh, and this kick, wow.
Possession number 6 for the quarter, 9 for the match as a turnover from Harry Sheasel. And Xavier Dersman gets the hand pass away. Nick Martin kicks up towards half forward. Cannon in the back was Hobbs. No free kick at the back. Jones trying to gather. Hardiman comes at him, lays the tackle. Jones had the ball. Play on is the call. As eventually it's gathered by Phillips. They get a hand pass away. Now it's O'Sullivan who's tackled into the turf, and the umpire is going to pay a free kick the way of North. It was the previous hold going the way of Harry Sheasel.
Yeah, it was downfield technically, even though it was just a handball downfield. Dealt with Sheasel unfairly, so it'll be...
It's going to go to Finn O'Sullivan.
Yeah, he takes the kick. So it's effectively the same as a downfield from a kick. It's just a downfield from a handball.
Pick 2 from last season as he goes short around the boundary line. So the Kangaroos are trying to build some momentum. Hardiman short to McCurtry, plays on, gets around Xavier Dersma, runs his full measure, almost too far, then a hand pass to Sheasel. In the end, he was caught in 2 minds, trying to take his territory and never bounced it. Came undone at the seams, and a free kick going the way of the Bombers.
There's just nothing on forward of the footy for him to go to.
Xavier Dersma down the line in a tangle is Langford and McDonald. McDonald punches it out of bounds, so a throw in half forward for the Bombers.
The last 4 or 5 minutes will not appear on any highlight tape ever.
I was about to say, if you're driving home listening to us, think I'm going to watch the game when I get home. Just look, you don't have to go back and watch the second quarter. Just the 1 goal so far, 19 minutes into the term. Hasn't been pretty stuff. The Bombers protecting a 17-point buffer. As Simpkin for the boundary throw-in. Got it to Sheasel. Kicks north into the middle of the ground. There is Larkey and Mackay. Mackay spoils. Roberts collects and tackled immediately.
Well done. Great tackle. Who was that?
That's Constanti.
Yeah, great job. Great job. That's one of those tackles.
Stops them in their tracks.
Yeah.
Ball's not going anywhere.
I think he was tackled. He picked up the ball and was tackled as soon as he grabbed it.
Yeah. play.
Umpire throws it aloft. Darling doing the ruck work against Peter Wright. Wright wins down the tap to Gresham, to Nick Martin, through traffic. Sardis tackled in the end and brought down by Powell. It's gathered though by Gresham. Gets the hand pass away to Jones. Kicks out towards Merritt, as you heard, at left half forward. Gresham streaming into the pocket. Merritt's looking a bit deeper than that, or is he? Peter Wright came out on the lead, and in the end, Gresham takes the mark hard against the boundary.
Yeah, it was
Caddy. Sorry,
it was Caddy coming out, but Caddy had 4 or 5 metres on Comben. He had him done cold, but he had a small forward chipping in front of you. That would not have been received well if that was back in my day.
Imagine Big Richo charging out. What he would have said to you.
He would have spoiled it.
Jade Gresham has been goalless in his last 2 matches. He'd like to get the Bombers going in this second quarter. He turns out, opens up the angle, hits the fat part of the footy, and in the end, it's a good mark taken by Charlie Comben, who didn't like the attention of Peter Wright, having taken the mark, got one around the shoulders, and in the end, the Kangas are out of defence.
Big Charlie Comben's got his own podcast, which I hear a certain coaching icon might have been on recently, as Sheasel goes along to the wing. Intercept mark, though, for Ridley. Puts the Bombers back to half forward. They all fly for it. No mark, spills down to Perkins. Oh, he's tackled, dispossessed, made an attempt, said the umpire. Sardis for the Bombers, hurried handball to Ridley, tackled by O'Sullivan. Ball spills out, North win it. Here's Phillips. I think that's his first touch since I emphasised his game the opening 10 minutes or so. Hurried kick forward, and in the end, Maley is tackled. Ball didn't travel the required distance. We'll have a ball up again on the wing. Umpire keen to get it going quickly. Sherry missed his boot with the ball, and then Sardis collects and he's taken high by Powell. Free kick, Bombers on the wing. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Oh, this is really bad news. Jordan Ridley has just limped back to the bench. He said, I'm going straight down the race to the rooms. I didn't see the incident, but I fear it might be another one of those soft tissue quad injuries for Jordan Ridley.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, had the concussion in round 1. Gresham, hand pass to Kako, almost brought down by Hardiman. Hand pass to Wright, back to Gresham, ran into a dead end. Sheasel lays a great tackle, spins out to Hobbs, who was taken high as he tried to spin out of the tackle. And that's how the umpire deemed it, as Dawson didn't get down low enough and got him around the shoulders.
Yeah, as he spun. Yeah. I'm impressed with the tackle of Harry Sheasel, though. Before that, he could have easily just slipped off that Gresham tackle, but then Dawson just didn't get low enough. As Hobbs spun out, a smaller player on a bigger player, it always ends up in a high tackle. Wasn't a lot in it, though.
Ben Hobbs has one already. Out to the left, he'll kick from just inside 50. Fires it out to the right, it's trying to come back, and in the end off hands. It goes through for a minor score. Essendon leading by 18 points, 23 minutes gone, second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Just the 1 goal in this quarter, the way of the Kangas.
Just to emphasise that news from Ben too, so this is the 9th season of Jordan Ridley's career. He was drafted back in 2016. He's 26 years of age. He plays 100 games tonight. So he's already a best and fairest winner, but just cannot get his body right and get a run at it. And again, looks like another soft tissue injury on a milestone night for him, I'm sure, with all his friends and family in the house. 100 games, and unfortunately walking off a pretty dejected figure, Ben Cameron.
So went to Qatar in the off-season, Jordan Ridley, to get some specialist treatment and training around those repeated soft tissue injuries, but no luck here tonight. Horrible.
Sherry wins it down towards Davies-Uniacke. Handball away to Constanti. Gives it back to Parker. Hurried kick down the wing. Offhand spills down towards Xavier Dersmer. Gets a handball away and then tried to reel it back in the same motion as he realised I wasn't who I wanted to handball it to. As Darling goes to win it. We'll have a ball up on that City wing.
And they so desperately need Jordan Ridley. Yeah. Ben Mackay, we can have discussions about him, but while Zach Reed's learning the craft, you need Ridley there supporting him as that extra confidence you can give to come as the third man up.
Yep. Gresham taken high at the feet of the ruckman from that ball up on that City wing, so he takes the free, kicks inboard to Roberts, short kick to Hobbs, reels in a one-handed, now the forward 50 kick, looks inside the attacking arc, Kako leaping up and marking.
Locked though, Corbs.
Oh, he's not going to get it.
Yeah, Hardiman's going to take the kick.
Oh, the free kick goes against, was it Caddy in the marking contest behind him? Merritt. So free kick North's way, and the Roos can rebound.
Hardiman to Daniel, back to Hardiman, kick over the head of Stevens in the middle of the ground. Costanti, in fact it was Zerha, ran straight into Ben Mackay, lays the tackle. Ball ricochets clear, gathered by Sammy Durham. It goes short to Perkins, who marks directly in front, 45 metres out from goal.
That's ordinary football. Yeah. Cam Zerha, experienced player, just has to give that I know he'll see it on tape and he'll understand it straight away. I don't know if he thought he had more time and space.
Yeah, I think he didn't realise there was someone coming on at him. Well, talk about Ben Mackay. You were just suggesting we could talk about. That was a good read by him to come forward and defend.
Yep.
But Perkins again, pretty easy to take an uncontested mark inside forward 50.
You would have thought Stevens would have been talking to Cam Zerha, but here is Perkins once more, directly in front, gets right underneath it. Can he carry the goal line? I think he might have. We're going to go upstairs to check. Despite the desperate work being done by Charlie Comben, it's carried the goal line for his third, which is an equal career best for him. At the 25-minute mark of the second quarter, Essendon leading by 24 points. They have their first goal of the second quarter, 7-4-46 to the Kangas, 3-4-22. We'll double-check this, but it looks like it carried the line.
I'm not sure it's going to be a pretty replay, is it, for Comben on the line? Did he have a better play on this than what eventuated?
You had the binos out. I didn't from here. It's a fair way, but I'm keen to see the replay.
You know what I reckon about North Melbourne? This is not to labour the point about Zerha, but they hesitate on the first option, North Melbourne as a team. We mentioned the fact that Sheasel a couple of times was open. They almost want to take a second look and then go back to that first option. You don't have time to do that. I wonder as a whole team, just with their training, just give, or just, you see that person, just bang, fire it straight away so it becomes instinctive.
Perkins with the goal. We didn't get the goal line shot on the replay. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Essendon are telling us that it's a hamstring there for Jordan Ridley. Jai Menzies is into the game.
That's a 21-day hammy for every other player in the league. Unfortunately, that's 30 days plus for someone like Jordan Ridley with his history. So that's a few weeks missing, unfortunately, for the 26-year-old with another soft tissue injury, and the hamstring goes again for Ridley. Back in the middle, Davies-Uniacke tackled by Merritt. Ball comes out Essendon's way. Here's Durham with strength through traffic. Gives it to Kako. Short kick trying to link up with Wright. Ball spills down inside the forward 50, and a big-time forward 50 stoppage develops as Langford is tackled immediately by O'Sullivan.
They are similar, aren't they, when they come out in the lead, Wright and Caddy?
Yeah.
Well done.
With the shave Bonds as Durham again with strength got it out to Jones. Handball to Setterfield trying to keep his feet in the tackle. Spun around. Ball comes out. Says keep rolling. North with numbers. But it's back in dispute and Merritt goes and wins it. 49 metres out from goal. Gives it to Langford. Great kick. And Gresham marks back in the corridor. 35 out. Good vision from Langford.
Yeah, but how's the body work from Merritt? To turn that into a ball that he probably had no right to win. It's one of those ones you want to show kids growing up about how you win ground balls in a 50-50 situation, using your body to get onto it. Just turn on Bailey Scott, protect.
Yeah.
Then you're right about Langford. Outstanding vision and execution.
Gresham, goalless in his last two games. The second-year Bomber is still that tonight. Goalless behind, 7-5 to 3-4. Straight in front, 35 out. Not to be. 29 minutes gone, second term. Less than half a minute on the clock before the halftime siren. Bombers by 25. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Harry Sheasel brings the Kangaroos back into play. Possession 13. He got bumped as he got his kick away by Zach Merritt. So it'll be a downfield free kick, and Luke Parker is going to take it. The Bombers leading by 25 points. They led by 24 at quarter time. The kick up towards half forward. In the end, it's Zach Reid who extracts it for the Bombers. Hand pass around the back to Redmond and now to Roberts inside the defensive 50. All the way back to Xavier Dersmer as the siren sounds for half-time. Essendon hold a 25-point advantage, 7-5-47 to North Melbourne at 3-4-22. Having led by 24 points at quarter time, the Bombers turn that into a 25-point advantage despite just a goal apiece so far in that second quarter. The Bombers kicking one goal for the Bombers. 3 goals to Archie Perkins. Individuals to Langford, Hobbs, Caddy and Martin, while for North Melbourne, goals through Simpkin, Maley and Zerha.
We might just check in with Ben Cameron if we can, if he's still down there before he's made his way back up. Ben, some hamstring concerns for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jackson Archer did a bad hamstring midway through that second quarter. I say bad hamstring. It appeared to be a bad hamstring from where we sit, certainly where he was feeling was very high up towards the buttock, which generally indicates that it's never good when it's high up there, possibly tenderness. I think that was you, Lids, who just alluded to. And then we've got Jordan Ridley, who seemingly suffered a hamstring injury late in that second term, has had a lot of quad injuries, and sometimes, when you're talking about the antagonistic and agonistic muscles, they can be related. So on the front and the back of your leg there, did have a little hamstring setback late in the pre-season as well, Ridley. So that's a little bit of a recurrence for him.
Thanks, Ben. Appreciate that. Insight from the boundary. So hamstrings, unfortunately, for both Ridley and Archer. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Rob in Greensborough off the SMS. I knew coming into this game that Essendon was average at best and North were no good. But this is so bad, I'm considering taking off my glasses and walking into walls. Unfortunately, the quality of the vision can be heard in your commentary, but I appreciate you're trying to keep trying to be enthusiastic. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. From Marcus in South Melbourne, speaking of 1897, both these teams played 1897 football in that second quarter. Just a one goal each. So
that's fair.
Essendon by 25 points. Brett Delidio, Cameron Leang, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's hard to polish this second quarter up. The first quarter, certainly Essendon, I think we spoke about the fact they opened the game up. They had some really good transitions, movement of play, all of that. North Melbourne, I think, fixed that up a little bit, made it harder for Essendon to move the ball.
Yeah.
But then, unfortunately, unfortunately, what we then get was just some woeful skill errors and occasional times where North Melbourne, maybe, I don't know if they don't have the confidence, I don't even know if that's the right word, Lids, to just pull the trigger on a quick handball or nail a little kick that might open the game up. There's almost a hesitation in the way that they play, and Essendon were able to pounce on that a little bit, but even then the Bombers weren't able to capitalise on it.
Just on that, is that instruction or is that confidence? Is that, like, surely Clarko's not saying, wait, like, is that just...
Well, the problem is they're handballing to each other's feet, and so therefore the moment's gone. If you look at the best sides, Collingwood were the best at it, even in the wet last week, their handballs hit the target, which means that your player who's receiving is already on the move, he's going, so he's got more time to make his decision, which then the forward is reacting to that, so he's on the move, and things open up. It's like, geez, they're good. No, they're just getting the fundamentals right.
So is that more touch during the week? More sessions like that, just ball in hand?
It grows over time.
And confidence, game experience,
And you understand the care and importance of it that's needed. No one's trying to handball to someone's feet. Of course not. But you just, like, Lids is spot on. You watch the good teams. And so I've got the ball and Lids is running. He's my teammate, he's running. You're coming to put pressure on me. Now, I can handball the ball to Lids and I can put it like almost slightly back shoulder. Lids will still take possession of it, but he's forced to slow down by a step, and then that defender, Corps, can cover Lids. And so you've almost covered two in one. But if I put it perfectly in his path, he takes it with total vision on the game and explodes, and he beats you, and he can see the game. He's now not worried about, I've got to actually take possession of the ball. He's worrying about where he's going to dispose of the ball and what he can do to help his team. So that subtlety of, 30 centimetres difference? Makes a world of difference to the way that the team can connect up together.
Well, what we're seeing from North, though, it's not even behind them by 30 centimetres at their feet, which means you've got to slow down even more or take a clean one. Or when they are perfect, they're dropping it. Like, they've been a bit fumbly tonight, I think, but... Yeah, I think that's the difference that we're seeing at the moment, and why like you say, it's what they say. What was that date? The 1897 type football. Well, it is a bit similar to that because we're not getting that fast movement, and I don't know whether it's dewy out there. It used to get a little bit like that, and it's a bit slippery sometimes, but I'm reluctant to give them an out. The boys, I think they should get a bit of grip on the jumper and on your hands and clean it up a little bit, and hopefully we get a better spectacle, but. Yeah, you're right, Ling. It's just been a tough grind, especially that second quarter.
And it reflects and sometimes stats can lie, sometimes they tell the truth. The inside 50 count to half-time at the moment
22-16.
22-16. So North Melbourne are on track for 32 inside 50s.
Yep.
Incredibly low. Essendon, who was winning this game, you'd say in control, is only on track for 44 inside 50s, which is very, very low as well. So a lot of whatever is happening possession-wise is all happening just between the two arcs.
Yeah.
And we're getting the quarter of football and the game that we're getting so far.
Harry Sheasel's night, what have we thought?
It's been okay. I reckon he's worked incredibly hard to chase and tackle and do all that sort of stuff. It's as messy as the rest of the game is. He's had 13 disposals. He's been fine.
Yep.
But I don't think
62%. So 6 of his 9 kicks have hit the target.
Even
300 metres gained.
So he only had 3
most for his team.
He only had 3 in the first quarter, so he had 10 in that term. You mentioned a quarter time, Lids, that didn't seem to be giving him the ball as much as or on every opportunity that they had. Did you see an improvement at least in that?
A little bit, but that was from Luke Parker, who I saw actually go out of his way to give it to him. I think he'll keep working hard. He's had the most metres gained on the ground, so he'll continue to be. And if you give him the footy, he will make stuff happen.
Yeah, but again, we're saying he's played fine. Zach Merritt's probably the one player who you feel's had at least a bit of time and found a bit of the foot. He's had 17 disposals, but Zach's had 4 kicks, 13 handballs. So that probably speaks to what the game's been like as well. Lots of sort of overuse, possessions going nowhere, even from definitely the best player who's playing tonight.
Well, they're minus 50 in touches at the moment. That's pretty damning. They just got to get their hands on it and be better with it. So,
and is it Jed Adcock, who's the backlines coach for North Melbourne? Might want to try and work out who's playing on Archie Perkins in a 10-goal game to kick 3 before half-time. It seems an interesting matchup.
We know who's playing on him. He just goes nowhere near him.
Yep.
And unfortunately, he's a player who should know better. It's Luke McDonald. He needs to close that gap down. You can't give that big a leg roll. Archie Perkins has been a player who's out of form. Keep him out of form.
Or if he is, he needs to be really impacting the game the other way, which is also not true. Steve from Ballarat, don't really agree with that text criticising these two teams. It's not high quality, but I feel the pressure and tackling is very high. This can sometimes make for an ordinary spectacle from Steve. So the tackle count's 31-26. It's not sort of off the chain. It's not
it's not a high tackling venue because it is. The elements don't get involved as much, but. I'm not sure I agree.
Pressure at one stage for Essendon was close to 200. North Melbourne was around 170.
Yeah.
The AFL League average is about 169. So,
okay, there you go. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate your take. 0437 774 774. More from Lids and Lingy coming up. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Bombers by 25 at the half. Third quarter not too far away, but first the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Thanmaya Navada. The Federal Treasurer has criticised the Coalition's plan to tax vapes and regulate the industry, saying Labor government is prioritising people's health. The Coalition's costings released today reveal the proposed tax would add an estimated $3.6 billion to government coffers over 4 years. The Coalition has confirmed it would allow vapes to be sold at retail stores in a departure from the current legislation, which allows for vapes only to be sold at pharmacies. Jim Chalmers has accused the Coalition of wanting to make money off people vaping rather than encouraging people to quit the habit.
Well, the difference between this Labor government and the Coalition under Peter Dutton is we want to get the kids off vapes. They want to tax people for using vapes. We want to get people off vapes.
The Liberal Party has won its legal battle against a Melbourne council over the display of campaign signage. Leanne Wong reports.
The Liberal Party took Burundara Council to court after council officers removed more than a dozen A-frame signs promoting Liberal candidates outside a pre-polling booth in Kew. The council had argued the footpath signage posed a safety risk and breached permit rules which allowed only one A-frame sign per candidate, but the Liberals said the rule was unconstitutional. Today, a Supreme Court judge granted an injunction preventing council officers from removing any more signs. In handing down her ruling, Justice Kerry Judd told the court it was not an easy decision, but she was satisfied by the Liberal Party's promise to abide by the council's safety instructions.
Analysts believe the best outcome for the Greens in Saturday's federal election would be a hung parliament. The minor party won 4 seats at the 2022 election, its best result to date. Polling analyst Ben Rowie says holding the balance of power in a minority Labor government would be a good outcome for the Greens.
I don't think the Greens have the ability to say, we're going to kick you out of power, but I do think they still have the ability to put public pressure on Labor, to put out their message and to use their platform. And that platform will be much more prominent if there's a hung parliament.
Overseas, South Korea's acting president has resigned to make way for a presidential run ahead of elections next month. Correspondent Bill Bertels reports.
Han Duck-soo was thrust into the role of acting president in December when the country's leader was impeached. But Han himself was forced from the role within a fortnight, only to be reinstated in March. He was expected to continue as acting president until an election next month, but he's now resigned, with expectations he'll run for the top job. South Korea has been locked in an unstable political situation since the previous president, Yoon Suk-yeol, briefly declared martial law in December and then was forced from the top job. Upon resigning today, Mr. Han said South Korean society is now mired in factional conflict.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has declared a national emergency as wildfires threaten Jerusalem. Highways into the city were blanketed in smoke, and Mr. Netanyahu says the situation could deteriorate because of strong winds and extreme heat. More than 20 people have been admitted to hospital suffering from smoke inhalation and burns. Ethical hackers say major banks must strengthen protection against cybercrime following the leaking of almost 100 bank staff credentials. Cybercriminals used InfoStealers, the same malware which harvested over 31,000 customer passwords earlier this week. While all major banks insist safeguards are in place, ANZ has announced it will become the first Australian bank to offer a fully passwordless web banking option. Founder of cybersecurity company Devon, Jamie O'Reilly, says it's a great move.
Probably one of the most forward-leaning changes we've seen from a major Australian bank. They're replacing passwords with two options. One is biometric or PIN-based. The other one, an in-app login approval, where if you try to log into your online banking through, say, your computer browser, you'll get a pop-up on your ANZ Plus application to approve that.
Jobs in health and childcare are among the fastest growing occupations over the past 10 years. A new report by KPMG also reveals tech and IT professionals, marketers, chefs, and truck and delivery drivers round out the list. KPMG urban economist Terry Rawnsley says digitisation has seen some other sectors decline.
Print manufacturers, so there's people who would in the past print newspapers, for example. Executive assistants, so people who might have answered the phones and offices have sort of been replaced by some technologies. Travel agents, now you're doing those sort of transactions online.
And you're up to date with the latest on ABC News. For more, head to the ABC Listen app.
Do you know what your bushfire risk is today? The bushfire danger rating system is the same no matter where you are in Australia. For warnings near you, go to the ABC Emergency website and listen to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Long contest kick down the line. Spills out the back to Larkey. And pass inside to Simpkin. The skipper's on the run from 52 metres out, unguarded, goal line, and he's got it there. And there's something out of nothing for the Roos, a goal from the kick-out.
Oh, this is really bad news. Jordan Ridley has just limped back to the bench. He said, I'm going straight down the race to the rooms. I fear it might be another one of those soft tissue injuries for Jordan Ridley.
Perkins once more, directly in front, gets right underneath it. Can he carry the goal line? I think he might have. We're going to go upstairs to check. Despite the desperate work being done by Charlie Combat, it's carried the goal line for his third.
Essendon are telling us that it's a hamstring there for Jordan Ridley. Jai Menzies is into the game.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It wasn't a massive quarter in terms of marking the goals in your record. Just the one goal each in that second quarter. And after the Bombers led by 22 at quarter time, they led by 25 at the half. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clench, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Brett Delidio and Cameron Ling, your call team. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. It is the Bombers by 25. As you heard there on the injury front, both subs made in that second term. Jackson Archer, a suspected hamstring. Jordan Ridley, a suspected hamstring. So both Bailey Scott and Jai Menzies for the Roos and the Bombers are into the game. Now, John Ralph on Fox Footy reporting moments ago that Laura Kane has allowed Alex Taru's ban to start this week. So it's not a change in the rule. It's under the compelling and exceptional circumstances clause because the Sandringham side has an unusual fixture with 2 byes in a 6-week stretch. So he will be available VFL round 10, AFL round 12. So rather than missing 6 weeks and 4 VFL games, which was the suspension, he will miss 4 AFL games and essentially be available for the Saints in a month's time. So he was
common sense. We've got some.
There you go.
Ross won.
Wow.
In the end, Ross got what he wanted.
Well, he did, but it makes complete sense. For a kid who's trying to cut his teeth and learn his craft and whatever else, we're trying to develop and see a side who's, in the middle of the table come out. I don't think they're going to have an impact on finals, I can't imagine. And he's a first-year player. Common sense. Not always that common, is it?
Certainly not. Do they have a case that they maybe should just look at doing their own reserves competition now?
Well, if things like that weren't overturned, that would be the next step, wouldn't it? Where the AFL clubs would essentially
play
say,
scratch matches.
While we're playing in the VFL, we may as well do our own thing, play the reserve. So it's actually for the health of keeping the old VFA teams up and running and keeping that competition strong that there are these allowances made. There was a case actually in the Waffle going back a couple of years ago where Josh Tracy was suspended for 2 games. Same kind of thing happened. There was a bye involved for Peel Thunder in the Waffle and the same thing happened. They actually intervened at that particular stage and said, hey, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. He can miss the 2 AFL games and be right to go in essentially 3 weeks' time. So we're all happy with that.
Yeah,
comfortable.
You might have to raise it with Paul Roos on Monday when you do the podcast. Ross is dropping a lot of Roosy references.
I noticed that.
Just as sort of his full guy to make the point.
He gave, I see they've been waxing a little bit and mentioning each other as much as they can. Of course, the ABC AFL Daily podcast is new drop in there every single day. So, Lids, you'll be on tomorrow's edition. Yes. Lingy, you'll be on Sunday with Clinchy. Of course, that goes up in the ABC AFL Daily feed. So every single day, discussion, analysis, all of that, and you'll get Rosie Monday through Thursday. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, Jackson Archer is back on the bench. He's got his ice pack very high up on the left hamstring. So, as we alluded to, may well be a tendon issue there for Jackson Archer, but not to speculate around that. But certainly a high hamstring. Has the casual shoes on, the big jacket. He'll sit at the back of the bench. Subbed out of this game. Just repeating as well, Jordan Ridley with the seeming hamstring injury in that second quarter as well for Essendon.
Just on the teams, thanks, Ben, for Friday night footy. We were thinking, is Ross going to swing the axe? What will happen? He was a very frustrated man last week, as we saw, and Hugo Garcia subbed out early in the second term. 3 outs. 1 managed, 1 injured and 1 omitted. So Isaac Keeler is the guy who loses his place in the team. Zach Jones is out-managed. Mason Wood is hurt. They're the only 3 changes. So Liam O'Connell comes in.
That's right. Give him a whack and then give him a chance to make up for it.
Yep. Mateus Filippo also comes in. And
for his first game.
And Hugh Boxall will make his
debut.
What do we know about Hugh Boxall?
Not a heap, to be honest. He's a WA boy, I'm pretty sure. So don't do a lot of work over there in WA. It's a long way away.
Yes, here we go. Hugh Boxall. So pick 45, St Kilda's 4th selection. So he's an 18-year-old. He's going to make his debut tomorrow night.
Went well in the pre-season. So surprised it's taken this long.
For the Dockers, Luke Jackson's back. It's been incredible that until he did this hammy, he hadn't missed since joining the Dockers. So he had a long run with continuous footy for him. Oscar McDonald's the unlucky man that misses out there. The rest of the weekend, we touched on this a little in the pre-game, but Adam Treloar, after a series of calf injuries, is in for that trip to Ballarat, where the Dogs have a pretty good record over the journey as well, playing down there. They've won 9 of their 13 games. Tom Stewart's out with a knee complaint. Clayton Oliver, due to mental health reasons, is not going to Perth, so a difficult week. The club saying he's going to prioritise his well-being, which is a good move, so he won't be travelling with the Demons to play the Eagles out west. And for the Lions, there's no Morris, no Lohman, 2 missing from their premiership side for the Q-Clash. The last game of the weekend, of course, to bring it all home in what is a power-packed round 8. People saying little soft launch with this Thursday night game. Fremantle on a Friday night, interstate, which you don't often see, but comes home strong with the New South Wales teams playing one another, and of course the Q-Clash to come on Sunday. Second half upon us here, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Dons by 25. Here's Matt Clinch.
Looking to make it 12 straight. The Dons over the Kangaroos as the first clearance goes the way of Davies Junior. Kicks up towards Langford. Can't gather, so Davies Junior goes himself once more. The fender kicks it out towards Zerha into the pocket. Darling clears a path in the end. Good pressure by Pryor. Lays the tackle on Zerha and spins him around.
Dangerous tackle.
And it was a dangerous tackle, just that last bit. As he tried to bring him down to the ground, he sort of used that slinging action, and the concerning ones where you can dump a player's head into the turf. Cam Zurhaar is a little worse aware as he slowly gets to his feet.
Yeah, it's the twisting motion. His head does hit the ground. He's going to take his kick, Cam Zurhaar, but I just wonder, North Melbourne medical staff would probably just jump on the vision there that they've got down on the bench and just have a little look, maybe ask him a few questions. They can do a head injury assessment out on the ground and just check him out.
Cam Zurhaar has one already tonight. He's deep in the right forward pocket. From 48 metres out, it won't have the journey. Sherry's in the pack. Off hands, Hobbs at the back. Left it. Here's a chance for McKercher. He's tackled by Archie Roberts in the umpire border. Anything for Michael Christian to have a look at there in that sling tackle?
Wow, if he gets concussed, then we're pretty reactionary, aren't we?
Oh, Sherry trying to get a hit out with his foot. Just tried to soccer it from the ball up outside the goal square. In the end, it rolls through from behind with a bit of help. As Martin sees it over, so minor score. Margin is 24 points Essendon's way, and the Bombers out of defence. As McGrath with a long kick up to the wing. There was Menzies. He was tackled as soon as he got it. Kako wins it. Handball goes through to Durham. Kicks the Bombers down to high half forward, and Merritt is on here as he takes the mark. There's a runner in Menzies. Sheasel decides to leave the mark, and Merritt decides to take the ground. He looks for home. He gets it to the line, and it's just whacked through. And a goal-saving effort, getting across to punch it through on the last line. Bailey Scott, the sub, saves the day for the time being. Bombers by 25. 2 minutes into the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
The role of the far side winger on that occasion. Bailey Scott having to get all the way back to the goal square. Great play.
Caleb Daniel brings North Melbourne back into play. Malik rises and takes the mark at left half back. He's called to play on here. So Maley will have to give the hand pass away to Comben. 1-2 back to him. He's showing good composure, but he's giving us a shot. Stevens just got a hand in there. Got it away from Nick Martin. It may still work as Stevens gathers. Needs support. Hand pass back to Maley. Gets the hand pass 1-2 with Hardiman. And now to Stevens. He's got Sheasel up at half forward. Had to wait a long time underneath it. Pryor came crashing through. Gathered by Davies Jr. Hand pass to Maley once more. About a fourth involvement in this passage of play. His kick is too wide for Zurhaar and it goes out. And a boundary throw in just inside the attacking 50 for the Kangaroos. The Bombers by 25 points.
Geez, Jackson Pryor just come out of like he's been shot out of a cannon. He throws a slam tackle to the ground and then a big heavy collision with Sheasel.
Angry.
Jeez. Gritted teeth to start this third term. As Parker gets a hand pass back into dispute. Picked up though by Gresham. Gives it to Hobbs. He's tackled almost immediately. Still no clean take. Sheasel jumps on top of it. Gresham jumps on top of him. Ump says, I'll have it. The ball up high half forward for North. They're kicking to the Lockett end in this third quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Bombers by 25. Goldstein leaning over the top. Wins it down to Martin. There's big Sherry.
He just ate him.
Like a mattress just comes charging through, and Martin in the end tackled into the ground.
Goldstein, the 36-year-old, taps it down for the Bombers, but straight to Powell. Out past to Hardiman, who puts it out on the full. Free kick going the way of the Bombers.
Use your right boot lad.
Cross right half back, and Zach Reid will take the free kick for the Bombers. I do sort of feel for Pryor in that tackle with Zurhaar, because given the different size and body shape, you do need a fair bit of power to bring a player down, but you can't have that dumping tackle. Kick up the wing. Hardiman took a little bit too long. Kako's putting the pressure on. One tackle, then two on McDonald. Hand pass to Comben. Comes inboard to Parker and out of Daniel. The Kangaroos have the hand pass game going. Away to McKercher, who looks out to the middle of the ground, and Zurhaar is on a long lead. And Mark's out on the far wing.
How is that not the protected zone?
Was that 50? Yeah. Just come in from behind and then take a metre as well.
Yep. So, missed one there that will much be to the eye of, on this occasion, Alistair Clarkson rather than Brad Scott. As the kick comes up to Jack Darling, he receives it from Bailey Scott. The sub who's into the action, unfortunately, Jackson Archer out with a hamstring injury. Ridley out with a hamstring injury as well. The kick for the Roos inside 50. Zurhaar in the pack, can't take the mark. McKercher front and centre, swings onto his left, centering ball looking for Sherry, up against Peter Wright, can't complete the mark. Hardiman's pushed down from defence, can't gather it cleanly, racing after it, it's tapped away by Menzies. A second go at it, he overran the footy in the end. Stevens taps it over the boundary line. And a throw in between wing and half forward for the Kangaroos. Essendon leading by 25 points.
Just to go back to your question about the prior tackle, Clinchy, the one that was down there. I think the penalty for that one should be what it was, a free kick. It was a dangerous tackle, and that's where it stops. Unfortunately, Lids is right. If there's concussion, we become overly reactionary, but That's enough. It's a free kick.
From the stoppage, Powell, high kick inside 50 for the Roos, punched away by Redmond. McGrath had it, lost it in the tackle, still centre half forward for North. Zerhard trying to get it out, picked up by the Bombers, shooting a hand pass forward Langford. Now it's with Gresham. He's tackled, taken the ground, got the footy away. McDonald trying to get his arms free, coughs it up to McGrath. Essendon through the middle, they're queuing up. Perkins to Goldstein, now to Hobbs. Kicks inside 50, Menzies downhill. Daniel trying to break it up. Menzies wins it anyway. Kicks a high floater right to the behind line. It won't get there, and that's a good result as Caddy marks.
He didn't mean that.
No, he did not. He did not even look. He just felt the pressure.
He was having a shot for goal, Menzies, and he had Caddy on in the goal square. Caddy marks anyway. Caddy hits the post. And behind, hooking across the body off his left peg. A minor score. The Bombers by 26. We've had only 2 goals since quarter time. We're now 6 minutes into the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
We've been talking a lot about the rivalry between these two teams. Did you know that game in 1999 that was famous, the big comeback? They scored 290 points in total.
Amazing.
I don't think we're going to hit that mark tonight.
Caleb Daniel with the kicking duties is copying it from the Essendon cheer squad. Eventually he finds Tristan Sherry, who takes a good contested mark at left half back.
Probably consider ourselves lucky we got to 69.
Yes.
Carey kicked 10 and Lloydie 7.
Take us back to the glory days. As Zerhard tries to fly in the pack, got his knee right in the back of Reed. Intercept mark taken for the Bombers as Redmond through the middle of the ground to Menzies. Now to McGrath, centre field, got it back to McGrath. Looking out to left half forward, kicks out in front of Kako. It bounced past him and in the end he can't gather. And a boundary throw in at left half forward for the Bombers. Essendon leading by 26 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Maybe not 96 because obviously Sydney were at home and Plugger kicked them behind after the bell. But 99, I think most people felt they were the 2 best teams.
That's where we should have seen the ultimate showdown, shouldn't we?
We should have had it then.
Carlton fans don't want to hear that, but they were the 2 best in it that year.
Still get cold sweats when you hear the name Fraser Brown and the
I love that tackle. That was the best.
Tackle on Dean Wallace. The Roos have worked it down the wing. He goes McKercher. He's off and running. Meep the Roadrunner. 2 bounces. Kicks on goal. He's got it. And there's a highlight from the young man. The second-year Roo bursting away and kicks it on the run. And North are back in this game. 7-7 to 4-5. 8 minutes gone in the third term. The Bombers by 20 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio.
Well, great finish, wasn't it? To be at such speed and then to still finish the way he did. A lot of young players in particular get a little bit overawed with that. Good 50-50 contest win. Again, Larky involved. But that was just a clean set of pair of heels, as they like to say. I love that. I love seeing young players tuck the ball under their arm and really try and run and take the game on. He's tried to do it a couple of times tonight, hasn't he? But just hasn't quite broken free. But
done once for holding the ball, but you've got to back yourself in and keep going for it.
And he doesn't have the size yet and quite that burst to break lots of tackles, but smart then. He knew he had grass in front of him, just ran and nailed it. Little love heart celebration.
Yep, didn't mind it. And here's Davies Uniac trying to break away, getting the clearance, tackled and brought down in the end by Durham, but got the hand pass away to Powell. Kicks out to the left forward pocket. Darling's outnumbered, Redmond and Reed, and in the end it goes out of play. And a boundary thrown in the left forward pocket.
Jack Darling just can't get any separation.
At just the 1 disposal to half-time. He has 2 for the match. 300 gamer, former Eagle. As the ball thrown back into play, Sherry lost his footing from the ruck battle, and Goldstein the easy tap down to Sammy Durham, who kicks up towards Caddy. Charging through, Common left the footy behind. Caddy's hand pass almost chopped off in the end. Good work by O'Sullivan. And Sardis can't get the hand pass from Caddy as it goes over the boundary line. And a throw in front of the North bench, who are all applauding there, the desperate defending up against the boundary line.
I feel if they get some enough supply, they're going to be dangerous up there without Ridley in the side. I feel like he's a real integral part. You know, Mackay will obviously do a job, but get some supply in there, they're a chance. The Root players.
Dons by 20 points. Goldstein down to Sardis, tackled immediately.
It's been called high. It's been one of the out of area umpires has called that one. High contact.
Sardis and James Hurd's old number 5. Held over from the VFL last week, in for Shield today. Kicks down to half forward, and here's Peter Wright. Shield out managed with a short week. Kicks back inboard. Dangerous ball. Unkind bounce for Menzies. Picked up by Zane Dersma. Took on the tackle. Got it out to O'Sullivan. Quick hands away to Davies-Uniacke, over his shoulder to Simpkin. He got the Roos. McKercher, handball to Sheasel, back to Simpkin. Kicks across the ground, the Roos are on again. Constanti should be able to run onto it. Collects high half forward, closes to about 60 out. Kicks into the forward pocket, leaping up Lucky. Takes the mark against the boundary line, 30 from home.
Tell you what, give them a chance here. They're going to start to play with get a bit more confidence, and you can see it there. You can just see that little passage of play. The flicking around, the over-the-shoulder handball from LDU, the quick hands in tight. Get their confidence up and going. They're high draft picks. They're going to know how to do it.
Yeah, you're right, Leeds. And the fact that Essendon defence is Jordan Ridley down, that they'll feel like, get it in there. We can score.
Right peg against the fence. Hasn't got one tonight. He does now. Game well and truly on. And the Roos rebound straight back into this contest. They kicked the first 2 after half-time, and Essendon's lead now just 14 points. 11 gone third term. The Bombers 7-7. The Roos coming 5-5. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Now it flicks over to having a look at Essendon and what they're doing. So they're down Jordan Ridley in defence. So they've got to understand our most important line of defence has got to be through the middle of the ground. Yes, our forwards are going to want to put some pressure on. They're going to buzz around and do what they can. But we can't let North Melbourne have those two types of transfer of play, of ball movement. So Zach Merritt, Sardis, Setterfield are starting in there right now. And Durham. It's got to be better and more pressure through that middle part of the ground to not let North Melbourne now get the confidence to move the ball like that.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Nick Larkey didn't have the greatest goal-kicking week last week. I heard him speaking on Channel 7 with Mitch Cleary pre-game. Took his girlfriend Gina down to the club on Sunday. She was rolling him the balls back and he was practicing his goal-kicking, and it's turned it around. That. Look at that finish.
Love that.
Essendon by 14 points. Darlingham right into the ruck for their respective sides. Comes down to Davies-Uniacke. Can't break away. Setterfield has to hang on as he's tackled by Powell. And the umpire will ball it up. The Kangas have had 46 disposals to the Bombers 26. A couple of centre bounce clearances. The game is turning. Darling does it himself, gets it out of the ruck, kicks inside 50, and Mackay was able to work Larkey underneath. And Ben Mackay takes the mark against his former side. It's the Bronx cheers from the Kangas fans as he looks out to the left back pocket. Send the end out to Reed.
Those boos are fine.
Yeah, they got to cop those.
We said Todd Goldstein's a bit stiff to cop a few. Ben Mackay can cop a couple.
Reed comes inboard to Archie Roberts. He can chip it over the top to Sardis, who had a couple of metres on McKercher. Wants to give it back to Roberts. Pressure from Costanti. Back to Pryor, the hand passer now to Sardis. Kicks off a step. Hard towards the wing. Asking a little bit of Setterfield. Great Bart lunging forward.
Well, it's in his back.
He didn't claim it. I think it was a half volley in the end, and he was making exactly that case.
Put a saddle on him, didn't he?
Phillips over the back of him.
Bombers by 14 points. They've kicked the last 2. 13 minutes into this. Sorry, as in North have kicked the last 2 to trim that margin. Got out to 26. And holding the ball as Setterfield now lays the tackle, and he's going to get the footy eventually, but has to lock up LDU before that. Remembering the Bombers kicked 6 goals in the opening quarter, but we've now played a quarter and a half, and they've got only 1 goal from that point on. Setterfield. The scoring has slowed for the Dons. Kicks beyond the wing. Bursting through Durham. Hits it at speed. Hand pass inside to right. Got his arms free. Got a handball away. Back inboard though. McDonald wins it for the Roos. Hand pass to Powell. Handball away towards Hardiman off the back flank. The lefty to centre half forward. Larkey got rid of some bodies. Took the mark, but a push into the numbers of Pryor, and a free kick for Jackson Pryor at centre half back. Bombers by 14. Momentum with North halfway through the third.
As he looks for an avenue out of defence, Larkey comes charging at Pryor, kicks out towards Jones. As he takes the mark on the broadcast, the umpire just coming to have a word to Nick Larkey behind the play. Turns and comes inboard to McGrath.
What for?
Yeah, well, he's allowed to put pressure on.
His frustration is maybe just tempering a little bit. As McGrath, risky kick, trying to switch it. Out towards Setterfield, spoiled away in the end by Dawson. Foot races on. Larkey with a massive tackle. And the ball spills clear. Umpire says dangerous tackle on Pryor. Was that dangerous? He probably pinned both arms and did roll him at the end.
Hold him over, yeah, maybe.
So the intent to try and catch him, but it was that second action which really tried to dump him. And Nick Larkey is in the red at the moment. He is seeing red. As it's Reed who brings the Bombers out of defence. Jones had it spoiled by Stevens, picked up by Powell. Hand pass to Parker from 48. He blazes away. Now
free kick, Larkey.
And he will get a free kick at the top of the goal square.
This game's got me in now. I'm all aboard.
Pryor with an arm right in the middle of the back, straight in front of the umpire. And Nick Larkey might get the last laugh here as the Kangas fans are out of their chairs.
Because Luke Parker had missed the most obvious little hit up to his teammate. Instead went long. But Larkey gets the free.
Nick Larkey
Fun now.
had the last goal of the match. From point blank range, he now has 2. And the Kangas are coming to life. 3 unanswered goals to start this third term, and the lead is 8 points the Bombers' way. 7-7-49 to North Melbourne 6-5-41. 16 minutes gone. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Brett Delidia, your experts.
All right, so what happens with that tackle?
Well,
Larkey tackle.
No, but he bounced up. And again, reactionary, so it's just a free kick again. But, yeah.
Here we go. So we get another look at it on the replay. Oh.
It just the last action looks bad, but I tell you what, we had Steve McBurney in before, and he said they only make 1 error a game, do they?
Just 1 holding the ball error a game.
Yes. Well, I didn't see it. It wasn't holding the ball, but then there was the chopping of the arms that your head nearly snapped off when you looked back at me to say...
On Harry Jones?
Where was that? And the umpire had his hand up to his mouth and then refused to pay it.
Oh. North have kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game. They've kicked the only 3 goals of this third quarter, and the Bombers, who once led by 26, lead by only 8 points. There's a free kick again in the middle. More intervention. It's a free kick for Simpkins.
So Simpkins got the free kick, but Powell took the advantage. It's the player's choice. It should be play on. It was a bad advantage to take, but this is all over the shop at the moment.
Simpkins short kick to Stevens, and Stevens now a longer kick out to half forward finds Hardiman. Again, it's in the Roos front half, and it's in the Roos hands. As Hardiman just chips it out wide to Stevens. It's a crowded forward 50. The Roos are going inside their attacking arc again. Where's the lead come from? Larkey in the forward pocket. Usually a good idea. Stevens looks to go a little longer. Kicks it all the way to the behind line. Sherry down there. They all jump for it. Sherry ends up with it. Takes Pryor with him. Pryor tackles him to ground. Says keep going. Somehow got a handball out, he said. The ball's knocked through for a rush behind. Sometimes the whistle goes away. Others, the P's been blown out of it. It's hard to follow here. 18 gone in the third term. Essendon by 7 points now. 7-7 to 6-6. The Bombers' scoring has completely dried up. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It is threatening every now and then just to feel like a midweek game of basketball as the players are getting frustrated.
Yeah, you don't judge us like that.
Cherry got a free kick off the ball here as well.
Sherry has been counted into, so he'll get a free kick. So before the ball is even in the passage of play, umpires are being asked to get involved.
We have had 2 hammies done, Clinchy.
Yes, that's true. For those listeners that have just tuned in, unfortunately, Ridley's night is done. Jackson Archer as well, as Charlie Coleman takes the mark at left half forward. Wheels out to the right, sends it inside 50. Where's Larkey? Can't fly in the end. And Goldstein takes the mark, the 36-year-old veteran. Still toiling away under Brad Scott. Gets the hand pass back to Pryor. He's caught in a bind as he gets the hand pass to Xavier Dersma. Now to Merritt, the Essendon captain, pulls his kick. Didn't get it to Sardis, and the intercepting mark taken by Powell. He's right on 50. The young midfielder looking for option short, and in the end, he might now have to have the shot on goal.
Yeah, I do like the fact Stevens was calling for it inboard, like demanding it very aggressively, as though he was going to be able to kick it from 72 metres out.
He certainly didn't like him, that's for sure. But he was better at having a shot from outside 50. So Tom Powell starts his approach. He wheels out to the right. He just chips it in the end to the top of the goal square. In the pack, Maley flew, couldn't take the mark. Zerha front and centre. Chopped off in the end as Nick Martin gets back. Hand pass to Harry Jones, working in a bind. Almost brought down by Maley. Just got a hand pass away to Goldstein and now to McGrath. Kicks into the middle of the ground, and it's an intercepting mark taken by Phillips.
Phillips goes laterally to Comben, who's got forward here. Has got it 60 out. And just about every Essendon player is in North Melbourne's defensive 50. High ball into the pocket, almost a juggled mark for Zerha. Gets it at the drop, takes on the tackler, ends up on his knees. Handball to Sheasel. Sheasel still got it out. Intercepted. Nice work by Sardis. Knocks it free. Sockers it further afield. Sockers it. Out of play eventually. Ump says... Ump says deliberate.
Of course he does. We're getting everything in this one.
Holy smokes. Free kick for North.
Wow.
Stevens is going to take it.
He didn't let me ask Steve about the official intent.
And now the inside 50 kick is a good one. And Simpkin marks against the boundary line. 45 out left half forward. And the Roos have got another look at it.
You can't tell me the umpires don't play a part of momentum, because it's at the moment you can see that everything's going North's way, but there's been a few dubious little decisions that have still gone North's way. So
22 on 18.
Well, potentially. I'm not suggesting that, but
luck is the residue of design, as they like to say. At the moment, the Roos are riding theirs. They've kicked the only 3 goals of the quarter. The captain, Simpkin, arcs out to his right. They're adding another. Simpkin silencing the Bombers fans. They're within a point, and this game is alive. 7-7 to 7-6. And that 26-point lead for the Bombers is long gone. Just a 1-point game. The Bombers by a point. 21 travelled in the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I think you're referencing it, Corbin, but there was a big finger up to the lips there from Jai Simpkin, perhaps in reference to some of the commentary from throughout the week.
Okay, if that's what it was, that's fine. But he did it to the bay, directly in front of where he kicked the ball from. That's a lot of blue and white right there.
When he wanted to look up to the Channel 7 box, he's looking for corn.
I think he might have been looking for the nearest television camera. That might be.
Shushing a lot of his own fans.
It was a great kick. That's a tough pocket to get him from. I'm not sure. Yeah. Anyway, each to their own.
4 goals to 2 behinds. The Kangas have brought this game to life. Umpire is going to recall the bounce.
How you feeling, Corb?
Less confident.
Get a heart rate monitor on him. One stage it felt like the Bombers were toiling with them, paying on at every opportunity. It's completely swung in this second half. Davies Uniacke gets the clearance. Hand pass to Simpkin on cue. Kicks up to Zerha. Can't take the mark against Pryor. Phillips' hand pass to Parker. Tackle by Merritt. Great captain's tackle. Holding the ball as he wins it on half back for the Bombers. Off a step, wants to play on. He spotted Setterfield in space. He'll mark in front of O'Sullivan. He's centre wing on the outer side. Essendon hanging on to just a 1-point lead. One stage led by as much as 24 points. As he wheels onto his right, Setterfield, that's not a great kick. Out in front of Peter Wright. He bounces in front of Heat, McDonald and Luke Davies Uniacke, and across the boundary line. A couple of Bombers fans sitting in the front row. I think we've got the thought with the visual on the screen as to what they're thinking. Bombers clinging onto a 1-point lead.
It was a nothing kick, wasn't it? Yeah. Really. He had the Jones lead and then kick it to the feet of Peter Wright.
26 points to lead earlier in the quarter. Essendon's way. Just a 1-point game now from the boundary throw-in. Roberts collects for the Bombers. Hand pass away to the skipper. Merritt. Kicks into oncoming traffic. Ball skids away to half forward. Kako cleans it up. Hand pass to Durham. Long kick to Langford. One out in the cage. McDonald does well. Spoils it for the Roos. Still alive footy inside 50 for the Bombers. Setterfield collects. Tackled. Lost it. Throw a blanket over 15 players. And in the end, the ump says, I'll have it. Centre half forward for the Dons.
Yeah, you got to give credit to Luke McDonald there. That was a one-out competition against Langford. He's been better defensively this quarter.
Wright and Sherry. Sherry, the telling touch, wins it down. Simpkin sockers it forward, but straight to Xavier Dersma, who jams it on the boot, kicks to the goal square. No mark. Caddy, the toe poke, the goal. Caddy comes up with one. He's second of the night, and the Bombers keep the Roos at bay. 24 gone in the third. Essendon 8-7-55. North 7-6-48. Can it be the momentum shifter? Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
My mid-commentary through your call there, sorry about that, Corbs, was the fact that Callan Dawson completely wiped out his own teammate trying to help. It was Comben in the one-on-one. Dawson's just taken out Comben and left basically 3 Essendon players standing. And Caddy just popped it through.
He's done that a couple of times as well.
I remember really clearly Dimmer going off about Alex Rance flying from the front. He goes, if you don't stop flying from the front, you can sit there on the bench.
If you're going to come third up, you either get the ball and kill it, or you make sure the person you take out of the contest is the opposition player, not your key defender.
An important steadier for the Bombers after North Melbourne. They've kicked 4 goals in 15 minutes. Back in the middle of the ground. Goldstein wins down the tap. Durham can't gather. He will get the hand pass, though, from Merritt. Back to Sammy Durham. Looks out to half forward. Caddy on a lead. What a bullet.
Great kick. Great mark.
He's able to hang on to it at right half forward. He kicks off his shin, trying to kick to the lead of Harry Jones. And O'Sullivan takes the intercepting mark in the back pocket for the Kangaroos. Essendon by 7 points, 25 minutes gone, third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. We'll go back to Harry Sheasel, possession number 17. Come out for him. Luke Davies-Uniacke leads away with 22, alongside Zach Merritt with 22 as well. So they work it out, and Stevens has it in the back pocket for the Kangas.
Stevens, long down the line, City side, as Pryor looking to spoil, slides through towards Simpkin. He's shoved to the ground and out of play. And a boundary throw in on that City wing.
When you have a think about who you think Corby's top 5 Essendon players currently would be, and I want to see if one of them gets in there that I'm thinking of.
We ran this exercise the last Thursday night game the Bombers played, and the boys were a little questionable winging on some of the guys that made the top 5.
Just one.
As it comes out towards Xavier Dersma. He gets a handball away to Merritt, so the Bombers win it at the stoppage. Handball back to Dersma. Handball inside to Setterfield. Takes on the tackler, turns it over. Parker gives it to Sherry. Back to Parker. North back the other way. Short kick to Davies-Uniacke. Has it on the City wing for North.
I reckon you'll get it if you had 100 guesses.
I've had a week to revisit this call because I did feel you were under the pump.
Are these favourites or who he thinks
He's
best
favourites. It's not favourites.
He's favourites. Yep.
Davies-Uniacke at half forward. Stay tuned, that's coming up shortly. Up towards Larky, can't take the mark. Maley was there as well. Zerha just crashes through the pack, kicks end over end. What a finish! Cam Zerha the ball, putting on a show with his second. Absolute class from the right forward pocket, and the Kangas fans are bouncing once more. Essendon's lead is cut to 1 point as they immediately respond after the caddy goal at the other end. 8-7-55 the Bombers. North Melbourne 8-6-54. And Cam Zerha has had a couple of indifferent moments throughout the match. Nothing indifferent about that classy finish.
No,
that is special.
That is a great guy. And with the footage cut to Brad Scott, and he's just taking a drink shot. Well, that's a damn good goal. There's not much you can do about that. I mean, they had Langford cutting back in across as the fat side winger, trying to cut it off. But
I thought he had it covered.
Yeah.
He got back well, Langford. It was just spinning so quickly.
Yep.
Brilliant
Great
goal.
finish.
Has the tackle break and then gets the ball to
He's
talk
gone
as
to
well.
it. Well, since Ridley has left his side, he's got a mismatch. He's making the most of it at the moment.
27 gone, third term. Essendon by just 1. Roos have dominated the quarter. They've kicked 5 goals to 1 in the term. As Sherry looking to try and grab it out of the ruck. It's a handball away to Davies-Uniacke, taken down in the 2-man tackle and a ball up. Both subs used. Hamstring injuries for both Ridley and Archer in the first half. Oh, Sherry grabs it out of the ruck and then he's taken home by Goldstein. Master in the Apprentice, and isn't he graduated big time? Tristan Sherry kicks inside the forward 50. Thumped away by Reed at the back. Simpkin keeps it in front of him. Got a handball out to Powell. Quick handball. Davies-Uniacke tackled. Taken the ground. Good tackle from Roberts. And a ball up 45 out from the Roos goal. They trail by just 1. The Bombers did lead the game by 26. It's now 28 gone in the third.
Kangas had just 3 goals at half-time. They've kicked 5 in this third quarter. Sherry slaps it down in the direction of Darling, trying to keep his footing. Hand pass over his shoulder as he heard a voice. He couldn't get it to Parker. Merritt tries to keep it alive. Did really well against the boundary line. Kicks it up the City wing. McDonald's a loose though. He's waiting for it. Hand pass for North to Dawson. Almost bumped off it by Gresham. In the end, the numbers went out. Sheasel's hand pass to McDonald for the Kangas, to Caleb Daniel. Hand pass over the top to Stevens. Ran into a dead end. Harry Jones got him. Holding the ball, and the Bombers are going to take the advantage.
Dons want to go in a hurry too. Hand pass away from Gresham. Got it to Xavier Dersma to Perkins. G took on Powell and lost. Powell wins, holding the ball. Free kick North. And Perkins had an option, didn't give it. Now kicks laterally. Sherry, centre half back. Hand pass to Sheasel. Clever kick. Hooks it across the body out of the wing. Scott should be able to run onto it. Trying to paddle in front of him. Goldstein does superb. Knocks it to Reed. Tumbles a kick down to half forward for Essendon. Comben should get the bounce. Does. Gets around right. A 1-2 with Sheasel. Back to Comben. Back flank for North. Hand pass to Hardiman. Handball out wide to McKercher. Looks on the 45 kick. Ugly one for Darling. Broken up. Bombers should win it back. McGrath eventually on the wing wins it for Essendon.
Hand pass to Sardis. He swings onto his right. Kicks up to Langford. McDonald uses his body well. Takes a juggling mark at left half back and just calls for a bit of calm. Leading towards 3-quarter time. They cut this deficit from 26 points to just 1 point.
Yeah.
What a kick from Sheasel. Finds Stevens. Hand pass away to Powell. Almost within striking distance from 55. His eyes lit up, and in the end, flares it out of bounds on the full to the right.
Oh, who was that? Luke Parker, wide open inside 50.
Yeah.
Had to be better.
Even Davies Uniacke had space on his opponent as well.
Got to keep your composure. As Roberts goes long down the line, and Stevens is going to get a second look at it. He takes the intercept mark. The kick was short of Martin. The kick now inside the forward 50. Larkey drops it. Still a North a chance. Mackay tackles Larkey. Ball comes out. Larkey a second go. Handball to Davies Uniacke. Not clean. Durham goes and wins it. He's always clean. Got it to McGrath to Redmond. Bombers off half back. Perkins over the top to Kako. 20 seconds on the clock. Kako backs in his own speed. Burns off Scott. Kako to an unguarded goal square. Ball slipping, sliding, running out of play.
Didn't see Zach Merritt.
And Merritt can't believe it as he looks back at Kako and says, what about me?
No, he couldn't see him. You understand that. He was going full tilt. And you're like, I know what happens when you're going full tilt like that. Lee. You would too.
No. I'm not taking anyone on. Having a bounce at all.
You're clear, you're right. Keep going.
Speed wobbles by the end as he was dodging and weaving. Bombers have it inside. They're attacking 50. Right wins down the tap. Seconds tick down. Off Gresham's boot, it rolls out of play.
If I'm going
just
that
about do
fast,
us.
I'm in a car. Definitely not running.
Essendon lead by 1 point as they're about to head into the final quarter. As the umpires are just pausing for a second here. Ben Cameron.
Yeah, Harry Jones is down and holding his leg.
Broken something, isn't it? That's awful. Oh, God, we've just seen the vision of it, Benny.
They've got the stretcher out here, so this is not good.
I think.
Yeah.
So right as Sardis had a swinging shot on goal, is that going to count? No, it's not. The umpire is saying no score. So we'll get a replay of that Harry Jones injury.
He rolled his ankle.
Don't want to see it. He's up against the fence as the teams are going to gather for three-quarter time. So that is adding to a disastrous night for the Bombers with an injury, a hamstring injury to Jordan Ridley. Jackson Archer also out with a hamstring injury, and at three-quarter time the Bombers hold a 1 point advantage, but might be a player down in this final term. 8-7-55 to North Melbourne, 8-6-54. The quarter came in alive with the Kangas booting 5 goals to the Bombers 1-2. Essendon kicked a couple of behinds to start the third term, and they got out by 26 points, the biggest lead of the match, before the Kangas slammed on 4 goals on the bounce to bring this game to life. The goal kickers, 3 goals for Archie Perkins, 2 to Nate Caddy, individuals to Langford, Hobbs and Martin, while for the Kangaroos, 2 goals to Jai Simpkin and 2 goals to Nick Larkey. Cam Zerha also has 2, while Colby McKercher is the other individual goal kicker.
There would be about 8 medical staff who are with Harry Jones, who's up against the advertising hoardings on the city side of the ground. They've run the stretcher over to him, so that's come from the broadcast side to the far side of the ground, and they actually had to walk past the activation, which is about to be set up here to take place on that outer wing, and not far from them, some 15, 20 metres away, Harry Jones is in front of those LED boards holding his lower leg. One of the medical staff personnel just put a white towel over the leg, which is bent at an angle that it's not meant to be. So
yeah, it's one of those awful ones.
He's holding his knee up, but it is his ankle that's sort of down the wrong way. The doc looked like he tried to fix it a little bit, but all I can hope is that it's like Tony Finau. Remember when he was celebrating down the fairway and then dislocated his ankle and they popped it back in? I can only hope it's like that, but fear for the kid.
Essendon by a point. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio coming up next. The Bombers by 1, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Meet the Muster Dogs class of 2025.
He's chewing the mic.
New Muster Dogs, Collies and Kelpies.
What do you think? You're going to be a champion?
Stream all episodes now. Always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
The Roos have worked it down the wing. He goes McKercher. He's off and running. Meet the Roadrunner. 2 bounces. Kicks on goal. He's got it. And there's a highlight from the young man. The second-year Roo bursting away and kicks it on the run. And North are back in this game. Kicks across the ground. The Roos are on again. Constanti should be able to run onto it. Collects high half forward. Closes to about 60 out. Kicks into the forward pocket. Leaping up Lucky. Takes the mark against the boundary line. 30 from home. Right peg against the fence. Hasn't got one tonight. He does now. Game well and truly on.
Picked up by Powell. Handbuster Parker from 40-80 blazes away. Now
Free kick, Larky.
And he will get a free kick at the top of the goal square.
This game's got me in now. I'm all aboard.
From point blank range, he now has 2. And the Kangas are coming to life. 3 unanswered goals to start this third term, and the lead is 8 points the Bombers' way.
They kicked the only 3 goals of the quarter. The captain, Simpkin, arcs out to his right. They're adding another. Simpkin silencing the Bombers fans. They're within a point, and this game is alive. Sherry, the telling touch, wins it down. Simpkin sockers it forward, but straight to Xavier Dersma, who jams it on the boot, kicks to the goal square. No mark. Caddy, the toe poke, the goal.
Murray was there as well. Zerha just crashes through the back, kicks end over end. What a finish! Count Zerha the ball, putting on a show with his second.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from an entertaining third quarter. North Melbourne, from 26 points down, are within a point. The response for Harry Jones is continuing. So still, they haven't got the cut to him. It's just arriving now, but it's not the response you'd want, as Jones is struggling with a left lower leg complaint, and he's up against the advertising hoardings on the far side. Brett Delidio and Cameron Lang with their take through 3 quarters. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Bombers by 1.
Yeah, we'll wait to hear the report on Harry Jones. The old club doc from the Cats has texted. He's obviously listening, and he agrees with you. Lids, dislocated ankle, so awful for Harry Jones. A good quarter of footy from the Kangaroos, though, wasn't it? They
look sharp.
I mean, it was an entertaining quarter.
Like a better team.
We were almost laughing at times in here because there was some weird and wacky decisions being made by umpires. We had Jai Simpkin shushing, I think, his own supporters, or maybe it was up to a certain media box. But there was some action, and North Melbourne had the quarter they had based on some run and some dare. I think it was at McKercher who got them going initially with that
goal.
burst out and running goal. They were able to play with a little bit of freedom and opened Essendon up through the middle of the ground.
It was exciting footy, and that's the sort of footy that you come to expect, or you want to see week to week, don't you? And they got their tails up a little bit last week, I think, against Port Adelaide, and they obviously left a few opportunities on the table, but they got their tails up there in that quarter. We spoke about it just through the quarter. It was their ability to open the game up through some quick, sharp hands, and then their work rate actually looked like they were getting free out in the wings. They had space, which then gave their forwards better looks. We spoke about the injury to Jordan Ridley and how much that sort of hampers, Essendon and setting them up. He's a senior player. He's been around a fair while now, but you've got to have other players that can step up and step into those shoes. And unfortunately, at the moment, they haven't, and they're getting great looks forward to the footy.
Yeah, that was the big thing, wasn't it? Where once North Melbourne got through the Essendon midfield, and they did at times, they actually felt confident because Ridley's missing and the Essendon back six were reshuffling a little bit. But at times it was very easy. I think if you're Brad Scott and from the Essendon side of things, you've got to look at that quarter and think, well, they just simply went through us too quickly, too easily. We got opened up too much. A couple of poor skill errors. I agree that they, even Kako's running shot at goal was, not quite seeing a target.
One was the one that stood out, because that could have been the first goal of the quarter, but he's rushed it and, a rush of blood and just bombed away when he had two players inside forward 50 that he could have easily chipped it over to. So, yeah, all over to Essendon, to be honest, to try and wrestle back control of this. I think North Melbourne would have rather that quarter just to continue to go for 40 or 50 minutes.
Ben, Harry Jones, of course, has got this ankle complaint at the moment. We just saw a replay of that and a suspected dislocated left ankle for him. What more can you tell us from down there?
Yeah, just that he was in immense pain and then was obviously attended to for a long period of time during that three-quarter time break, eventually departed on the Medicab, so presumably off to hospital, but a suspected dislocated ankle.
And there's a game of footy to be decided here. Essendon by just 1 point, having led by as many as 26. We'll have a repeat ball up to start the final term. Ridley a hammy, Archer a hammy. Now Jones the left ankle. A 1 point game. It's the Bombers who lead it, as they have done all night. Zane Dersma, first disposal for North. Hand pass to Parker. Kicks inside 50. Roberts spills the mark. Centre half back for the Bombers. Spills to McGrath. Gets a little kick away towards Durham. Has it at half back. Hand pass away to Merritt. Kicks wide to Setterfield, who marks on the wing. Bombers by 1. Early stages final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Who wins, Lids? Lingy?
I think Essendon can fix this up. I've been wrapped with the North Melbourne response, but they should fix it.
Setterfield, short to Langford, gets the hand pass away to Nick Martin inside 50. Caddy in the back. Comben brought it down. Caleb Daniel tries to knock it out for the Roos, but Cat goes onto it. Hand pass to Caddy. Hand pass too slick for Archie Perkins. It's knocked out by Daniel. Gets it to Powell. Hand pass to McKercher. The Roos are out of defence as Stevens looks up. And Cam Zerha working down the ground, marks at left half back.
I wouldn't want to give up the first, though.
No, fair call.
Have led all night. 26 points, the game-high lead at one stage for the Bombers as Zerha goes long down the wing. Mackay had a play on it, left it behind. McGrath knocks it away to Larkey. He's tackled, lost it, ball comes out. Powell taken to ground and a ball up on that City wing right on the logo. Just on Harry Jones, by the way, had a rolled ankle on the Anzac Day game last week. Finished the game on the bench. It was the other ankle, though. So right side, left side today is Sherry. Grabs it out of the ruck, kicks down to half forward, and Larkey marks. 65 metres out, left half forward. And on the mark, still 10 metres outside the 50. Kick into the forward pocket, Zerha, who started the chains, got it again.
I watched that unfold, Corb, and Archie Roberts was trying to guard the space in front and he was calling for his key back to come along and support him. But no one did, and Larkey saw the opportunity and just popped it on Archie Roberts' head. Not much more the young fella could have done.
There's a lot of just guarding grass.
Yeah, a lot of
Essendon defenders, key defenders.
This North Melbourne team full of run. He misses. Near side or behind. And scores a level. As the Roos get back even from 26 down to all tied up at 55 apiece. 3 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Redmond brings the Bombers back into play. Kicks out wide for Peter Ryan, who led up from centre half forward. He takes the mark against Luke McDonald. Looks into the middle of the ground. How adventurous is he willing to be? No. Down the line looking for Goldstein. Caught behind against Sherry. Palms it down to Perkins. Menzies tackled. Dispossessed. Davies Uniac through traffic. Durham got the tackle on him, but he got it clear. Hand pass out to Sheasel. Blazes it up towards Larkey. From the side. Maley tries to knock it on forward to Larkey. Almost trying to get clear. In the end, it's the desperation of the Bombers defence to bring him down. Spills out to Redmond. Hand pass down low to Reid. Had to try and toe poke it end over end out to Goldstein. The 36-year-old gathers. Hand pass to Wright. He's looking to go back inside the defensive 50. And Pryor takes the mark for the Bombers.
The Bombers looking to switch. He's across to Martin. He's off and running. Has a couple of bounces on the back flank. Swings a hand pass forward to Xavier Dersma. Not a heap up ahead. Gives it back to Nick Martin. Kicks looking for Langford. Clever. Doesn't mark, but knocks it away to Merritt. Has it forward to the wing between wing and half forward. Kicks inside 50. Caddy. Out on the searching lead. He takes the mark at right half forward. He wants right in the goal square. He kicks it in that direction, and in the end he kicks it through from behind. It's a go-ahead score. I think the kick was designed for Wright. In the end, it's a behind. The Bombers lead by that score. 4 minutes played, final term.
And it was on to Wright, wasn't it? It was the right play, just didn't quite execute it. I was about to say, Caddy's work rate to get on the end of that kick was superb.
Sheasel to Parker to Daniel, who's going to go back inside the defensive 50, and Luke McDonald takes the mark. 25 metres out from his defensive goal. The Bombers lead by that single point. As McDonald now forced to try and kick to a one-on-one. It's Wright and Parker. You know who you'd favour in that 2 metre. Peter takes the mark. He's at left half forward. Swings on his right. Kicks it into the pocket. Menzies the target. He reaches up. Can't take the mark. Caco's the crummer. Swings on his right. Puts it through. The Colt figure with the perfect response for the Bombers. Just a little more breathing space as he puts through his first goal of the night. His 5th of the season. And Essendon lead by 7 points at the first goal of the final term. 9-8-62 to the Kangaroos, 8-7-55. 5 minutes gone, final term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio.
Whenever we have the conversation around why we say a good attack or a good offence supports a good defence, that's the example. So that nothing bad kick from Luke McDonald to Peter Wright versus Luke Parker. So bad offence, bad ball movement by Luke McDonald.
Can't defend.
Just opens them up to be scored against. It was really simple stuff. Kako just got to exactly where a small forward should be. Crumbed it. Nice simple finish. It's a goal against because of poor ball use and poor decision making.
Simply fix, get back off the mark further and pull the trigger quicker. Easy.
Correct.
The Bombers kicked 6 goals in the opening quarter. It's just their third since. The 6-minute mark of the final term puts them up by 7. Sarda's passing through his hands back. No free, knocks it away to Durham. Essendon keep possession. Hand pass to Perkins, extra hand pass picked off. Phillips away towards Sheasel. Ball knocked back to Sarda's. Essendon win it again. Perkins kicks inside 50. Down there reaching for it is Wright. No mark. Ball spills North's way. Dawson just got it out in a hurry towards Stevens. Back to Dawson. He's under pressure. He's caught. Essendon told to keep going. Play on the call. Perkins stopped thinking it was a holding the ball decision. Not to be. Constanti kicks it down the wing for North. There's a whistle now. There's a free. It's Essendon's way, and perhaps that's the square up. And Zach Reid gets it on the wing. Bombers by 7. There's many minutes gone. Final term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Reid looks out towards Peter Wright, who works his way to right half forward, takes the mark against the boundary. The Bombers with the opening goal, the final term, but they are 1 down on the bench with Harry Jones out for the remainder. Kicks into the pocket, asking a little bit of merit. He's outnumbered 2-on-1. And Hardiman and Comben spoil it out of play. And throw in the right forward pocket for the Bombers.
Max off the SMS. Anthony Green was just about to call this match, but a ton of ballots just showed up for North. Hope the umpires don't have the balance of power in this from Max. Of course, it is election weekend. Full ABC radio election coverage starts from 1800 Eastern, so 6 p.m. on Saturday night. If you want to hear the footy, you'll have to find it through the Listen app.
ABC Listen app, and of course the AFL website has it covered through the app as well if you're looking for a call tomorrow night. Nick Martin gets the hand pass away. Xavier Dersma inside 50 finds the chest to Peter Wright in the right forward pocket. He has it on a 45-degree angle, maybe a little tighter than that, and kick from about 40 metres out.
Yeah, it just stands out, doesn't it? The lack of setup after the ball's left your area. When it says it hasn't got the senior players down there to switch everyone on, because I get it. You're a young side, you're ball watching, you sit there and you take care of your own player. Peter Wright's taken that unmanned with 20 metres of space.
It's the one behind so far tonight for Peter Wright. He comes in, out to the right, fires on goal. It's across the face. Just scrapes in for a minor score to the left. The Bombers lead by 8 points. 8 minutes gone, final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Riley off the SMS. North missing Curtis and Wardlaw big time.
Yes. Would have made a difference tonight, that's for sure.
An interesting game if they were out there, but not to be. Sheasel marks the kick out. 8-point lead for the Bombers. 8 minutes played, final term. Sheasel in the slow play long to the wing. The pack collapses. Falls down to Xavier Dersma. He's tackled and a pack forms over the top of him. Grant in Waterloo in New South Wales. Top call as always via the ABC Listen app. Go the Roos. Need that shinboner spirit. 0437 774 774. Game on the line. Bombers by 8 points. Davies-Uniacke to Phillips. He gets it back to Powell. Kicks North up over halfway. Larkey the target and a tangle with Wright. Reed's out the back. He's got Zerhart for company. Well, 2 Bombers collide in Reed and Roberts. Socket forward by Simpkin. Roos on in the pocket. Zerhart needs a kind bounce. He didn't get one. And Roberts just hands it to Redmond, who's wrapped up. And a forward 50 stoppage here for North.
Had a terrible spin on it, that ball, didn't it? It just went away from him.
Just messes with you sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's a brutal game. Keeps you level.
Other days that'll just sit up perfectly for you.
Sherry and Goldstein. Sherry slaps it down towards the boundary line. Xavier Dersma was dragged off it, so the umpire says he'll ball it up. Just for the players just to calm down a little bit. It's deep in the left forward pocket for the Kangaroos. Goldstein tries to reach over the top. Sherry knocked it down. McGrath running back defensively. Gets the hand pass away to Martin. Kicks straight in the back of Davies-Uniacke. And it ricochets out of play. The umpire will throw it in. Left forward pocket for the Kangaroos. They almost would have dreaded three-quarter time occurring. They kicked 5 goals to 1 in that third term. The Bombers with the only goal so far.
Boundary throw-in. Sherry keeps it in front of him. Comes down Essendon's way. Sarda's dangerous. Handball to Roberts, who's locked up. Oh, he's tackled without it.
Yeah, he hadn't quite taken possession of it.
Oh, he had it in his hands, though. Yeah. Touch and go, that one, wasn't it?
Simon, an Essendon supporter off the SMS. I'd rather we lose and look like we are improving than win and look like this. Stand by, Simon. 10 minutes gone, final term. It's just an 8-point lead for the Bombers as Roberts, the long kick out to a contest. Wright involved in that with Comben. Ball spills down to Simpkin. Hand pass away to Phillips. Handball to Stevens. Runs at arc inside the forward 50. Got a hand pass going back to Phillips. High kick inside the attacking 50 and a good mark. Durham saves the day. Marks at centre half back for the Bombers. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Jade Gresham has limped to the bench with a seeming groin injury, so just feeling around the groin area at the moment, and certainly that straight-legged limp off, getting some treatment. The Bombers might be down to 2 on the bench.
Oh boy, all of a sudden it could be a long final 12 minutes or so as Essendon try and hang on to the footy. Xavier Dersma to Peter Wright, who takes the mark at right half back. Looks up around the city wing, sends it as far as he can in the direction of Caddy. Almost wrestled down the mark, couldn't take it, spinning through traffic. Menzies is locked up by Luke Davies-Uniacke, and the umpire will ball it up. So potentially 2 fit players for the Bombers on the bench. How much of a toll is that going to take us? Sherry didn't get a clean fist onto it. Goldstein tried to get a hand pass away.
Zach Merritt on the bench now for the Bombers, so he'll take his last break for the game. They'll probably only keep him there for a minute or two. So he's going to play an important role in running this one out.
Sherry slapped it down, kicked up from centre field to half forward. Sheasel one direction, Caddy the other, and a great mark from Harry Sheasel. Courageous at left half back as he takes the mark.
Possession number 25 for him coming up here. He's had between 26 and 34 disposals every game this year. Harry Sheasel goes long down to the wing, picked up by Davies-Uniacke. He's tackled and handball ends up out of play. Boundary throwing. 8-point lead for the Bombers. 12 minutes gone, final term.
You got that top 5 for us, Lee?
For the Bombers. It was current players.
Current players.
Of all available, not just
everyone's available.
Players.
Everyone on the list.
Caldwell?
It's Corby's list.
I think it was
Draper?
No Draper. Merritt's in there.
Yeah, Merritt number 1. Surely Durham's number 2.
Durham's in there. Sammy Durham, don't worry about that. Here's Harry Sheasel. Kicks down to half forward for North. They come from all directions. Ball spills front and centre. North with the numbers. Simpkin took on too many. Ran into Xavier Dersma and lost that. So Dersma wins it back, half back for Essendon.
Redmond at 3.
No, Redmond
didn't have the red dog.
So you don't have any of Draper, Caldwell or Redmond?
No.
They're not the popular sort of cult fan favourites you'd expect.
Okay.
A little off Broadway.
I'm actually struggling to think of the 5th. Maybe Caldwell did make it.
It's your top 5.
I thought you liked Caldwell.
I think he's in.
Speaking of Xavier Dersma, he's almost brought down by Jai Simpkin.
Oh, wow.
Pass away at the last moment.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
He did try and blind turn around him, and in the end, Jai Simpkin won it. He wants to poke it over the top. Powell's run into space. Barely 15, but in the left forward pocket. He wants to give it to Larkey. It's hard against the boundary, but why wouldn't you honour your full forward? Left forward pocket. Kick from about 35 metres out from goal as the umpire is bringing Ben Mackay back a couple of steps, and this will take Nick Larkey's best, but he's kicked 2 tonight. They both came in the third quarter to try and wrestle this lead back to a 2-point ball game. Larkey starts against the gutter in the left forward pocket. A hop and a skip as he starts his approach. He goes the drop punt, fires on goal. It's across the face. Goldstein's underneath it. Knocked down in the end by Costanti. The boundary thrown in the right forward pocket for the Kangas.
I know who the last one was.
Who was it?
Jackson Pryor.
Not a Jackson Pryor fan.
Mate, he's been there 2 minutes.
Good West Australian lad.
Archie Roberts was in there.
Second generation.
Yeah, Archie Roberts was there, which is fair.
Yeah, he's coming with a bullet. Don't worry about that.
Jackson Pryor.
I did say, look, there's a few of them that have sort of worked their way out of my heart, and there's a few that have got to try and work their way back in. It's been a difficult road. So those guys are in there for now. As the Roos through Davies-Uniacke got a handball away.
Head clash, maybe.
Towards Finbar Bailey. In the end, Constanti tries to stop that. There's a free kick.
But no advantage paid.
And no one had any idea what was happening there. In the end, Maley's going to get a free for a hard tackle, and it's going to be a gift.
Hang on, he's going to ball it up.
What was Constanti doing there?
He's going to ball it up. He signalled that was a free kick to North Melbourne.
They say the umpire never changes his decision. We've just seen it.
I don't know what's going on, Corbs.
That was a North free right in front of the sticks, and it's been overturned. Redmond's tackled dispossessed. Sardis picks it up. Kicks a high bomb to centre half back for the Bombers. Still inside the forward 50 for North. Now it's out. Daniel, hand pass retreating to Stevens. Big tackle from Menzies. Ball comes out, McDonald to Sheasel. Now the Roos all of a sudden on the wing.
Sheasel gets a hand pass away to McDonald on his left. He bangs it up towards half forward. Maley in the pack, slapped down by Reid. Front and centre, Zane Dursma gets the hand pass away. Davies-Uniacke needs support. Down low for Sheasel. He awkwardly gathers the half volley. Places in the pocket, no one's there. Darling almost laid the tackle on Redmond, but he breaks it. He blazes away, throws his hands to his head straight away as he puts it out on the full.
Doing a pinch.
Sort of started to feel like that midweek basketball game again as players are getting frustrated, and the Kangas don't mind the odd decision going against them. It gives her that fire in the belly. Free kick going the way of Stevens at left half forward. Looking to reload and send them inside 50. Essendon have just about everyone inside their defensive 50. So they'll kick laterally and find Caleb Daniel in game 200.
Get down and watch the Hilltop Hoopers on a Monday night.
No, thank you.
Here's Daniel. Kicks inside 50, leaping up. Redmond takes a one-hander.
Stagnant.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
So the umpire there with that free kick reversal, as you guys thought it was, the umpire thought that it was Essendon who kicked it away inside their D50. It was clearly a North boot, and as such, the other umpire corrected him, and then the umpire said, OK, in that instance, let's ball it up.
So it was a ball up, and then what, a penalty for kicking the...
Yeah, for kicking the ball away. He thought it was an Essendon defender who kicked it away in frustration. Then his fellow umpire said, no, that was a Roo. Said it needs to be another ball up.
Right, shouldn't have been an Essendon free then if the Roo kicked it away?
Well, he was trying to get it through for a goal, I think.
Right, okay.
Thank you,
anyway,
Benny.
the Bombers a switch play. Now all of a sudden Ben Hobbs has got it in front of the interchange, and there's 7.5 minutes left. Essendon by 8 points. Hobbs puts it out on the full.
Keeps getting better. Jackson Pryor's back on.
He's come to...
Look at the smile on Corby's face.
He's come to win the game. Don't worry about that. My man in number 25 is the Roos a switching play. Hardiman from one back flank to the other. And here's Stevens for the Roos.
A lot of the club media managers love listening to the ABC call, so I hope they get in touch with us. As Caleb Daniel takes the mark at left half back. He wants to be adventurous into the middle of the ground. Kicks looking for McKercher. Cleared the fingertips of Zach Merritt. Hand pass to Sheasel. Needs support. Hand pass to Stevens. Almost ran out of traffic. He did. Turns it over. Menzies gathers. Hand pass to Merritt. Through the middle of the ground. Centrefield marks. They'll have to hold this up as players are streaming from half back down to half forward. Kicks out to Sammy Durham on the dock side. That's always a good option. As he looks up. Has Roberts over the top. He chips it. Here you go, Corby.
To Roberts.
They've cost themselves here, North Melbourne, with a couple of errors and just Bill Stevens trying to take on tackle after tackle. So I'm not sure that's your one wood.
Yeah. Roberts comes wide with the kick, right the target. North win it. Davies-Uniacke hangs it inside the boundary line, kicks it down the wing, and Roberts forces it out of play. So a throw in between wing and half forward for the Bombers. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. The Dons by 8 points, 18 gone final turn.
Yeah, Drake Gresham is done for the day. So that groin injury has seen him out of the remainder of this match. So they are down to 2 on the bench, Essendon.
Dislocated ankle for Jones, out of here on the Medicab. Ridley a hamstring in the first half, and now a groin injury for Gresham. And the Bombers trying to protect an 8-point lead. Simpkin handball to Parker, kick smothered, ricochets back to Simpkin, kicks inboard, turnover. Perkins wins it for Essendon. Bombers on the wing, handball to Setterfield, kicks inside the centre square. Merritt takes the mark. And he's got runners alongside him. Merritt gets to go off his preferred left peg, kicks into the pocket, looking for right, leaping up, hands to it, no mark. Now he tackles Comben, he tackles him front on and high. And a free kick for Comben, back pocket for North. Less than 6 minutes on the game clock. Essendon by 8 points.
They've kicked the only goal of the final term, the Bombers. It's taken by Hardiman. Goes short to Caleb Daniel. And now a 50 against Kako, who's moving on the mark.
But that's a protected one. That should be 50. But it's been ignored multiple times throughout the night.
So Caleb Daniel's taken beyond halfway. It's allowed Essendon to get everyone back inside the defensive half. Kicks out to Simpkin on the dock side. He takes the mark, looks up towards full forward. Maley's there in the pack. He can't take the mark. Gatlin in the end by Durham. He bangs it straight back into the middle of the ground. It's a big one-on-one. Langford and O'Sullivan. It clears the 2. North numbers race back after it. Common should get there first, but Merritt slides in. The Essendon captain. Look away. Hand pass to Langford. Vacant goal square. He goes for home. End over end. It's bouncing. It's bouncing. It's going to get there. No! Just off line to the left.
What a teaser.
Just took a wicked turn at the last moment as it was curling from right to left and just denied as McDonald lunged back and rushed it through.
Still 5 minutes on the game clock as North work it out of the defensive 50. O'Sullivan's kick, a good one, finds Sheasel.
Wasn't a good one, though, because he had to fall over to catch it.
They got it. They kept possession, and that's all that matters at the moment for the Roos. Stevens gets it down towards Parker, links up with Daniel. Great ball movement. Zane Dersmer on the end of it against Big Bro's team. It's a big-time goal. All of a sudden, it's a three-point game. The Bombers lead. Trimmed again. 21 gone final term. Essendon 9-10-64. North are coming. 9-7-61 in front of 35,439. Zane Dersmer against big brother Xavier, and all of a sudden there's less than a kick in it. Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Go all the way back to the point. It just trickles over the line, and Essendon miss it. Great awareness. I think it was Luke McDonald who
straight to Finn O'Sullivan.
Immediately played on to Finn O'Sullivan, and then they had the open side of the ground. You called it well. The kick to Sheasel was kind of a bad one because he'd had to fall over to take the mark. But there was still so much time and space and overlap players that they were still able to take advantage of it. It required a beautiful finish, though.
Didn't it?
Zane Dersmer.
Like Essendon were like, oh, man, imagine if we had to kick that goal. And they were still thinking about it.
Yeah.
They got some television pictures, too, with you got Xavier Dersmer in the foreground putting his hands on his head as his little brother's running in and kicking the Roos within 3 points.
The old classic 2-goal swing. Goldstein one down the tap, but Powell roved it superbly. Hand pass never got to Davies Uniacke. Durham for the Bombers. Hand pass to Setterfield. Gets the hand pass away to Xavier Dersmer. His kick out towards left half forward. Comben takes the mark. No. Cannon's into Caddy in the end off hands. A boundary throw in right half forward for the Bombers.
Great effort, though, by Comben. That is brave. Wide open. Knowing contact was coming. You feel sick in that situation.
3-point lead the way of the Bombers. Shallow throw in. Sherry wins down the tap. Trying to get it to Simpson, who has to become the tackler on Setterfield. Hand pass back to Xavier Dersmer and then to Durham. Kicks into the pocket. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick the way of the Kangas in the left back pocket. Essendon holding on to a 3-point advantage. 22 minutes gone. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Essendon's composure is completely evaporated.
Gone.
Down to 2 fit bodies on the bench as well as... the kick here from O'Sullivan goes long to the wing. No mark for Maley coming flying through. Picked up by Xavier Dersmer. Big ground ball win. Got a hand pass back into dispute. There goes Durham. Knocks it away to the advantage of Merritt. Hand pass to Roberts. High up and under inside 50. Menzies got to go. No mark coming front on from Hardiman. Bombers win it back. Kako the spark. Got it to Perkins. Perkins snaps but misses. It's a behind. They were queuing up. Perkins with the minor score, and that doesn't change anything in the context of this game. 3 minutes 30 to play. Bombers lead from 3 points goes to 4 points. It's still a one-score game, 9-11 to 9-7.
North have back the footy. Comben with a
quick goal there.
Ball out of defence. Somehow find Jai Simpkin.
A front spinner.
Which even North fans are amazed by. Callan Dawson's just come on from the bench. He finds him centre wing on the dock side. Hand pass forward to Scott. Back to Dawson. Cuts around Hobbs. Hand pass to Sheasel. Hand pass over the top to Darling. He can give it back to Sheasel. Running into the right forward pocket. He cuts back on his left. Chips it looking for Zane Dersmer. Can't get it to him. And Zach Merritt getting back. Takes the intercept mark for the Bombers.
Why did Jack Darling wait?
Why wait? I'm with you, Lids. Just give it, and Sheasel's out and exploding with time.
He's going past that bloke.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Imagine if Zach Merritt didn't play for the Bombers.
Yeah.
There. Just dabbing the kick short with Setterfield. These seconds cannot peel off the clock fast enough.
It's a long time to go. 2 minutes 50.
4-point lead for the Bombers. Long kick down the line. Peter Wright.
That helps.
Velcro for hands. Clunks it on the wing.
Jack Darling had to be stronger in that marking contest then.
They're tied, though. They've got no one going forward. No target other than Goldie.
Essendon by 4. 2 minutes 30 to go. Down to half forward. Nick Martin flies for it. No mark. Knocks it away to McDonald. Broken up. Kako's onto it. Free kick. Hold. North free. It's coming back. McDonald at his jumper tugged. He gets it at half-back for North, down 4.
Trainer out to Charlie Comben as McDonald tries to get it out towards Darling. He cannons into Pryor. Spills down to Roberts of the Bombers. Hand pass to Merritt. Once more in the right place at the right time. Hand pass to Wright. Fumbled by Setterfield. In the end, he kicks around his body. Scott tries to knock it down to Sherry. He wears the contact. Hand pass to Bailey Scott. Now to McKercher. Off balance. Kicks inside 50.
Bailey!
The mark. The debutant has it. Slightly right of centre, 45 metres out from goal. A chance to put the Kangas in front with just over 90 seconds on the clock.
Might have got to be excited there.
Oh, he got that first touch on it, didn't he? What's he going to...
He's going to drop it.
He dropped punt. His first goal, he nailed it with the snap. His second shot at goal wasn't a confident...
No, and he looked at Colby McKercher as if, do you want it?
Yeah.
Harry Shears, you going to run past here or what?
Having got the opportunity without Paul Curtis tonight, he's
they've called play on.
To more than 30 seconds. He kicks to the teeth of goal off the hands of Sherry. Daly's bumped over the behind line. Desperate defending by Peter Wright. He gets the high fives. It's chaotic. The Bombers lead by 3 points.
What was he doing?
The first game it was milking a bit of camera time.
I think he might have been.
Could this be any more dramatic? Finbar Maley on debut. And now Pryor marks the kick out, goes back to Redmond. Tick, 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 tick. We're inside the final minute. Essendon by 3 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Kick wide to Roberts.
Great mark too.
Strong mark. And Roberts will be in no rush here, but there's still 40 seconds. They're well set up down the line. Told, come on, time to move it. And the lefty with his left peg against the boundary goes long down the line. They come from all directions. Slides through towards O'Sullivan. High kick back to half forward for the Roos. High spinning ball. Lucky underneath it. No mark. Falls down towards Martin. Handball out wide. Davies Uniacke has 4 to beat. The Bombers with the numbers. A free kick.
Going to get a free kick pushing the back against Davies Uniacke.
Yeah.
Shoved him out of the way in that contested ball situation.
And Merritt is going to get it in a slow play on the back flank. And the clock will stop with 15 seconds to go. A 3-point lead for the Bombers.
Just has to finish off here as he kicks it long down the line. Peter Wright sets himself. Goldstein there as well. Sherry gathers, kicks up towards half forward. Who can fly? Scott's caught in front. The 2 Bombers come across. The siren sounds. A win full of grit and utter determination as the Bombers hang on and win by 3 points, despite having just 2 fit players on the bench. Essendon move ahead of the ledger, 4 wins and 3 losses, and make it 12 straight against the Kangaroos.
Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly up.
The Bombers led by 22 points at quarter time, by 25 at half time. They got out by 26 points in the third quarter before the Kangas kicked 5 goals to 1 in the third. They got within a point. They never took the lead. Kako kicked a goal in the final term. Dersma got them within 3. Maley watched the time expire as he went back to line up on goal. And the Bombers hang on and prevail by 3 points. 9-11-65 to the Kangas, 9-8-62.
See the Bombers fly up, up to win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly on.
The Bombers with the great escape, clinging on to a 3-point victory and having to store everything in which North Melbourne could throw at them. The Bombers kicked 1 goal forward to North Melbourne's 1-2 in the final term. 9-11-65 to the Kangas, 9-8-62. For the winners, 3 goals to Archie Perkins, 2 goals to Caddy, and individuals to Langford, Hobbs, Kako and Martin. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, 2 goals to Larkey, 2 goals to Zerhard, 2 goals to Simpkin. Individuals to Zane Dersma, McKercher and Maley.
It's an incredible run. The Dons dozen. So 12 on the bounce for Essendon against North Melbourne. It's the second longest streak in footy. So who would have thought only Geelong's 13-game winning streak against North is greater than that for one side over another. And yet it's another one by a close margin. The Bombers clinging on to win by 3. North drew level in the final quarter, but that's as close as they got. Essendon led all night. They led by as many as 26, and ultimately they cling on to win by 3. Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio on ABC Sport. The Bombers by 3 points.
Well, not going to sugarcoat it.
Nah,
it was an ugly, ugly win. But it's a win for the Bombers, an important win, given they were the two players down. They lost Jordan Ridley, then the sub was made, and then unfortunately losing Harry Jones to what looks like to be a very serious ankle injury. And then Jade Gresham goes down. You take the win, Lids, but you don't kid yourself at the same time and think that's anywhere near where they want to be.
Well, to steal something from one of my old coaches in Terry Wallace, if I see anyone in there celebrating and getting congratulated, I'll spew up. But look, I think they managed to find a way to win, and sometimes those can be the making of your side too when you can win ugly. But yeah, that wasn't. I'd have some concerns. I think if that third quarter in particular from North, I think would be concerning.
I think Corbs mentioned it, or it might have been Clinchy through the call in that last quarter. What the score would be if Zach Merritt's not playing for the Bombers. Yep. Again, so much of it fell onto his shoulders. He's so often the one who is either dragging them over the line or at least getting them somewhere near it. He was brilliant again. But outside of him, I know Archie Perkins started the game really well and had a lot of space in that first half and kicked the 3 first half goals.
Where'd he finish, though? He only had the 15 in the end.
Yeah.
Didn't kick another goal.
No, exactly. And, I mean, a lot of other players worked incredibly hard. You can never question Sammy Durham's work rate and commitment.
Roberts was good. I like Archie Roberts. I can see why he's in your top 5.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Did Jackson Pryor win you over in the end there or not quite?
No. I just need a little bit more time on him.
Yeah. Got some work to do. But, again, it's Merritt or
bust.
Or look out. Yeah.
So he's finished with 35, 14 contested, 7 inside 50s, 3 tackles, 7 marks, 5 clearances, 2 from the centre bounce, 9 scoring involvements.
Yeah. Huge game.
In a game where it ended up 20 scores to 17, 9-11 to 9-8. Bombers win by 3. In the end, the goal that put the Bombers 7 clear from Kako at the 5-minute mark of the last quarter was the only goal Essendon kicked in that final term.
And that was after Luke McDonald... a kick from where they had a slow play. They had control of the footy and then they couldn't get a target down the line. Peter Wright takes a mark, puts it back inside and they walk into an open goal. But, it's hard not to sing the praises of Zach Merritt, isn't it? He just continually gets it done. I know he didn't have a hell of a lot of attention tonight. He's in terms of someone playing close to him, which I would have thought if you're going to beat Essendon, you can nullify him, you get the job done.
But it felt like when the scoring dried up, they put him forward, Merritt, to try and make something happen. And then when the game needed to be saved at the end, he goes back. Like he's just... How do we put him everywhere on the ground to try and do what we need?
He had 11
to get
in
done
the last quarter. And then some of those were saving moments, weren't they? A free kick, a mark that he saved down there. So... yeah, you got to give him his flowers. He turns up every single week, and there's a reason why he's a 5-time best and fairest winner.
He's probably the gap in the game in the end.
In a game that's decided by 3 points, you're absolutely right. Because North Melbourne, to their credit, their third quarter certainly showed a lot of character, and they continued to work hard. And it was probably the third quarter was the only point in the game where they showed some composure with ball in hand and were able to break the game open and certainly got it going. But then in the last quarter and in the first half, we saw some just blazing away and wasted opportunities by North Melbourne. And
they cost themselves. There's no doubt about it. They had plenty of opportunities to take that game on, but then they win the ball back over here. On the forward flank here and on the interchange side, and Simpkin goes inside to try and make it on his left foot versus, 1v1s down the line, turn on you outside and just get a contest.
And time again, unfortunately, throughout the night, you made reference to it, the last one, Dylan Stevens just always trying to break tackles and go through 1 or 2 players and getting caught. And it wasn't just that one occasion. It was multiple times throughout the night. Understanding what your skill set is. Just taking that first option, simple one. He's not Patrick Cripps, Dylan Stevens. He's not going to be able to break that tackle or be able to effectively get rid of it.
Under a tackle.
Yeah.
Which is what McCluggage, Cripps do, their ability, Bontempelli, their ability to stand up in those and give it out to a runner. Yeah. Dylan Stevens, you are the runner. You're not the tackle breaker.
Yeah.
It felt like a more crazy night than normal. Finbar Maley thought he had a free kick at the top of the goal square, and then I can only assume those that are watching TV have heard the umpire's mic in which he said, "I've just got word," which we assume is what Ben said, that they thought it was an Essendon player who kicked it, having blown his whistle, but we're all a bit confused as to what took place. And then took his full 30 seconds. He marked out where he was going to kick the ball from, and as a result, maybe a little bit of inexperience, didn't realise the shot clock had expired, called a play on and the moment was lost. It looked like he had the journey from 45.
Yeah, it did feel like he took a long time. I think there's no question he hadn't started his run-up, so it was in a bit of trouble.
Let's go into the winners' rooms. The Bombers by 3 points. Ben Cameron.
I think it's certainly relief more than anything else, led in by Zach Merritt. It's a pretty low-key entrance here for the Dons as they make their way back into the room. So Isaac Kako smiling and grinning, and they'll huddle up and sing this song. So a few family and friends just milling in. Here we go.
See the Bombers fly up to win the premiership flag. Woo! Our boys who play this great old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up. We are the teams that don't fear. They will try their best, but they can't get it as the Bombers fly up. Woo!
So there you have it. We'll be joined by Mason Redman in a short while.
Thanks, Ben. We've got the full post-game coming up, so another 45 minutes with you on air here from Docklands. A 3-point win for the Bombers over North Melbourne. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio and Cameron Ling with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. I must admit, I don't get overly distracted by the umpiring at different times. I feel like we call lots of games, so you're used to the fact that... But I feel like there are more and more games that we're calling where it's almost like rugby union, where you literally watch the game, you think, oh, there's a free kick, it's going Essendon's way or North's way. Couldn't tell you what it's for. Had no idea what had happened. It takes you a minute to kind of work out, watch the replays multiple times to decipher exactly what the free kick is. And I'm not sure that's the greatest thing for the game, where it's not completely recognisable in the moment exactly why a free kick is being paid.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. And at times tonight, it felt almost comical. And I know we were having some fun with it, but you don't want it to be comical when you're a serious footy fan of either of these two teams. You're going, hang on, my happiness for my weekend is on the line right now. We want those calls made. Maybe a night like this, because it was such a poorly skilled night at times, and a bit. Even some of the contests were a bit crazy, and I don't know if the execution was great by players, that maybe that lent into some umpiring that was all a little bit weird and wacky. I don't have a great answer for it, Corbs. Unfortunately, we are seeing situations time and time again. I'm glad we got clarification from Benny about what happened with that, what we thought was a free kick, and then no, it was a ball up, because I was totally confused by that. If that's a simple mistake, then I'm glad that did get cleaned up, because if it had been stayed a free kick and it didn't warrant a free kick, then we'd be screaming.
But if you're sitting in the crowd with your boys, what chance have you got of trying to work out what that's for?
Unless you're tuning in. You've got no idea.
100%. Let's go back to the Bombers' rooms. They win by 3 points. Ben Cameron.
Yeah, I've dragged Mason Redman away from chatting to his family and friends, so we appreciate his time. What's the overriding emotion right now, Mason?
Probably relief, to be honest. When such an important player in their 100th goes down, and Jordan, the odds start stacking against you, and then Harry goes down as well. But I felt like, obviously, they came at us hard in the third quarter. We would have been kidding ourselves if we thought after the week that North had we were going to come out here and get an easy game. They really brought it in that third quarter, and I was really happy with a few men down, the way we steeled ourselves and got the job done in the last quarter.
You probably don't even know. I mean, you lost Jake Gresham late in the game with a groin injury as well, so you were down to 2 on the bench down the stretch there. How tight was it? What were you thinking in the last couple of minutes?
Oh, mate, it's probably about as tight as my hamstring, I reckon. I was starting to go, playing high game minutes tonight. But, down the stretch, we've got a system that we like to do late in games, late in quarters. And to be honest, I felt like we were able to hold up well. I think it was typified. Everyone was playing their role towards the end of the game. Langer's big spoil at the end. He's the forward that came back and, did his job really well.
I'm not someone who gets sensitive about sort of direct feedback in-game, because Brett Delidio gives me a lot of that as well. But I did see you and Jade Gresham at different times having robust conversations. What's sort of going on there? Like, how would you explain? What are the conversations that are taking place?
I thought we were getting the game how we wanted it to look. I'm pretty sure that was in the third quarter, and there was a few things, I won't say what, but that happened. It wasn't actually Gresh, but he's the forward that was there that I could communicate with. that I wasn't necessarily too happy with forward of the ball, stuff that we've spoken about. And yeah, I just didn't think it lived up to our standards, and felt like I just had to nip it in the butt straight away. And because to be honest, I felt like you might not have, I'm not going to go into what it was, but I felt like it was part of what gave them momentum in that third quarter.
Fascinating answer. I'll send you upstairs. Brett Delidio and Cameron Ling.
Mason, weren't you taught as a kid never to argue with umpires because they never changed their decision? What, did you know what was going on down there in that ball up or free kick or whatever it was supposed to be?
Mate, I knew exactly what was going on, and what was going on wasn't correct. But that's all right. That's all right. It's a tough game. There was a lot of bodies around it. We don't expect them to get it right all the time. I would have liked them to probably give us the ball, because that was what it should have been. But yeah, it is what it is, and we're able to move past that pretty quick. I think in the past, a moment like that probably would have threw us off. Well, sorry, not would have threw us off. It definitely would have. And I like how the boys got straight back on track. Didn't let them kick a goal from the next couple of stoppages. Got our hands dirty and got the job done.
Can you explain it to us? So what the umpire called for a ball up, and then essentially the ball was kicked away after that? Is that the idea?
Yeah, so I think, well, from my understanding, the ball, there was a tackle. Ball got, they called a ball up, and then Simkin, I think it was, booted the ball into the stands. Was it? Yeah, whoever, yeah. And then they called it on Hobbsy, and we're like, no, that's not what's going on, mate. And he's like, lucky they, I think one of the other umpires may have communicated to him. But I thought we were going to get the ball back, but because I suppose that would make sense, considering it was a North player that kicked it in. But it is what it is. They were, I think, they sort of half made the right decision, so it was good. It's a hard game for the umpires, so I don't expect them to get everything right.
Speaking of staying focused and concentrating in the game, did you have awareness, were you watching the screen when the first gamer, Finbar Maley, was having his shot and taking a little long? Were you pretty locked onto that?
Mate, I was locked onto the backside of Jack Darling, so I had no idea what was going on. I was just, didn't want him to get it, but he nearly got it on the line too. I was glad that Reedy or Buckets was there to take the ball over the line, and we're able to get a mark with Pete or Archie out on the wing, and settle the game down.
Mace, Brett Lidio here, mate. I'm interested in your thought, or what you remember of Brad Scott's address at three-quarter time. That I think North Melbourne had a lot of ascendancy in the game during that third quarter. What was it? Was it just stay calm and stick to process, or was it, boys, we need to pull our fingers out a little bit?
No, to be honest, it was just stick to the process. Obviously, it wasn't ideal with a couple of the important players we had go down, and from what Scotty said, we know the way we need to get it done, and obviously the third quarter, Brett, we weren't able to do that, and it shows any team, if you're not able to play the way you want to play, any team can get on top of you. And we're able to obviously arrest it back. It was a bit of a slog in the last quarter. Would have liked to kick away a little bit more, but very happy with the result in the end.
And you're happy with this young bloke, mate, Archie Roberts. He just seems like he's growing week to week. He seemed real composure with the footy, but he's getting more and more of it, mate. He's a beauty.
Yeah, I don't know how he. I'm not sure what happens at the draft, like how a player like that with such a level head and good skills, and he's a good football player. I don't know how he slips so far in the draft, because when you play alongside him, and I'm sure you guys can appreciate when you're watching him, he doesn't look like an 11 gamer. So we're super proud of the way Archie's going. He really puts the hard work in, and it's awesome to see him continue to play well. I think he's been one of our real key players this year. He's been one of the form players of the team.
Mason Redmond is with you on ABC Sport. Mason, it's Matt Clinch upstairs. We were talking about Archie Perkins' first half. He was sort of channeling a bit of John Coleman with the amount of ball he was getting in the forward 50. Was that just the way the game was presenting, or was that a specialist role in which he had tonight?
No, obviously Archie's got a lot of talent, and he was playing majority forward half, and then pinch hitting through the middle, and we sort of identified that if we could get the ball off the line going inside forward 50, we would have lots of options. And Archie was there particularly in the first half, and I've sort of spoken about it. We went away from the way we wanted to play especially the third quarter, and played pretty straight. And Archie's first half was huge. Didn't know he could kick that far, actually. I ran past for one and he turned me down. I was a bit dirty, but he went back and kicked it, so we're pretty happy.
You mentioned, Mason, how important Jordan Ridley is for you, particularly in play. You lose someone like that during the game, but also week to week it's been a problem when he's been absent. How do you cover him now as part of that back six going forward, knowing that he's probably going to miss at least the next 2 or 3?
Yeah, it's... first of all, like when you lose a player like that during a game with such a level head and you know he's just going to get his job done in the back line, it sort of creates a little reshuffle. Obviously, Mardo had to come back and, so obviously in game it causes a bit of a issue like that. But during the week and going forward, I think Lewis Hayes has been in really good form in the VFL. I wouldn't be surprised if he got a gig. And Jaden Laverty, obviously I think he might have another week or 2 to miss, but he'll be next man up as well. So I feel like we've got good people to cover it. And if it does fall Lewis's way, I'm very confident that he can come in and play his role. He's been doing awesome in the VFL.
Mason, we really appreciate your time. Just one last one before you go. Zach Merritt, your captain, actually sat in our box on ABC Sport last Saturday and worked the game between St Kilda and Brisbane. He gave us a few little insights into what's happening down at the club. And he said one of the unique things that you have pre-game is that you actually have your own barista in the rooms. That is extraordinary. Are you the type of guy that puts in a little order before the start of play? And how does that go amongst the group?
Definitely. We've got Pat Curcio. I can't remember the name of his brew off the top of my head. We'll have to get back to you on that one. But Pat Curcio is a coffee roaster, and he brings the machine in and he does an awesome job. Get the double shot latte before the game and it gets me fizzing.
You're leading the way on that front. There's no doubt about it, Mason.
Gets me fizzing. I love that. I'm going to use that.
Well done on the win tonight. We'll see you back here against the Swans next Saturday.
Cheers, boys. Thanks for having me.
Mason Redman. He's great.
What a
talent in the Bombers rooms. They win by 3 points. A barista.
Did you have a coffee before a game?
Yeah, definitely. I had 3 or 4.
Really?
Yeah, and no dose. Oh, mate, I was.
Really? You love fizzing.
I was fizzing. Yeah. The problem was I kept fizzing until about 2 a.m. I would morning, lunch, and then on the way to the game.
Wow, I never drank coffee until after I finished my career.
Wow.
I didn't like that. I didn't want to feel that.
Oh, mate. I didn't have
down.
I enjoyed a coffee, but then. Oh, I won't tell the story, actually. I'll leave it offline. I'll tell you offline.
So apparently the story goes, as Zach told us last week, that one day he rolled in and they were over in Perth and he said, oh, look, I'd love a coffee. And the poor property steward, and everyone's basically used to doing everything for the club, and they're thinking, how on earth am I going to get coffee? So sure enough, they sent someone into the stalls, basically, on the concourse of the Perth
Kochi
Stadium
used to do the same.
To get a coffee, and that runs down to the room, and whoever was running that side of the club also had a side business that was to run a cafe, and they thought, you know what? We'll put a barista on. And so as a result, the Bombers have their own barista that comes with them to every single game.
Wow.
And gets the order pre-match and gets all the coffees for the team, and it's part of the staff on game day.
You do get pretty well looked after.
I know.
You ask for one coffee and there you go.
Full-time barista.
Q text to say, listen to these blokes.
Certainly puts our mate up here in level 3 of Docklands under a bit more pressure, doesn't it?
Amazing.
He's dealing with all the media, and they got one person for the whole playing group and coaches.
Pretty good. And it's a pretty big crew now as well, isn't it? When you think about all the support staff and everything that's involved, there'd be a fair few coffees, I imagine, getting made. And
senior coaches have their particular set. They need, whether it's a little cup of lollies or something sitting in the coach's box, or
very particular, aren't they?
Can of whatever soft drink or whatever it is. They love their process.
The Bombers by 3 points in front of 35,439. It was 9 goals to 9 goals, 9-11 to 9-8. And in the end, if you've just flicked the radio back on, the Bombers did lead by 26 in the second half. North whittled it away. They actually drew level in the final term. They goal to Kako, and then Zane Dersma brought it back within a straight kick. But there wasn't another goal after the 21-minute mark in the final term, and ultimately Essendon won by 3. Now, there were a couple of controversial moments which we touched on as part of that. Finbar Maley on debut was almost awarded a free kick top of the goal square, where the umpire seemingly called for a ball up, as best we can understand. And then after he'd blown the whistle for a ball up, the ball was kicked away into the grandstand.
And he thought it was an Essendon
He thought it was Ben Hobbs. And what it turned out to be was Jacob Constanti. And Ben explained this to us beautifully during the broadcast. And the obvious question, which Mason just asked then, and I think we asked at the time, was, well, if they worked out that it was the North Melbourne player that kicked it away, why isn't the free kick still standing, but the free kick goes to Essendon rather than North? And yet the umpire in that moment said, right, I'll just ball it up. And so you think, well, Hang on, so we've established that it wasn't an Essendon player, which would have been a free kick, and instead it was a North Melbourne player, and instead of being a free kick the other way, it's a neutral ball.
I'm surprised it was going to be a free kick anyway, because it was a bit of a bang-bang play. Like the little handball squeezed out just as the free kick, the ball up was being called for, and Costanti just banged it on the boot. So I kind of thought it was,
It's a weird time to enforce yourself. In that moment, in such a game where fine margins in it to go, we're paying this free kick now. Yeah,
I'm glad in the end the result was a ball up, which was the original call. I think we got there eventually.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And then Finbar Maley was involved again, so he takes the mark, goes back, has the set shot. He started his AFL career, by the way, by taking a contested grab in the forward pocket at the other end and hooking a ball across the body to kick his first goal with his first kick in the big time.
Second kick misses. He could have kicked 2 and 2.
Yeah. And then the 21-year-old in the final quarter has a chance to go back and put North in front. They're down by 4. Instead, he took too long. The umpire called play on. Time expired.
And I think, from what we understand, it's the right call by the umpire, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, the shot clock obviously is expired, and everyone else was onto it. So
yeah, and he hadn't started his run-up. Well, you need to have started your run-up. You don't even need to have kicked it by the shot clock time.
You just need to be on the walk. That's all.
Yeah, it took a long time after he took the mark. He marked out where he was going to kick it from, went all the way back about 55 metres out from goal, and I assume by that stage the shot clock had expired.
Yeah. I had a trick that I would start mine and then walk into a few more steps closer and then pause again and get because they turn it off as soon as you started your walk. And he's like, I've got more time now. Perfect.
Clever man.
You knew all the little workarounds, didn't you? But again, weird time for that rule to be implemented. Another thing that we hadn't seen all night, and then all of a sudden it's a guy takes too long in a key moment where he has the chance to kick the goal-ahead score. And as we touched on it, it feels like it was the right decision. Everyone was awake to it, and ultimately we got the way it was meant to be ruled. But not something you see all the time.
No, and I can be critical of umpires at times, but I love the fact that regardless of the time of the game, if that's the right decision and the clock had expired and he hadn't started his walk in, call it. Doesn't matter if it's going to be maybe the winning kick of the game or it happens in the 2-minute mark of the first quarter. If it's there, call it.
Are they still blowing the whistle and then saying, come on, 10 seconds? Are they still doing
not
that?
10 seconds, I reckon.
5 seconds?
Maybe very late in it.
That'd be an interesting question as to whether the warning was given.
Yeah.
How should North fans feel as they leave the ground tonight with 2 fit players on the Essendon bench? They'll probably feel like that's another opportunity that goes begging. And I mean, the stats just
2 in a row, really, isn't it?
Reel off, don't they? 16 wins from 115 matches. So another example of close but not quite close enough. Or would they leave thinking, well, the fight back in the third quarter redeems a little bit of the last couple of weeks?
Where do you start? I think it's, you can see the small little bits of growth, I think, week in, week out, but it's also, there's still so many fundamentals that just get missed over and over, which costs them opportunities to kick goals, to get clean run, to get more inside 50s. It's just that the little things, the small details in their game, it feels like, Lingy.
Yeah, if you're a North Melbourne fan listening right now, you're heading home from the game, you're thinking, how do we get 6 goals kicked against us in the first quarter? Why aren't we ready to go? Why are we always having to fight back? Then those fundamental things. Come on, how are we still making those skill errors and not quite nailing those moments? And then I reckon a couple of questions would be around, are the players that we've brought in to balance out the youth of our squad with a bit of experience, are they... is it really gelling well together? Are we getting the right balance across the ground? So there's still plenty of questions, but they certainly fought it out well to the end.
Let's hear it from them. Let's go into the North Melbourne rooms. Here's Ben Cameron.
I've got Luke Parker with me. Luke, what's your immediate reflection on that game?
It's pretty frustrating. Obviously, I think the last few weeks, giving up such a big lead in the first quarter has been pretty costly, and trying to implement some things for it, but once again it reared its head, and so it's hard to chase that deficit, and really proud of the boys to stick fat and work our way into the game and get back on top, and thought we really took it to them and started opening up the game and using the ball a bit better in that second half, and probably had the game on our terms, and I think just at times, the boys probably spoke about it before, but just some fundamentals, costly things, and just moments in games that we didn't get right. So once again, we're sitting out licking our wounds, but hopefully we're heading in the right direction. Trying to stay positive through the tough times.
Where were you for the shot clock call for Finbar Maley late in the game, and how did you see it? Were you aware that the time was up and it was going to be play on?
No, I didn't see the clock on the screen, actually, for that set shot. So, I wasn't sure. I think I was about 20 metres in front of him. So, I was unaware that it was going to be called play on. But, look, that's just a bit unfortunate. And, look, it's his first game. I thought he did really well, created an incredible contest and clunked some big marks. So, a good debut for him.
You come across from Sydney who challenge year in, year out. Obviously, a few struggles this year. You come to North Melbourne who are working through some things with the developing group. Where's the team and the group relative to where you expected to be?
I think it's always hard coming into a club and trying to understand what's been going wrong the last few years, and I was really surprised how hard and professional and willingness to work to get better this team was, and I was really surprised by the standards. And the thing for us is it's probably a little bit of belief in terms of actually believing we can win, and a little bit of just that consistency, that knowing our best football when we play it as a team with our synergy and our structure to the best of our ability actually stands up against sides, and it's just trying to build that consistency with that.
You joked during the week on Instagram that people could come along and watch your game of touch football on Thursday night. Did you receive any feedback from the AFL or anyone around that post?
No, I didn't hear anything from the AFL, thank God. So, look, I think I was just having a bit of fun, but it was actually a pretty heated match in the end.
Do you feel as a player, though, that it's realistic to make a split-second decision when you go to tackle someone? I think you're top 5 all time for tackles, to roll them, release an arm, do whatever it is.
I think at the moment the probably players are getting a little bit frustrated in terms of action versus outcome, and I think at the moment it's probably very outcome-driven in terms of what blokes are getting pinged for. So I think it's very hard in these moments in a physical game that demands contact to be able to make split decisions at different stages. And I think the players have generally reacted really well to the rule changes and the sling tackles and those kinds of things. And you're rarely seeing that in games now, which is fantastic from the boys and most players. And I think the hard ones is that when there's unfortunate events, I feel like boys are just paying the cost for the sake of the outcome.
I'll let you go in a minute. We really appreciate your time for coming out here and having a yak to us. The other one was the critique of North Melbourne this week, and in particular Harry Sheasel and Jai Simpkin. You've been in Sydney where maybe you don't hear some of the noise of what comes out of the Melbourne media. How did you react as a really senior player and in some of that commentary around two of your players?
I think it's pretty hard on those boys, and I think being down here, there's obviously a lot more noise around in the media, and I think the biggest thing for me is people forget that it's a kid who's 20 years old and still averaging 29 touches. I'm sure every 20-year-old would be pretty happy with those stats, and he's one of the hardest working kids I've ever seen come through the doors, and most professional and hard on himself more than anyone, and probably isn't as happy with his form this year, but in my view he's still playing some pretty incredible football, and he'll continue to get better. And I probably think there's a bit of unfair noise around him trying to develop his game, and he's playing in a few different positions and playing a role each week, and continues to show up, work hard and get better, and as well as Jai, I think he's just a hard-working skipper, wants the best for this club, and I know he wants more than anyone to get some wins on the board.
I know it's pretty grim coming out here and speaking to us, but I'm sure the North Melbourne fans driving home appreciate it. Thanks, Luke.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Luke Parker, the veteran in the North Melbourne Rooms, 301st game of footy tonight, and obviously a very different stage of his career this year, starting with the Roos after the first, 293 with the Sydney Swans. A 3-point win for the Bombers, so for North, it's a 6-game losing skid now. They started 1-1. And the losses are mounting for Alistair Clarkson in his third season, while the Bombers improved to 4-3. Came at a cost, though. The Dons losing Jordan Ridley to a hamstring. They also lost Jade Gresham to a groin complaint and Harry Jones to a dislocated ankle, while the Roos lost Jackson Archer to a hammy. There was a couple of interesting tackles, which I'm sure Michael Christian will at least look at. One of them was Jackson Pryor on Cam Zurhaar, in which his head smacked off the turf.
Your boy.
Swung around.
On my boy.
And then Jackson Pryor was involved again. This time he was the guy that was being tackled by Nick Larkey. And
both of them bounced up like nothing had happened.
They both bounced up.
Larkey was on the angry juice by that stage. He was looking to have an impact on the game, and his tackle was good in the intent to try and wrap up Pryor, but it was the second motion where he dumped him into the turf, which Michael Christian
But this is the thing that worries me, is that I think players know if they flop a little bit, and it looks more dangerous, they know how to milk a free kick better than anyone, and that's where, you go floppy and you get the wrong person who does, you get the...
I saw was it Corey Warner in the Sydney game?
Yes.
Yes. That actually got me angry. I was infuriated by that. And so there we go. There's a player clearly trying to exploit, and players have done it forever. But that annoyed me, because carry on and say duty of care, look after me, don't dump me and everything like that, and yet you're going to act like that. That's actually undermining what we're trying to achieve out of the whole thing.
Makes it impossible for the umpires.
Exactly right. So I was quite annoyed about that one when I was watching it during the week. I don't want that happening, because you're right. Players will start thinking, if I do go a little bit limp and I do get a little...
Just put the head into the ground.
I get enough head contact on the ground, I'm going to get myself free kick, have a shot. But I don't want too much, because obviously I don't want to be... But you're back into a risk phase, and we're not achieving what we want, which is look after the head and try and get some of these tackles out of the game.
And then we talk about the umpires having to adjudicate that.
Yeah.
How the hell are they supposed to adjudicate that? And what is a sling tackle versus what's not, when you can't tell me that a player cannot stand up in a tackle more often than not?
Correct. If I was the umpires, and they'd never do this and they'd never admit this, be like, Corey Warner's not getting a free kick off us for another couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Just bad luck to you.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. Dan, who's listening in Kununurra, great coverage as always, crew. Have enjoyed every quarter, most engaging game of the season. Perfect slow burner for a Thursday night to kick off round 8 of footy. It was a bit of a slow burn. We had the cheap thrill of the
had fun.
Finish.
Certainly enjoyed it. Better after half time.
I reckon Dan might have had a couple of glasses of red if he was enjoying it that much.
Steve from Ballarat, we're coming your way, Steve, by the way, on Saturday for Saturday afternoon footy with the Bulldogs and the Power. All I'm hearing is if you beat a so-called poor side, it's a win you take, but you don't get carried away with. But North had their chances last week to defeat Port Adelaide in Adelaide. I want to hear a small portion of respect for the past fortnight regarding the young Roos. Without the Wardlaw engine and the talented Curtis. Are we not giving the Roos enough credit?
Oh, yeah. I think we've been reasonably positive.
They gave up a 6-goal head start to the opposition, which meant they're chasing tail. And then after half-time, they came out and they took it right to them. I'm not sure that I agree with that text entirely, but... They showed signs.
The third quarter showed character again. I think last week's second half and that showed a bit of character. Certainly a lot of fight, which is what you needed to show. But, I mean, I suppose it's the standards you want it to see and expect. Is like, do we want to be falling short and just brave against the team? Essendon, if they play like that, Essendon get nowhere near finals. Port Adelaide get nowhere near finals if they play like they did last week. And the week before, you give up 153 points to the Blues. So... you kind of think, okay, North, set your standards even higher than what we're seeing right now.
How many winnable games are there on the draw?
Yeah.
I think this was one of them tonight.
Yeah.
They had the chance to win it, and ultimately it slipped away from them against a team that was banged up. The Bombers with only 2 fit bodies on the bench at the end. Phil from Victoria, Mick has his opinion about Jack Darling. How did you see his game tonight? Mick hasn't been a big fan on the
I'm glad you gave me the little wave to tell me that Luke Parker was on the end of our line as I was about to warm up into what I thought of Jack Darling's game. He's providing zero right now, unfortunately. And it's just body related. His body has been smashed, played for a long time. He's 3 steps behind. Everything can't get separation. Even the pressure that he was known for, remember, like a really high work rate could put on enormous
But did we not
pressure.
know that even before?
Of course we did. I completely agree with you, Lids. But, yeah, he's here and he's on a 2-year deal, amazingly.
Yep.
There's another one after this year.
He's played all 8 games so far to start 2025. It's probably questionable.
Yeah, but you're not playing him to be the second ruck. Like he's not that big.
No.
And that's what he's having to do out there. And then he's just standing long down the line to try and allow Cam Zerha not to get that second tall or the key back. So you can get more use out of him, which we saw when Ridley went down, that Cam came into the game. But
So Callum Coleman-Jones is still another 3 weeks away. I think ultimately they would like him to be that guy, wouldn't they? I mean, he's barely played for a couple of years, had the Achilles or whatever, but...
Maybe, but I like a more...
Finbar Maley was a better option, wasn't he, tonight than Jack Darling?
Yeah.
Paul Curtis is going to have to wait a couple of weeks, but just the other bizarre one on that final decision in which there has been a bit of sort of speculation on social media around the fact that we had Steve McBurney before the game. The umpire made the reference that said, "I've just got word in my ear," and then people speculating, well, is that the arc? Is that upstairs? Someone giving information to the umpire? John Ralphs has clarified the AFL has confirmed there was no communication from the coach's box to the umpire during play. The umpire said, "I've just got word," but that would have been from another field umpire.
Yep.
Constanti kicked the ball away, not a Don's player. Essendon should have eventually been given a free kick. So he's reporting that's what the AFL has told him. But it does add to this kind of confusion and speculation as to what instructions are the umpires getting and where is it coming from in-game.
So they are all mic'd up with each other, and they stress to us that they're not mic'd up to someone off the ground.
That's
so
what we've been told, yeah.
There's nobody sort of outside. There's no one that's getting
no
on
director.
no one getting on the frequency trying to sort of buzz a message through from upstairs. But
apart from when they get the arc, we're reviewing this. Hold on, bouncing the ball.
I think I think after all the confusion, they felt like the neutral ball was like the fairest outcome. Where
the jump ball.
Hang on, we've called it the wrong way. Let's Whereas you're right. I mean, if they felt it was a free kick because he'd kicked it after the umpire had blown for a ball up, it should have been reversed.
Absolutely,
should have been Essendon's free kick. The Bombers by 3 points, 9-11 to 9-8 full time here at Docklands. Harry Sheasel. So we heard Luke Parker talk about it there. 32 disposals in the end for him tonight. What did you think of his night?
I thought he worked into the game and really tried to give him some drive. Of the 32, the one concerning number that stands out for me, Lingy, and I'll see whether you jump on it, if I look across to the CP, I only see the one contested possession.
Yeah.
Now, I get it. He's set up to be that link player, that high half-back who gets off the back of stoppage, first receive out of there to try and create some stuff, which is fine. But you just love he tried hard, though, defensively because he laid some big tackles. He tried to really give him something. Still had the 586 metres game. I actually thought he was one of their better players.
Let's hear from the coach first before we hear from you, Cameron Ling. Here's what Alistair Clarkson had to say about both the captain, Jai Simpkin, and Harry Sheasel.
Yeah, I thought they played some good footy for us. They've been consistent in the roles that we require them to play, and both of them have been pretty good for us this year. And I've had to switch, particularly Harry, we've had to switch him around a little bit. Would we like to play midfield and forward a little bit? Yep. But he won the best and fairest as a halfback flanker too, and part of our trouble in terms of defending the ground, part of the reason why he's gone back the last 2 weeks. Hard to have score involvements when you're playing halfback flank. There'll be critiquing of that elsewhere, but part of being able to defend the ground is how do you get out of your back end effectively, and we just need guys who can use the ball really, really well. And we saw what Rosie's been able to do for Port Adelaide in the last 3 weeks since he's gone back. They were battling to get it out themselves, Port Adelaide, early in the year, and then he goes back, it's a masterstroke. Winning requires no explanation, but when you lose, you've got to try and justify everything. So we'll just battle away with the guys that we got who are making some progress, and if we continue to apply ourselves in the manner in which we did, and a win won't be too far away.
Simpkin had 21 and kicked 2. That's Alistair Clarkson at his presser a short time ago.
Yeah, hard to argue with Simpkin's game or Sheasel's. It's like,
Yeah.
well, where's his... I can completely concur with, if you haven't got ball users off half-back, we saw what happened when Luke McDonald got it 30 metres out from goal. He kicked it straight
Correct.
to Peter Wright v. Caleb Daniel.
Yep, no, great call. And it's not like they struggled in the clearances through the midfield, therefore he should have been in there. They won clearances, North Melbourne, 34-30.
Yeah.
Contested ball was pretty much the same. So they actually had a decent balance between inside and out. I think Sheasel played a good, solid game, and as you said, was one of their better players. I think Simpkin was certainly like that. Davies Uniacke was pretty good.
Tom Powell, I liked.
Powell was good. Cherry tried hard in the ruck and probably dominated through the ruck at different times of the game. Certainly worked incredibly hard through there. And it comes down, they lose by 3 points.
Yeah.
So there's not much difference in the game. Giving Essendon a head start in the first quarter was certainly what cost you. But they get the great third quarter. So let's call the first quarter for Essendon, third quarter for North Melbourne, cancelling each other out. So what does it come down to? Go back to our first point as soon as the game ended. Zach Merritt was the difference in the game. Having a player like that who is just that bit better and a bit more composed and a bit more everywhere and a bit more poly, a bit more of everything, gets them a 3-point win. That was the difference. That's not Sheasel or Simpkin having bad games that cost them or anything like that.
Remember that game we did? Will Phillips tags Nick Dacos. They sub him out at three-quarter time. Nick Dacos takes over the game.
Yeah.
Kicks 2 and has 10 touches or something in the last quarter.
Yeah.
There's your play.
Yep.
I'm not a coach, but I reckon that's nearly your play.
He should have gone to Merritt.
I think he's not your first 3 players in your midfield, is he? But if he goes, if he can come off a wing or if you want to start him in there, give him a job.
Yeah.
I think he's hard-nosed enough. He can work both ways. I think that's the room for improvement for Will, is his ability to actually really grind it out and improve his tank. But we saw him do it that night, do a reasonably good job.
If you're wondering how Kane Corns feels about the whole scenario, he's put a post on his Instagram saying, great to be in the winning rooms pre-game for Thursday night footy. I think he means post-game on Thursday night footy. And it's a photo of him with the Essendon boys behind him. So he's in the Bombers rooms. And then there's a photo on their next slide across, which is Jai Simpkin's celebration with the shush Sally from earlier in the night, and of course that's gone up just at the completion of the game, so 7 minutes after the final siren. Yeah. So he's playing his role in all of that, as I'm sure it'll continue. In the fine margins in footy, think about how the narrative would have been different and what everyone would have been talking about if that goal got kicked by Maley late in the piece and it was 3 points the other way rather than the Bombers by 3.
But I know we've spent a lot of time on this, but we're now talking about a person outside of the playing arena just trying to create a whole bunch of content to feed more content that he can continue to feed in all his various platforms. It's really smart by him for what he wants to achieve and the money that he wants to make and the contracts he gets paid. It's kind of taking away from the fact that the players and the coaches and what's going on out there is what is really genuinely important. Whatever he wants to stick on social media, we keep responding to it and we just keep feeding it.
And this is what we spoke about pre-game. So there's one thing to kind of support your team and support your player and everything else, but at the end of the day, the way you can hurt someone like that more than anything is not engaging with it and being able to, if you're not a fan of it, don't click on it, don't listen to it, don't share it to your friends, don't react to it saying, I'm so outraged by all of this, because that just fuels the machine. It's
everyone loves it. Let's be honest.
Correct, and it'll
just keep feeding itself.
And it's a fascinating flashpoint where we're at, and you look at that's certainly how it works over in the States, big time, and what happens in the American press. And I think very much in our culture, a lot of people probably over the age of 45 are sort of influenced by British culture and British TV and everything else, and all the younger people are very much influenced more by what happens in the US. So does it cross over with our culture the same way? We're about to find out, I think, in the weeks ahead. The Bombers by 3 points, full-time here at Docklands, 9-11-65 to North Melbourne, 9-8-62. Just before we get to the end of the round, or the rest of the round, obviously still in front of us, we've still got another 8 games to go. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Someone's scrambling.
We both just looked at each other.
I don't know. Do you need another minute?
I've got an idea.
I know the 3 votes.
I was about to say,
Who do you want at 1 and 2?
I was going to go over this side.
While you guys plan that out, John Ralph reporting earlier today that Laura Kane has allowed Alex Taru's band to start this week, so due to the fact Sandra and him have the bye. So this was what Ross Lyon spoke about at his midweek press conference yesterday, that basically he's been given a 4-game ban from the VFL, which will actually mean he'll miss 6 weeks, given the fact that the VFL has byes while the AFL team is playing. So common sense has prevailed there, and his 4-week ban will start effective immediately, and he'll be back essentially in 5 weeks' time. So he'll be eligible to play for St Kilda at such a point, which is round 10 of the VFL season or round 12 of the AFL season. Now, the teams are out for the rest of the weekend. I'll get some predictions as we get a little closer, but Adam Treloar is in. He's had a series of calf issues. Tom Stewart is out, so Stewart won't play against the Pies. Clayton Oliver has not flown to Perth. The club's saying it's been a difficult week for him and they're prioritising his well-being. So out due to mental health, Clayton Oliver. Bo Allen is going to make his debut in the same game for the West Coast Eagles. Friday night footy features St Kilda and Fremantle. Luke Jackson is in for the Dockers and Mateus Filippo makes his return for the Saints. And the Q Clash, which brings the curtain down on an eventful round 8. No Morris, no Lohman for the Brisbane Lions.
Alistair Clarkson, in closing off his press conference, has doubled down on the Paul Curtis ban. Really strong leadership would say, we understand it's wrong and we'll change it right now. He shouldn't be missing 3 weeks, so that'll continue to bluster away in the background.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah, of course we are. Absolutely, Corbs. We've
votes
been ready the whole time. We're super organised.
The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, Cameron Lang.
We're going to give one vote. A little bit of love to one of your favourites. Just a little extra love for one of the Bombers players, Archie Roberts.
Yes.
You're going to give him a vote.
Top 5 player for Corb.
Yes.
Yeah, terrific game.
11 games. I didn't know he's played 11. It feels like he's played way more than that.
Yeah.
Went at 81% by foot, or his disposal efficiency, really clean in a game that was riddled with mistakes. 2 votes to the big fella, Tristan Cherry. He was dominant in the ruck. 25 disposals, 37 hit-outs, had a heap of clearances as well, 9 clearances, just worked incredibly hard. 3 votes is very, very obvious, Corbin. Zach Merritt was the difference in the game. His leadership, his composure, his skill, his ball-winning ability, and a massive last quarter as well dragged his team to a 3-point victory.
I love it. 3 for Merritt, 2 for Sherry, 1 for Archie Roberts. Lids, I'll hear from you on the podcast tomorrow.
Yeah, can't wait.
Thanks, Lingy.
Thank you. Be back tomorrow night.
Thanks. Yes, you will be. I'll see you then for Friday night footy. Thanks to Clinchy, to Ben, to Lee, and to Adam back in the studio. The Bombers by 3. McGrath to Merritt, and pass to Kako up over halfway. It's another open forward 50. Dawson and Caddy down there. Dawson can't spoil. Caddy wins it, kicks the goal. And Essendon pile on the pain in the opening turn. It's a 6-goal quarter for the Dons. Peruse have worked it down the wing. He goes McKercher, he's off and running. Meet the Roadrunner. 2 bounces, kicks on goal, he's got it. And there's a highlight from the young man. The second-year Roo bursting away and kicks it on the run. And North are back in this game. Kicks across the ground, the Roos are on again. Constanti should be able to run onto it. Collects high half forward, closes to about 60 out. Kicks into the forward pocket, leaping up Lucky. Takes the mark against the boundary line, 30 from home. Right peg against the fence, hasn't got one tonight. He does now. Game well and truly on.
Picked up by Powell. Handbuster Parker from 48. He blazes away. Now
free kick, Lucky.
And he will get a free kick at the top of the goal square.
This game's got me in now. I'm all aboard.
From point blank range, he now has 2. And the Kangas are coming to life. 3 unanswered goals to start this third term, and the lead is 8 points the Bombers' way.
They've kicked the only 3 goals of the quarter. The captain, Simpkin, arcs out to his right. They're adding another. Simpkin silencing the Bombers fans. They're within a point, and this game is alive. Sherry, the telling touch, wins it down. Simpkin softens it forward, but straight to Xavier Dersma, who jams it on the boot, kicks to the goal square. No mark. Caddy, the toe poke, the goal.
Maley was there as well. Zerha just crashes through the pack, kicks end over end. What a finish! Cam Zerha the ball. Putting on a show with his second. 2-metre Peter takes the mark. He's at left half forward. Swings on his right. Kicks it into the pocket. Menzies the target. He reaches up. Can't take the mark. Kako's the crummer. Swings on his right. Puts it through.
Gets it down towards Parker, links up with Daniel. Great ball movement. Zane Dersmer on the end of it against Big Bro's team. It's a big-time goal. All of a sudden, it's a three-point game. The Bombers lead. Trimmed again. 21 gone, final turn.
The two Bombers come across. The siren sounds. A win full of grit and utter determination as the Bombers hang on and win by 3 points, despite having just 2 fit players on the bench.
The premiership flag.